contact them because we don't want to say anything that may jeopardize the case. They may not even know.
Are you having a little red coffee symbol? I got it. We're live. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for choosing to start the day with us. You are streaming live and now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and I host for the next several hours as we bring you all top stories, major headlines, and news across the country. I do want to bring you back out to Washington, D.C., taking a live now look at the United States White House. And that is because President Biden will travel to Pennsylvania today. This comes as lawmakers attempt to break the gridlock and confusion pending in the president's economic agenda. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey details.
Separately with progressives and moderates.
These are serious policy discussions, often on nitty-gritty details.
The progressives went first and revealed the Biden spending plan, even when slimmed down from the initial $3.5 trillion, is still enormous.
Well, the president has consistently laid out a number that is somewhere between, 1.9 and 2.2, and I think look, it's not the number that we want. We have consistently tried to make it as high as possible.
This is a new approach from a president who made a high-profile trip to the Hill that resulted in nothing.
The Dems are in complete disarray. This donkey-on-donkey fighting here is something to watch.
So what happens next? Because officials at the White House claim one idea considered to pay for the president's plans is a new tax on carbon.
I'm not taking any options on or off the table.
That's news to Joe Manchin, who visited the president this morning.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're not. The carbon tax is not on the board at all right now.
The White House won't say what the president is okay slicing from his plans.
His red line continues to be that he will not raise taxes for anyone making less than $400,000 a year.
Republicans are skeptical.
All this socialism is going to be totally free of charge. But it also needs the biggest IRS cash grab in decades in order to pay for it. Go figure.
But no deal yet, so the pressure is on the president.
The president is the inspirer. He is the closer. He is the convincer. The mediator in chief. He really is doing a phenomenal job.
The president plans to sell his spending bills in Scranton tomorrow, but it doesn't look like a deal is actually going to be made tonight about what Democrats want to spend trillions of dollars on, which means that at this event in Pennsylvania tomorrow, the president is going to be pressuring lawmakers to support a package before voters know what's in it. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News. The president.
The feds are gearing up to get more booster shots in arms while the battle over vaccine mandates is really heating up. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Mike Emanuel from Washington.
100 million more Americans could soon have access to COVID vaccine boosters. The FDA is reportedly planning to announce this week that boosters from Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson can be mixed and matched, meaning your booster can be a different brand than your original dose. More than 9 million Americans have already gotten their booster shots, and doctors say it's making a big difference.
We're seeing a big decrease in hospitalizations after the booster. Your chances, if you had the vaccine, even if you didn't have the booster, of getting very sick, getting hospitalized, or dying remains quite low.
The expanded access comes as more vaccine mandates are going into effect, though there are still a handful of states banning those mandates, and some big employers like Southwest Airlines are pushing back deadlines for employees to get their shots, with business owners anxious about how the new rules will be enforced.
This really puts job providers in an incredibly difficult position.
Meanwhile, with cases still declining, the CDC is tweaking its guidelines for schools, considering a new program that would allow students who have been exposed to stay in school instead of quarantining as long as they test negative for the virus.
We're working with our districts, and thankfully the superintendents, who are educators, are working closely with health experts to keep their children safe.
The CDC also releasing a new study on Tuesday confirming the Pfizer vaccine is safe and effective for 12 to 18-year-olds. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Thank you, Mike, for that report. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, rescue efforts are still underway for more than a dozen missionaries kidnapped in Haiti, the country's kidnapping crisis leading to a strike among workers. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more.
It's a coordinated effort to rescue 17 Christian missionaries kidnapped by a notorious gang in Haiti. The Wall Street Journal reports the gang has asked for $17 million for their release, and negotiations could take weeks. The State Department says it has a small team on the ground working with Haitian authorities. The FBI has also joined the rescue efforts.
The U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince is coordinating with local authorities and providing assistance to the families to resolve the situation.
The 16 Americans and 1 Canadian are affiliated with the Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministries. They were on their way home from an orphanage east of Port-au-Prince over the weekend, and that's when the 400 Mawozo gang stopped their bus and took them at gunpoint.
It provokes us to tears that our friends or relatives or dear brothers and sisters are suffering right now. It is comforting to us that we can bring these heavy burdens to the God that we worship.
The Western Hemisphere's poorest nation dealing with a spike in gang-related kidnappings, which have increased nearly 300% since July. Gangs have become more brazen as the country battles political instability and a dire economic crisis. On Monday, thousands of workers in Haiti went on strike, protesting the country's lack of security.
In the country, nothing works. It's going badly. The population lives in a situation in which they can no longer live.
The 400 Mawozo gang kidnapped a group of Christian clergy back in April. They were later released. It's unclear whether any ransom money was paid. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
And make sure that you all are staying tuned into Live Now from Fox all morning, because in our 7 o'clock hour, we will have a live conversation with an expert on international relations, breaking down, exactly why this kidnapping is causing such a problem when it comes to the relationship between the United States and Haiti. Moving right along, we have word that the Biden administration has been secretly flying underage migrants to places far from the border. Fox News senior correspondent Eric Shawn is in New York with the story.
They are young migrants, teenagers, and kids flown in from the southern border in the dead of night. The New York Post reveals the Biden administration uses nighttime charter flights from Texas to transport unaccompanied minors to relatives or sponsors at locations far from the border. The paper spotted this World Atlantic Airlines MD-83 charter plane that arrived Friday night at the Westchester County Airport north of New York City just before 10 p.m. But some flights have arrived as late as 2 and 4 in the morning. Texas Senator Ted Cruz wants them grounded.
Their entire political strategy is based on secrecy. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris caused this, and their entire strategy is ignore it, and they're counting on the corrupt corporate media to ignore it as well. So of course they fly in the middle of the night because they have no defense.
The World Atlantic Airlines plane has really hopped around. Last Friday, starting at the crack of dawn at 6:37 a.m., it flew from McAllen, Texas, to Villahermosa, Mexico, a possible expulsion flight sending Central American migrants back to Mexico. It returned to McAllen, then jumped to El Paso, and at 2:04 p.m. headed east to Jacksonville, Florida, before finally flying north to Westchester, touching down there at 9:52 p.m.
Well, I'm not sure that it's in the middle of the night.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the administration is only carrying out the law. Under what's known as the Federal Flores Agreement, the administration has to release unaccompanied minors within 20 days, which is why they're being flown to places that can take them.
It's no surprise that kids can be seen traveling through states, not just New York. It's something that we're also working to unite children with their family members or vetted sponsors in other parts of the country as well.
Today, the plane was back in the air, taking off early from McAllen, Texas, going back to Mexico. No word on where it's headed next. In New York, Eric Shawn, Fox News.
There's growing concern that shoppers will see fewer goods on shelves as the nation's supply chain remains gridlocked. Now, the Biden administration, however, says it's a priority issue and they're working on it daily to address this. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri is bringing us the latest.
Tens of thousands of containers remain stacked at the Port of Savannah and shipping operations around the country. Yet Tuesday, the White House defended its efforts to break the logjam and get things moving.
The president is satisfied that progress continues to be made.
Off the coast of Los Angeles, thousands more shipping containers remain gridlocked as pandemic-related disruptions continue to slow delivery efforts.
We have already cut in half the amount of cargo that is sitting on the docks.
Yet across the country, restaurants waiting for deliveries warn of devastating economic impacts if those goods don't arrive soon.
If we don't have that supply, we can't do business. It's really that simple.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg worked to remain optimistic at the start of another week of delays, blaming increased demand, but saying progress is being made.
A lot of Americans might be surprised to learn that our ports have not generally operated on a 24/7 basis. We've secured commitments to change that.
This as Republicans say the supply chain crunch is another example of a troubled White House administration.
But this administration literally from day one has been trying to reverse virtually every policy we've put into effect. And but raising taxes in the midst of rising inflation in a supply chain crisis across the country is the worst conceivable idea.
Stores are starting to see shortages of items such as pet food, frozen food, and diapers. In Garden City, Georgia, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
6:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. Again, you are streaming live now from Fox, your source for nonstop news taking place across the country. We are right in the middle of our morning brief, which is a recap of all of the major headlines that you need to know to get your day started. So we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more raw and unfiltered news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Moving right along when it comes to our top stories this morning, I do want to bring you all the latest when it comes to the Ahmaud Arbery case. Lawyers on both sides are right in the middle of a jury selection progress. So here's the latest from Fox News senior correspondent Laura Engel.
Day 2 of jury selection in the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial, and it's off to a slow start.
I do ask that you volunteer as much information as you can.
Attorneys on Tuesday resuming questioning of potential jurors, with the judge moving to question the second panel of 20 out of the pool of 600 who reported for jury duty in Brunswick, Georgia on Monday.
The way that the judge had planned for this to work was that they would bring in a panel of 20 in the morning, get through questioning them, and bring in another panel of 20 in the afternoon. And he seems to have scrapped that altogether.
By Tuesday, no one had been selected to serve, and at least 14 were dismissed. Being such a small community, many of them already know someone involved in the case.
They're trying to find out, what do they already know? How much has that already had them form their own opinions about whether the defendants in this case were at fault.
Father and son Greg and Travis McMichael are charged with pursuing and murdering Arbery while he was out for a run. Travis allegedly shot him 3 times at close range with a shotgun. Their neighbor, William Roddy Bryan, is accused of joining the chase and recording graphic video of the killing. Defense attorneys say Travis fired the gun in self-defense after Arbery attacked him. All 3 men pleaded not guilty to all 9 charges they are each facing.
If the attorneys are unable to build a jury out of the current pool, there are another 400 prospective jurors on reserve. In New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
Here's a look at our upcoming live elements here on Live Now from Fox. Again, at 7:15, we will dive a little bit deeper when it comes to the Haiti kidnappings. An expert on international relations breaking down exactly what this means for the future relationship of the United States and Haiti. At 8:45 a.m., we will check in with Fox 26 Houston, our colleagues in the Lone Star State, and we will talk about the plane crash that took place on Tuesday in Waller County. Thank goodness no one was severely injured from that crash. And at 9:15, checking back in with Fox 13 Tampa, bringing us the latest on the Nicholas Cruz hearing. Right now, also taking a live look from the Washington, D.C. area, the White House to be exact. I do want to bring you all the most up-to-date information when it comes to SCOTUS and that Texas abortion hearing. Now, most abortions remain illegal in Texas, but this could change with the Supreme Court considering new measures in the near future. Fox News correspondent Marian Rafferty reports.
My body, my choice.
Challenges to one of the nation's most restrictive abortion laws could be heading to the Supreme Court sooner than expected. The justices agreeing Monday to consider hearing early arguments against the Texas law banning most abortions once a heartbeat is detected, meaning the case could be presented to the high court before it's even debated in a lower Texas appeals court sometime in December.
We are not stopping. We are not giving up, no matter how depleted, no matter how tired.
The controversial law bans abortions before most women know they're pregnant. It also doesn't take incest or rape into consideration. Abortion rights advocates thought they were in the clear earlier this month when a federal judge temporarily blocked the Texas law. But an appeals court reinstated the ban days later. Workers at women's centers in neighboring states say the law is causing them to see an influx of patients seeking medical help.
First thing they say when they call is, "I'm from Texas," and we know about 75% of our calls now are from Texas.
With some Texas women driving hours across state lines to get abortions.
I already have 3 kids. It's hard taking care of 3 kids, and I'm like a single parent. I didn't expect to be a single parent.
The Justice Department has also requested the Supreme Court block the law banning most abortions while these legal proceedings are worked out. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
We're going to bring you all out to Texas for more information on this story. This next segment is from Fox 4 Dallas.
The U.S. Supreme Court may move with unusual speed to take up a challenge to the new Texas law that bans most abortions. Good morning to constitutional law attorney David Cole. 2 lawsuits, including by the Biden Justice Department, another one by an abortion provider. Why do we need 2 separate lawsuits, and why would the court view them differently?
Yeah, I'll see too and raise you a third one because there's the Mississippi case. It's in process and is going to be argued to the court in early December. The difference in the 2 Texas cases is one is brought by private people, Whole Women's Health, an abortion provider in Austin, other individuals, and this other lawsuit is brought by the United States, represented by the Justice Department. And jurisdictionally, that has different consequences. Those types of lawsuits are treated in different ways by the federal courts.
And why might one of the Texas cases, do you suggest one might be is more likely to be fast-tracked and taken up quickly by the court? Which one and why?
Well, the court is trying to figure out how it wants to handle this. Like I mentioned, there's 3. There's the 2 Texas cases, and there's this Mississippi case. It's already on the docket, and they've requested a swift response to the DOJ's request for a stay due this Thursday to the U.S. Supreme Court. And they've also requested some briefing about whether to accelerate the schedule of the original case. They're not quite sure, I don't think. It's tied in a little bit with how they want to resolve all this globally and what they want to do ultimately with Roe, but they're still kind of feeling their way and will probably not make a decision until they get some briefing in later this week until next week sometime.
You've suggested that Chief Justice Roberts, who has, is at least on paper a conservative, but has tried to play moderator, a referee on this very divided court. It might go to some of the conservatives and say, yeah, let's slow down. We don't want to look like a bunch of political hacks here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the court didn't have its best day in early September. Everybody was looking to them for some guidance. They came out with basically a 1-page opinion. Everyone went, what? And public opinion polls showed a crash in confidence in the court after that. I think the court may be having second thoughts about trying to just give this the back of the hand and kick it down the road. And between Chief Justice Roberts and maybe some of the 5 in the majority changing their mind, there might be some more willingness to entertain some stays or some slowdowns to keep this moving in a way that politically is palatable, that people feel confident in the decision-making process.
Yeah, I mean, the normal course of action would be a federal district court, basically the trial judge. Then you'd go to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. That would be the natural way of doing things. That has not really happened in this case, and it would finally go to the Supreme Court.
That's right. The judicial system is designed to sort of take a long time to get a lot of perspective, get all the evidence built up, and then make a very well-informed decision. We can't wait here like we can't wait in many other decisions that the court has to make. And they've got to, even if they accelerate things, you've still got to do something today. And what these orders are about is what we're going to do for the next month, 2 months, 3 months, while we're waiting to get these cases briefed more fully and wait on the argument and ultimate decision in that Mississippi case. It's still out there for argument later this year.
Yeah, and one of the questions that you always ask when you're asking a court for immediate relief is who suffers the most harm? Which side suffers the most harm?
That's right.
In this case, both sides could make that argument. A woman who is unable to get an abortion, and the other side, what a lot of people see as a life that is being ended by an abortion.
Oh, that's right. You say it's a divisive issue generally, but there's almost nothing you can do about this issue that isn't divisive. This is a very technical legal question. Do we put a stay in place between now and the resolution of the case on the merits on an expedited basis, 2, 3, 4 months down the road? But to even make that basic decision, you've got to get into the basic clash here between 2 people that have very strong and very significant philosophical beliefs about what this law does.
Right, and who are never going to come to an agreement.
It's the common ground is almost impossible to find on this, no question.
Thanks very much, as always. The U.S. Supreme Court may
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Take a look at these stunning images, a stunning story of survival as 21 people escaped a fiery plane crash, as you see right here at a Texas airport. Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stiegel has this story from Dallas.
Nearly 24 people lucky to be alive after walking away from this fiery plane crash.
This is a good day. This is actually a day of celebration for a lot of people.
Authorities say the MD-87 was attempting to take off from Houston Executive Airport en route to Boston, with 2 pilots, 1 flight attendant, and 18 passengers on board, the youngest just 10 years old. The aircraft traveled 500 feet down the runway but never made it into the air, crashing through a fence and rolling into a field with a full tank of gas before bursting into flames. The plane was engulfed in fire with large clouds of black smoke billowing into the sky when first responders first arrived, but miraculously all 21 people on board were able to get out of the plane on their own.
However they extracted themselves, they're off, and no one's deceased. And man, that is an awesome feeling right now for us as first responders.
Nobody was seriously hurt. 2 were taken to the hospital experiencing minor injuries.
Just lower back pain and some respiratory issues.
Crews were able to extinguish the fire, then exposing the extensive damage to the aircraft itself. Everyone expressing relief knowing this incident could have been a mass casualty.
We can all agree, we can celebrate on today that no one was killed in this horrific incident.
The FAA is now investigating the cause of this crash. That's the latest from Dallas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
Bringing you all this live image from Waller County, Texas. This is exactly where that fiery plane crash took place. Again, 21 survivors. What a remarkable story. Stay tuned into Live Now from Fox, because we will have a live conversation with Fox 26 Houston's Denise Middleton. She's bringing us the latest that investigators have found when it comes to this Texas plane crash. I do want to move right along with the top stories this morning, and another continuous issue grabbing the attention of Capitol Hill, and that issue is voting rights. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is planning to hold a vote on Wednesday on a transformative piece of legislation which would significantly reform elections in all 50 states. Republicans oppose the measure and plan to filibuster, leading some to question what Democrats might do in response. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork.
This is what democracy looks like.
Activists protesting outside of the White House Tuesday, demanding Congress pass voting rights legislation. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to hold a vote on the Freedom to Vote Act on Wednesday, which has the full support of Democrats.
I think it's the most important thing we can do this Congress.
The measure has been scaled back in an effort to get the support of moderate Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. The bill would establish Election Day as a public holiday, ensure at least 2 weeks of early voting for all federal elections, and set a national standard for voter ID laws. Republicans have called the proposal a federal power grab.
What our Democratic friends have been wanting to do forever is to have the federal government take over how elections are conducted all over America.
The legislation is a response to recent bills passed by Republican lawmakers in states like Texas and Georgia, where critics say restrictive voting measures have been put into place following the 2020 election. Majority Leader Schumer has said failure to act would lead him to find another way forward without Republicans.
What is there to be afraid of by allowing simply a debate?
Some question if failing to pass this bill will lead Democrats to eliminate the filibuster. However, Senators Manchin and Sinema of Arizona support the 60-vote threshold. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
There's new information coming to light about the danger posed to Americans by some illegal immigrants flowing into the country. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin is in La Jolla, Texas with the details.
Border Patrol agents confirm criminals are among those stopped at the border. Last Thursday and Saturday, El Salvadoran migrants were rounded up in Hidalgo, Texas. Background checks revealed 3 members of the violent MS-13 gang, 1 individual with a murder conviction, as well as attempted murder. One of the migrants had previously made it to Dallas, where he racked up a conviction for assault and now faces a warrant for sexual assault of a minor. On Monday, Border Patrol agents uncovered 2 stash houses lacking basic necessities in Peñitas, Texas, with 39 migrants total, unaccompanied minors, in their ranks. Most immigrants don't hide. Rather, they seek out the authorities, anticipating they will get help and be able to stay in the U.S. Our cameras captured one family that came across to La Jolla, Texas Monday night, reporting directly to Border Patrol. Customs and Border Protection has already counted 1.5 million apprehensions at the southwest border. When the tally for the fiscal year is completed, 2021 could set a record.
The Border Patrol down there, good men and women, they're overrun. Basically, they're like clerks at a hotel checking people into the country. We have no border security other than what Texas is providing.
While Texas sees the greatest number of border crossings, they are increasing at a faster rate in Arizona than all the border states. Trail cameras catch migrants on the move to Tucson or Yuma. Agents say they are carrying everything from drugs to guns or just supplies for survival. Apprehensions on the Arizona border jumped from 800 last October under President Trump to 17,000 in August under President Biden, a 1,038% increase.
Word is out, this is where you come to claim asylum. They'll never send you back. If you don't fix that, the good people of this part of Arizona, you're going to be overrun.
And that is a concern all across the southern border. As the deadly summer heat eases, allowing for safer passage, traditionally more people will attempt a border crossing from this point forward. In La Jolla, Texas, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Get ready to pay even more at the store. Procter & Gamble says it's hiking prices again. They are the company that sells everything from diapers and laundry soap to cleaning products and shampoos. P&G says the rising cost of materials and supply shortages are the big reasons why. And Santa Claus is getting an early start because of all of this. A new survey from Oracle shows more than half of Americans have already started holiday shopping or plan to shop earlier than usual this year. A lot of people are trying to avoid the supply chain Grinch. And rising prices and the supply shortage is putting the squeeze on the housing market, too. Housing starts or the start of new home construction dropped 1.6% in September. Contractors just can't get the materials they need when they need it. And whatever they're able to get, they're paying more for it. And finally, on a positive note, the markets rallied Tuesday. Investors are optimistic about a strong start to the earnings season. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis. Get ready to pay even more at the store. Procter & Gamble says it's hiking prices again. They are the company.
All right, that was our Fox Means Business report, courtesy of Fox News. I do want to switch gears and check in with Fox 13 Tampa for a consumer segment. They're talking about child tax credits.
To expire soon, and the plan to keep it going is facing some big changes in Congress. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to break it all down for us. Hi, Craig.
Well, hi there. The whole idea behind this expanded child tax credit is to, 1, reduce poverty, and then 2, to help more women, specifically mothers, re-enter the workforce or enter the workforce in many cases, and also just to help a lot of working class families stay ahead of unexpected expenses as it relates to taking care of their kids. But there are not clearly enough votes right now in Congress for this to pass or keep it going, at least in its current form. In 2021, President Biden and Congress increased the child tax credit from $2,000 per child to up to $3,600 per child. It's now $3,600 for children under 6 and $3,000 for those ages 6 to 17. That's the full amount. It phases down for married couples who make more than $150,000 per year, and then it cuts off for those who make $440,000 or more per year. That's because the idea is to give working class parents more support in caring for their kids.
The expanded child tax credit that comes in monthly really helps to fill that gap for families who are doing everything they can to provide, but there are often gaps and families have to face and make impossible choices.
In concept, this has bipartisan support. For example, in the past, Republican Senator Marco Rubio led the push to raise the child tax credit and then tried to raise it again.
And all this says is you're going to get to keep more of your own money.
But Rubio and other Republicans did not support President Biden's specific plan for raising the child tax credit this year and do not support keeping it beyond December. And neither does Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, which means there are definitely not enough votes to keep this going unless it's significantly scaled back. And Manchin, who's a key swing vote on this, spelled out the two big changes it would take to win him over. First change, add work requirements. Parents who are able to hold a job must work in order to get the extra money. Second change, lower the cap on income. Going forward, he only wants families who make less than $60,000 per year to qualify for these additional tax credits. And the White House indicated the president is willing to negotiate on those points in order to get this passed.
He has also, in the past, supported and continues to be open to supporting what can be called means testing or can be called caps on income. And there are a range being discussed.
So all of this is telling us through those negotiations, the end result, if there is an agreement at all, would be to lower the income cap for individuals and for married couples. The question is, where do they draw the line? And there's a raging debate right now because you have sharp disparities in cost of living from state to state, and certainly areas within each state as well. And with that, a $60,000 cutoff in one state, say parts of rural Florida, may be very different from people living in New York City or Washington, D.C. because the cost of living is so much higher. And that's what they're trying to hash through as we speak, to try to figure out if they can come into agreement in terms of where the phase down and where the cutoff should be.
All right, understand. So how much would these additional tax credits cost the federal government, and how long, Craig?
Well, as it's currently proposed, it would be roughly, $556 billion over the next 4 years. That's the projected cost for 4 additional years, taking it beyond this year. This year it costs more than $100 billion. There would be a scale back. It hasn't been scored yet in terms of what impact the work requirements would have in terms of reducing the amount of costs to the government, but it would clearly cut it, from everything we're seeing, at least by half, if in fact they can strike that kind of agreement.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, thank you to Fox 13 Tampa. We always depend on Fox 13 Tampa for the up-to-date, most recent consumer news. So I do want to check in with them again for this next segment on how one organization is helping people to pay their mortgage.
While Congress is sharply divided on just about everything, there is one bill gaining strong bipartisan support. Florida Senator Marco Rubio has co-sponsored a bill to help teachers and first responders afford homes. He just introduced the Helper Act this week. And here with a closer look at the bill is our political editor, Craig Patrick. So how would this work, Craig?
Well, this would basically give teachers and first responders, which would include law enforcement and firefighters and medics, access to the same kind of support in purchasing a home that veterans currently have. Senators Marco Rubio and John Ossoff are an odd political couple. Rubio is the conservative Republican senior senator of Florida, and Ossoff is the progressive Georgia Democrat who tipped the balance of power to the Democrats. But there is one big thing they agree on.
With respect to the housing affordability crisis, which is felt acutely across my state,
Ossoff and Rubio are co-sponsoring a bill in the Senate to help teachers and first responders buy homes. It's called the Helper Act, which stands for Homes for Every Local Protector, Educator, and Responder. If passed, the federal government would offer a one-time special loan for a primary residence. The recipients could buy homes with no down payments on the principal. They'd still have to cover some closing costs. And while they could buy with no down payment on principal, they could also avoid monthly payments for mortgage insurance. With skyrocketing home prices and teacher and first responder salaries not keeping pace, this would remove the biggest obstacle many face in making a purchase and provide some reduction in the monthly payments.
This is not a measure of charity. It's not a nice thing to do. It's a necessity. One of the biggest challenges we are now facing is the cost of housing. There are counties in the state in which the people who serve that community, in the fire departments, in the police departments, EMTs, as teachers, can't live in the county, or they live, an hour and a half drive away.
And with that, this is a bill that also has bipartisan support in the other chamber, the House of Representatives. In fact, 2 Florida federal lawmakers, John Rutherford, a Republican, Al Lawson, a Democrat, are co-sponsoring the House version as well, so its prospects of passing are fairly good.
All right, Craig, if it does pass, what other specific requirements would teachers and first responders have to meet in order to qualify?
You'd have to be in good standing, meaning not in trouble, not on probation at work, not under investigation for misconduct, for example. And you also have to have some longevity, at least 4 years served, working at least 4 years as a teacher or first responder to prevent the potential for people just walking up and getting the job in order to get the special benefits if this passes.
Well, it would help a lot of people. Craig Patrick, thank you.
And now to a story that we first brought you all yesterday here at Live Now from Fox. You may remember these raw and unfiltered images coming from Waller County, Texas. All 21 people on board this plane survived a fiery crash in Texas. Joining us now live from Waller County is Fox 26 Houston's Denise Middleton with the latest. Good morning, Denise.
Good morning. It really is remarkable that everyone survived this crash that happened not far from this intersection where we are now, Morton Road and FM 2855. And you can see the flashing lights behind me. There is a Waller County deputy blocking off part of that road leading to the crash site. And it was a pretty dramatic scene here in Waller County yesterday. Dark plumes of smoke could be seen for miles. And according to the Federal Aviation Administration, the McDonnell Douglas MD-87 rolled through a fence and caught fire in a field while trying to leave from the Houston Executive Airport just after 10 o'clock in the morning. And the passengers, including a 10-year-old child, were on their way to Boston for Day 4 of the ALCS to cheer on the Astros. 2 people were taken to a hospital for back pain and respiratory issues after the crash. But again, investigators, the NTSB, they will be out here. They're going to have a go team investigating this crash to find out why it failed to get off the ground. So, of course, we keep you all posted on that tomorrow. Reporting live from Waller County, Denise Middleton, Fox 26 News.
Denise, for that reporting. Moving right along with our top stories this morning. Also, I do want to share with you all a passenger actually told Fox 26 Houston that the plane was headed there for a Major League Baseball American League Championship Series where the Houston Astros are facing the Boston Red Sox. Again, as Denise reported, the FAA and NTSB is reporting this situation. All right, let's move right along with our top stories now as America is mourning an American hero. The death of Colin Powell has a lot of people raising questions about the effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccines. So let's check in with Fox 11 Los Angeles for the latest.
The death of General Colin Powell is raising questions about the effectiveness of the coronavirus vaccine. We know that General Powell was fully vaccinated, but he also had underlying health conditions which likely complicated his fight against COVID. Dr. Praveen Budig is a board-certified immunologist. He's the one that we turn to, and we have all of these questions, and we certainly thought there were questions that were arising here. You've probably seen them circulating. Dr. Budig, thank you so much for jumping on with us. I know you're so busy. So, first of all, let's sort of set the stage about the health status of General Powell before his death. He had been ill for some time and had underlying health conditions, correct?
That is correct. Colin Powell was immunocompromised, and as a board-certified immunologist, I have many patients who are also immunocompromised. And although they have been vaccinated, they're still at risk. And I spend my day explaining the risk and how best to move forward in this world. And it's such a huge conversation that I have with patients. Although I don't normally like to get into the specifics of someone's personal medical situation, General Powell being a public figure, I feel comfortable saying that he was fighting a severe cancer of the blood and at the age of 84. whenever you're fighting cancer, contracting COVID can be a very tough combination for the body to endure, even when vaccinated.
And that's the part that is so important for us to highlight, right? Because I think there's questions about the efficacy of the vaccine. Many people are saying, well, wait, he was vaccinated, so what's the point of getting vaccinated if he's just going to die? He was ill. He had this other issue that he was dealing with and was immunocompromised.
I believe 100% agree with you. I don't believe we should connect the loss of General Powell yesterday to the vaccine not being effective. The vaccine works, absolutely works. It's actually saved hundreds and thousands of lives. Colin Powell, unfortunately, had an underlying condition, medical condition, and severely affected the vaccine's ability to create an appropriate immune response to give his body proper defense.
So I guess the question becomes, if you are then immunocompromised, and I think the people that have been doing their best to make sure that they stay protected, what extra steps can they take? Is it a reminder to sort of return to those things that we were urged to do at the outbreak of the pandemic?
That is correct. It can vary, but in Colin Powell's situation, as we know, his immune system was so weak from fighting the cancer that the vaccine was unable to trigger enough antibodies. The steps we can take is masking, staying away from very large social situations, and also washing those hands. Just the same things we've done before.
And I imagine, especially as the holiday season comes, those things are going to be important. If you are immunocompromised, you want to make sure to not let down your guard if you're going to be around groups of people, and I suppose vaccination status or not, right?
That's correct. We have to remember that the vaccine doesn't make you immune to contracting COVID-19. It stimulates a response in the body so you have a better defense.
Right.
From getting more severely ill and ending up in the hospital. So if you're vaccinated, you can still contract and transmit the disease. That's why it's so important to mask up, especially in this age group.
Yeah. How are you feeling about the booster shot for this immunocompromised group? Do you think that's going to help further protect them?
Absolutely. I believe in receiving the booster. I'm a strong proponent of the booster shot. It's a great way to reinforce your body's defense for this virus, and the medical community is highly encouraging those in this group to receive the booster for additional protection.
Let me ask you, we haven't talked for a while about this notion. We haven't even heard the term herd immunity in a while. Is it even an attainable goal anymore?
I honestly believe we still can do it. We're almost, actually, this is really surprising. That the CDC reported that nearly about 290 out of 290 million Americans, 260 to 270 million Americans have already received the vaccine. We still have a goal of, we're currently at 190 million and 270 million have to get vaccinated. And that's the goal, actually. This goal is, I think, still attainable. The Immunology Committee is predicting we'll hit that probably by the end of the year. And I feel strongly that we can.
Dr. Budiga, allow me to get a little personal. We have been talking to you since, I think, the very outset of this. You've been available to us here on Good Day LA. I certainly met you last October. You've been on the ground as a first responder fighting in this fight. And I just need to do a check-in on you, sir, because it seems like it's been a really long haul for you. How are you doing? This has been relentless for you.
Well, I appreciate you asking. The health of the caretaker is extremely important. We've heard about caregiver burnout being a severe situation, and especially healthcare burnout. And we have hundreds and thousands of doctors working day in, day out, nursing, health professionals, trying to take care of this COVID situation. And it's an ongoing relentless, it's almost like 2 years into the, and we hopefully are at the end of this third or fourth Delta surge that has really bogged us down. And I'm just trying to hang in there, and towards Christmas, and hopefully this will bring the booster and everybody getting the vaccination will bring an end to this. But to really, I believe the work of the Good Day LA, especially you, Michaela, in bringing this to light, to report the information about the effectiveness of the vaccine and how important it is to receive it, especially the booster, has actually saved millions of lives throughout the Los Angeles and Southern California. I'm so honored to be part of this, spreading the message to the community, because I think it's so important and we've actually worked together, and I think we have saved millions of lives as the team of GDLA, and I appreciate that.
Oh my goodness. Well, I was trying to give you your flowers, Dr. Budiga, and you know what? I'm going to come over here and give you the safest hug I could possibly give you, because you know, you're an extraordinary man, and I could feel the fatigue in you, and I just want to say, from one human to the other, we just appreciate all that you've done, and to work and try and save as many lives as possible. So hopefully, sir, you'll get some rest soon, okay? And maybe I'll be able to give you that hug in person one day soon, once all the boosters are done, and we'll get to have a chat about something other than COVID-19.
Of course.
Okay.
What's the latest movie coming up in Hollywood?
Exactly. I knew Dr. Budiga would have some ideas about things to talk about. What podcast you're listening to? A little bit of normal life. What a delight. Dr. Praveen Budiga, a board-certified immunologist who has just been stellar to us. Thank you so much again.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, slowly approaching the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Now, in case you missed it, I do want to play for you all the most recent White House press briefing. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki taking questions from reporters on a wide range of subjects. The FBI also says, the White House, I should say, also says the FBI is working with the U.S. Embassy to get 17 members of a United States-based missionary group who were kidnapped in Haiti back to safety. We will see Jen Psaki speak on this very topic ahead of our live interview with a international relations expert at 7:15. So make sure you are staying tuned into Live Now from Fox for raw and unfiltered nonstop news.
Schools hire school psychologists, counselors, social workers, and other health professionals to address the mental health needs of students. The Department of Education also released this morning the most comprehensive resource on mental health it has ever published, with real-world examples and strategies for how schools can address these needs. HHS and MTV have also just announced that they'll be hosting a youth mental health forum early next year, which will engage young people directly in identifying solutions to drive mental health action. This is just the beginning of our efforts. Also today, the President's executive order on competition called for improving the affordability and accessibility of hearing aids, and today the FDA took the next important step towards making them available over the counter at pharmacies and other regular retail stores without needing a prescription, a medical exam, or a fitting. Building on bipartisan legislation led by Secretary Grassley and Senator Grassley, and Senator Warren, the rules issued today will help millions of Americans with mild to moderate hearing loss get cheaper and more convenient access to hearing aids. About 37.5 million American adults have trouble hearing. But just 1/5 of them use hearing aids, in part because they're so expensive and inconvenient to get. The goal is to cut the red tape and allow more companies to compete to sell hearing aids. We're hopeful that the rules will be finalized next year, and with increased competition, expect hearing aids to cost hundreds instead of thousands of dollars. Finally, just wanted to give you a brief preview of the president's trip tomorrow. Tomorrow, he's traveling to his hometown, or one of his hometowns, I guess, of Scranton, Pennsylvania, to highlight the need for his bipartisan infrastructure deal and Build Back Better agenda. He will talk about growing up in Scranton and the way his experience there influenced his values and his belief that we need an economy that works for working people like those in Scranton instead of the wealthiest Americans on Wall Street. The president will explain these values are represented in his bipartisan infrastructure bill and Build Back Better agenda, which will invest in our physical and human infrastructure and help working families like those he grew up with in Scranton. He'll also emphasize, as you heard him do in Michigan last week, how his agenda makes the United States more competitive with China and around the world and can help America lead again on infrastructure, roads, highways, bridges, ports and airports, and people, including education, research and development, and child care. The president's infrastructure bill helps us rebuild our country, replace lead water pipes, expand access to high-speed internet, invest in climate resilience, and create good-paying union jobs. One other item, last one, lots of things going on today. Some good news on the supply chain front. Union Pacific Railroad just announced its facility serving the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach will now operate 24/7 to help move containers out of LA and Long Beach. And just yesterday, the Port of Los Angeles Executive Director Gene Soroka said that we have already cut in half the amount of cargo that is sitting on the docks for 13 days or longer. That is serious progress. And this commitment from the railroad is just the latest step towards a 24/7 supply chain and the result of important partnership between business, labor, and the port leadership. And also, welcome back to Kristen Welker, back as a fierce mama journalist. And we're waving a hello to your beautiful daughter, too. Welcome back. She's not old enough to watch yet, but hopefully. Yeah, she's napping. Okay, and Darlene, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Just a few questions about Rahm Emanuel's confirmation hearing tomorrow. How much weight did the president place on Emanuel's handling of the Juan McDonald police involved murder before offering him the ambassadorship of Japan?
The president nominated Rahm Emanuel to serve as ambassador to Japan because he's somebody who has a record of public service, both in Congress, serving as a public official in the White House, and certainly also as the mayor of Chicago, and he felt he was somebody who could best represent the United States in Japan.
How does the White House respond to some of the criticism of the nomination, specifically there are some liberal House members who are unhappy about it, and I know House members don't have a role in the confirmation hearing tomorrow. There's the NAACP, there are activists in Chicago. They're all saying that the nomination is out of step with the values of the president, who has called for comprehensive and meaningful police reform. So how do you square those two?
The president's record commitment to police reform speaks for itself. It is something he would like to get done. He would like to sign it into law. It is far overdue, and it is a priority for him in his administration. At the same time, he selects and has nominated a range of ambassadors to serve the United States overseas because of their qualifications, whether it's from business, public service, or other reasons that would make them qualified for these positions.
And then lastly on that, presumably the president would have spoken with Rahm Emanuel at some point during the process. Did they talk about the McDonald case?
I don't have any record of him speaking with him necessarily through the process. He didn't speak with every ambassadorial nominee. Obviously, he's somebody who he was familiar with. He knew his record longstanding prior to the nomination. And the president has made his own comments about that case, which I would point everyone to. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I just want to follow up on the supply chain that you just said was, you were seeing some serious progress on that front. So a couple of questions.
Yeah.
There. So the port of Long Beach yesterday saw this new record broken, 100 vessels at anchor waiting to enter. Normally, pre-COVID, they're seeing 17 ships, give or take, at anchor. Is the president satisfied today on where things stand?
The president is satisfied that progress continues to be made. And one of the reasons that there has been so much traffic in a lot of these ports is because there are more goods that are being ordered by people across the country. People have more money, expendable resources. Their wages are up. More people are working than they were a year ago. And port to port, it's different. But statistically, some of these ports have 20%, 30% increased volume as a result of that.
The president had said in his remarks last week that if federal support is needed, he would direct appropriate action. So what's the bar for that? What's the mark for directing additional, perhaps, federal appropriate action where you can?
Well, clearly, we just announced a number of steps just last week in order to increase capacity. I just announced a step today, just a few minutes ago, or highlighted it, I guess I should say. And we're going to continue to evaluate steps that need to be taken in order to move toward a 24/7 global supply chain.
The trade group that represents clothing manufacturers yesterday called on the administration to do more, basically, and they're asking perhaps that the Navy or the National Guard be called up to help unload cargo, drive trucks, do a number of things. Are those options? Is that an option?
I'm not here to take options off the table, but I will say we have made a great deal of progress already by working with labor leaders, by working with individuals running these ports and companies running these ports, by working with private sector companies to make progress, expedite the moving of goods, as is evidenced by the progress made by some of the port leaders over the course of the last couple of days. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. You said yesterday that beyond the Clean Energy Performance Plan, there's more on the table as far as what you could do legislatively on climate. Senator Manchin today said that carbon tax is not one of the things that's come up in discussions that the White House has had with him. Is that something that the White House has taken off the table, and if so, why?
I'm not taking any options on or off the table. This is an ongoing negotiation, and obviously each of the senators or members who are part of the negotiations can speak for themselves on what they are for or against at this point in the process. I think what it's important to note, what I would just point out today, is that there was a report from the Rhodium Group, an independent research firm, reinforced the fact that the United States has multiple pathways to meet President Biden's pledge to reduce emissions 50 to 52% below 2005 levels in 2030. There's no question that as we work to get the infrastructure bill passed, as we work to get the Build Back Better agenda passed, that there are components in both of those bills that would help have an enormous impact on moving things forward. And I wanted to highlight a couple of these things because sometimes we shorthand in the infrastructure bill roads, rails, and bridges. These are key components that we don't talk about a lot, that people out there in the country don't always know all about these components as we shorthand them, roads, rails, and bridges. And some of these are climate pieces. Including making the largest federal investment in history to expand public transit. That's going to help a range of lower income communities. It's also a step that is a positive step forward for the climate. Remediating environmental harms and addressing the legacy pollution that harms the public health of communities by cleaning up Superfund sites, building out first ever national network of EV charging stations in the United States. What I would note, just to go back to this Rhodium report again, which we can share with all of you if you haven't seen it, is that while we continue to work with our colleagues in Congress on a clean energy performance program, this independent analysis lays out a path to the president's climate goal without the EPP in place. No one policy, in our view, makes or breaks our chances. It's clear that we need to pursue bold efforts in all of the economic sectors that release harmful greenhouse gas emissions, and we're working with Congress to do exactly that. So I mentioned, of course, the different components in the package and the president's budget proposal. We also expect policies like the Clean Energy Accelerator, tax credits for clean energy and clean cars, investments in agriculture and forestry. All of these will be major drivers in emissions cuts, and all are part of both discussions with Congress and discussions of what the president can do independently.
The carbon tax, is that a part of those discussions?
That's an idea that not one the president proposed, but one that has been put forward by a range of members of Congress.
Okay, and then the president spoke yesterday with Senators Padilla and Warnock about voting rights. Both of those senators have said that the filibuster should not get in the way at all of voting rights legislation, even if that means it needs to be done away with, reformed, whatever. Did the president share with those senators yesterday why he disagrees with them?
The president called both Senators Warnock and Padilla yesterday to convey his commitment to getting past must pass legislation through that will protect Americans' constitutional rights from the systematic assault that Republicans have been mounting in state legislatures across the country based on the big lie. I'd also note that the vice president also spoke with Senators King, Klobuchar, and Ossoff and delivered the same message, our commitment to absolutely getting this done. They also reiterated what I said yesterday, which is that Senate Democrats, we know Senate Democrats, including members they spoke with yesterday, have worked hard to draft legislation that includes traditionally bipartisan provisions. It's something that should get support from Republicans and Democrats across the spectrum, and that if Republicans cannot come forward and stop standing in the way, if they can't support strengthening, protecting the fundamental right to vote, then Democrats are going to have to determine an alternative path forward. But right now, the vice president wanted to call to express support and express interest in working together to get this done.
And you said, you talked about Republicans coming forward to support that. I think it was Representative Kinzinger who said over the weekend that he would be willing to support a narrower initiative that was not like an omnibus voting rights bill, but dealt with narrower issues. Is that something that you're open to considering?
Look, we are interested in protecting people's fundamental rights. I don't know what he's proposing, but right now we're focused on the vote that's going to happen in Congress this week. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Is the goal of these meetings with lawmakers today to come to an agreement on a top line number by today?
Our goal is to continue to make progress, and based on the morning meetings and our expectation of the afternoon meetings, we expect they will do exactly that.
They'll come to an agreement on a top line number, or they'll make progress?
They'll make progress.
Okay. What is the thinking in having these meetings separately? Because he's meeting with a group of progressives, he's meeting with a group of moderate Democrats. Those are the two groups who disagree with each other. So why would they not meet together?
Well, these are serious policy discussions, often on nitty-gritty details, and they aren't duels between factions of the party. There's broad agreement, actually, about the vast majority of issues here. So the president's basing this approach on 5 decades of Washington, which is a pretty good guide for how to get things done. And he felt these were the appropriate groups to come together and bring to the White House today.
But he wanted to keep them separate?
Well, I think it's important for people to understand it's not as if these members don't talk to each other in Congress or don't have their own meetings with each other. So this was just his approach, the president's approach today, again, based on 5 decades in Washington, about how to get into the nitty-gritty details, which is often what these meetings are about, to make progress and move things forward.
Can you confirm he also met with Senator Manchin here this morning?
He did. He met with Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema this morning, and I think we've put out the list of members he's meeting with this afternoon.
My last question is one on the lawsuit filed by the former president yesterday, going after the National Archives and the January 6th Committee for Seeking Documents. He said in the lawsuit, he and his attorneys, that it is a political ploy by this president to accommodate his partisan allies by not asserting privilege over the documents that the former president wants privilege asserted over. What's the president's response?
Well, our view, and I think the view of the vast majority of Americans, is that former President Trump abused the office of the presidency and attempted to subvert a peaceful transfer of power, something that had happened between Democratic and Republican presidencies for decades and decades throughout history. The former president's actions represented a unique and existential threat to our democracy that we don't feel can be swept under the rug. And as President Biden determined, and as we have provided updates to all of you, as our legal team has made evaluations, the constitutional protections of executive privilege should not be used to shield information that reflects a clear and apparent effort to subvert the Constitution itself.
Right. Thank you, Jen. I have a carbon tax question and a voting rights question.
Sure.
On carbon tax, I know you said it isn't his idea, but does he believe it's possible to design a carbon tax that would not violate his 400,000 and below no taxes on people who earn 4,000?
Yes, I think you and I have had this conversation before. I'm having a flashback. He does. Well, it wasn't his idea. He does, and there's ample precedent for that in terms of what's in the infrastructure bill.
My second question is, does he know whether Joe Manchin would support a carbon tax?
We will let Senator Joe Manchin speak for himself on what he would and would not support.
And on voting rights, you said if Republicans won't step forward, Democrats will have to come up with an alternative path forward. It's been known for some time that Republicans are not going to come forward, and you don't have the votes in the states or in Congress, and unless Joe Manchin agrees to a carve-out for the filibuster, how far along are you on figuring out what that alternative path forward would be?
Well, it's a discussion that we would have with leaders and members in Congress and right now what our focus is on the vote tomorrow. Republicans still have an opportunity to do the right thing to protect people's fundamental right to vote. Go ahead.
So just a question on the timing on the supply chain issue actions that the president has taken. It was clear in March of 2020 when COVID hit that the supply chains across the world had been disrupted. Even as the sort of work to fight back against COVID proceeded, it was crystal clear that things were not improving on supply chain. People couldn't get dishwashers and furniture and treadmills delivered on time, not to mention all sorts of other things. So why is it
the tragedy of the treadmill that's delayed?
Right, the problem. But the serious point is, why didn't the president act sooner in a more aggressive way? I know there was a task force announced of some kind earlier this summer, but essentially the president waited until now, right before the holiday season, to take these series of actions. Why didn't the president act sooner? And is that a reflection of the fact that his administration has failed to kind of anticipate and is much more reactive to these kinds of things rather than getting ahead of them as they should?
Well, that's not actually true. The president formed a task force at the very beginning of the administration, and what we know from the global supply chain issues is that they are multifaceted. Right now, we've been focusing on the ports and issues at the ports. And what leaders at these ports will tell you is that they've seen an increase in volume dramatically as it relates to last year, a year ago, 20%, 30% increase in volume. But there are other issues that have impacted the global supply chain that we've been working to address through our task force from the beginning. One of them is the fact that manufacturing sites around the world have been shut down because of COVID. We've been working to be the largest supplier of COVID vaccines to countries around the world for a range of reasons. It's morally right, but also to help address those global supply chain issues and the impact that manufacturing and the slowdown in manufacturing can have on the global supply chain. Another issue that people will tell you, and you've done some reporting on, many of you, is the shortage of drivers that we have seen, and there's been some reporting on it recently, but this has been an issue throughout the course of the year. The DMV has expedited their approval of commercial driver's licenses. In 2021, an average of 50,000 commercial driver's licenses and learning permits have been issued each month, 60% higher than 2021 numbers. We've also been working with unions to help address the shortages of workers, whether they are at ports or whether they are driving issues or other components that impact the supply chain. So I think the important thing to understand here is that there are multiple issues that are impacting the supply chain. And some of that is that as the economy has turned back on, more people had expendable income, wages, to buy more goods. More people are buying more goods. People have started to also buy more things online than going into stores. And so that is also impacting the volume, and there's a need for more. So we've been working on this since February, and we've seen the uptick, perhaps related to the fact that this season, sometimes people are buying even more goods, but we've been working on it since February.
Jen, I have a follow-up on that.
I'll come back to you, Emerald. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. As the president meets with lawmakers today, in his view, are there any non-negotiables in this package? Do any of his signature programs have to remain?
His red line continues to be that he will not raise taxes for anyone making less than $400,000 a year. And what we think about here is what we want to achieve, which is historic impact on how we address child care and care issues that families across the country are having, making sure we're doing something to address the climate crisis, and making sure we're more competitive and putting people back to work. There are a lot of ways to get there, but that's why the president proposed his packages. But really, the $400,000 taxes is his primary red line.
And you've talked a lot about urgency in passing the bill. Yesterday you said time is not unending. When does the clock run out for the White House?
I'm not going to set a new deadline today. I will just point you to the fact that today he is spending virtually nearly every minute of his day meeting with members of Congress, and I think that's a reflection of how urgent he feels moving things forward, coming to an agreed upon path forward, and moving towards delivering to the American people is.
And then just a question on North Korea. This morning, it tested a ballistic missile launched from a submarine. First, do you have a response to that? And then secondly, can you point to any actions that the administration is taking right now to achieve its ultimate goal of complete denuclearization?
Sure. Well, I know INDOPACOM and the State Department have spoken to this overnight, and I'd point you to them. As they've said, we condemn the DPRK's ballistic missile launch. These launches violate multiple UN Security Council resolutions and are a threat to the region. We call on the DPRK to refrain from further provocations and engage in sustained and substantive dialogue. And our commitment to the defense of the Republic of Korea and Japan remains ironclad. These launches also underscore the urgent need for dialogue and diplomacy. Our offer remains to meet anywhere, anytime, without preconditions. We're also closely consulting with allies in this. In fact, this morning, Special Representative for the DPRK, Sung Kim, met with his Japanese and ROK counterparts to discuss how to engage the DPRK. And so we remain prepared to engage in diplomacy with the DPRK and also, of course, to work closely with our allies and partners on addressing this as it proceeds.
To be clear, you said that on October 4th that they hadn't responded yet, so they still haven't.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Jen. Why is the administration flying thousands of migrants from the border to Florida and New York in the middle of the night?
Well, I'm not sure that it's in the middle of the night.
7:20 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a look back as a White House press secretary takes questions from reporters on a wide variety of subjects, briefly discussing the kidnapping situation that is taking place in Haiti. I do want to continue to follow this story as it is continuing to raise awareness and bring national headlines to the U.S. and Haiti relationship when it comes to the political spectrum of this. So I do want to welcome to the conversation Dr. Giselle Jamison, Director of Political Science at St. Thomas More University. Dr. Jamison, thank you so much for joining. So we know that it's been a few days since the gang 400 Mile kidnapped 17 United States Americans, a missionary group that was building an orphanage in Haiti there on the ground. Can you tell us exactly how the White House and the FBI are working together to rescue this group of Americans? Dr. Jamison, can you hear me okay? All right, guys, it looks as though we're having a bit of audio issues. We will work to get Dr. Jamison back on the show as soon as we can. But in the meantime, I will bring you all to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are streaming live now from Fox, bringing you the latest information to the ongoing situation in Haiti. Dozens of Haitians actually protested throughout the nation just on Tuesday to denounce the recent kidnapping of members of a United States-based missionary group. This is happening just days after the 400 Maozo gang kidnapped the group of missionaries, which included children and one Canadian national. I do want to try to welcome to the conversation again Dr. Giselle Jameson, Director of Political Science at St. Thomas More University. Dr. Jameson, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And let's start from the beginning for those who may not be aware. What exactly is happening right now in Haiti when it comes to the group of United States missionaries who were kidnapped?
Yes, and thank you so much, Rain, for having me here today to share with your viewers this very tragic situation that is developing in Haiti today. That Saturday, we learned that a group of missionaries, a group called in Ohio based, a Christian aid ministry group, have been kidnapped. There were 16 individuals that are American citizens, one individual that is from Canada, 17 in total. And unfortunately, as you just said, there are children involved. It's just not the missionary, women and children involved. This is a situation that is unfortunately not unique in Haiti. Kidnapping for ransom have been around for a number of years, but it looked like it had been more seriously happening since the assassination, if you remember, of the president of Haiti back in July. And the percentage of kidnapping that are foreigners is what is worrisome, because those numbers have been increasing.
Dr. Jameson, I do want to replay for you all. I'm sure that you were listening into our show, but White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki recently just briefly kind of touched on this subject when she spoke about how the United States traditionally handles situations like this. So I do want to replay this moment for our viewers in case they missed it.
Policy, and I can't get into too many details operationally here because has never been in the interest of Britain. Remains our policy, and I can't get into too many details operationally here because has never been in the interest of Britain. Remains our policy, and I can't get into too many details operationally here because has never been in the interest.
I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I cannot
Thank
hear
you.
you.
Apologize for the audio issues this
Yes,
morning. So Jen Psaki briefly saying that she cannot get into the full scope of exactly how the United States negotiates with kidnappers, if they do at all. Can you touch on how this is traditionally handled, a situation like this?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. Since 1973, the policy of the United States has been one of a no concession policy, which what that translates is like we do not negotiate with kidnappers officially. And this happened because kidnapping, unfortunately, has been a tool that has been used by criminal organizations, by terrorist organizations for a number of years. So in order to deter that no more kidnapping happen, the United States has that policy. However, that does not mean that private citizens from the United States cannot engage in some type of negotiations, or that the FBI will not help, like it is happening now in the case of these missionaries, in trying to come up to an agreement to try to release. What the United States doesn't want to do is pay ransom. And as we heard, the ransom that is being asked is outrageous. They're asking about $1 million per individual. We come up with $17 million, which is an amount of money that, of course, it's a Christian ministry, will not be able to raise, but even if they did, how do you guarantee that if you pay the ransom, that these criminals are going to release these individuals unharmed? So it's a very, very difficult situation, and one that, of course, like we heard Jen Psaki, White House Press Secretary, said, that is one that the United States cannot give a lot of details. When you have a negotiation of this nature, you cannot give a lot of details. We do know that back in August, there was another kidnapping that happened. In this case, they were Catholic priests and nuns. Some of them were French. And then we end up learning that they were released. But generally, we don't find out, or it's not made public, has anything been paid, or how was the procedure in which you release those individuals. So that is the part that is perhaps will continue to be unknown.
And we must mention that a lot of Americans are pretty upset with this policy. I mean, could you imagine if someone that you're related to, a close friend or family member or child, is a part of this missionary group, you go to Haiti to help rebuild an orphanage, and the United States can do so much, only do so much to help return them home? Is this something that should be changed in the future?
Well, number one, I think that hopefully there's two things that need to happen. You can look at these policies, absolutely, but the most fundamental thing is to get into how is it that criminal organizations can use kidnapping to benefit and profit from individuals that will do anything, as you said, that are desperate to pay a ransom. I just want to make sure to clear too that, for instance, the numbers that have been provided by the United Nations Integrated Office in Haiti is that the worrisome numbers are because last year, Haiti already had more than 250 kidnappings in the country. This year, we're not at the end, and the number is over 300. From those, it's a fraction that is international or foreigners. Only 42 have been foreigners. Kidnapping is being used in Haiti even to extort funds from individuals that have no funds, from individuals that have that work in the informal economy. There are a lot of cases that they kidnap and they ask for $100, and the families end up paying $20 to release their loved ones. So looking and trying to come up to how do we stop these gangs from committing these horrific crimes is something that we need to look at. And at this moment, gangs are pretty much what are running the country right now. This is not a phrase that I say. This has been even said by individuals in the State Department, like Daniel Fonte, the former White House envoy to Haiti, who resigned for different reasons, resigned because of the policies towards Haitians. But this is how he defined what's going on in Haiti today. A country where gangs are now running the country. And you will need more than 10,000 officers to stop this. So the structural problems behind are a lot more complicated. And of course, all these structural problems are very difficult to comprehend, like you correctly said, when you say, it is my family member that is there that is being kidnapped. Will I see them again?
So let's touch on that a little bit more, because it seems as though the Prime Minister of Haiti is really in a tough position. Would you say that gang-controlled territory has increased since the president's assassination?
It certainly, that's what it looked like. And of course, because many researchers like myself, we can't be on the ground right now precisely because of this warnings that it's extremely dangerous to be in Haiti. But based on what we talk with Haitians that are there in the country, yes, the amount of territory that the gangs, particularly this one is one that Mawoso is the name of this gang. They control 80% of the kidnappings is done by this gang alone. And they not only control resources, like you said, yes, they control territory. So the problem for a country really comes, and is very serious, when the country does not have what we call in political science internal sovereignty, which means the ability to control every aspect, territory, people, that is going on within your territory. That is lost in Haiti right now. There are areas that the military of Haiti, the government of Haiti cannot even go in because it's completely under the control of the gang. So how can we work or try to help a country when they cannot control the country themselves? So yes, this is a problem, it's a serious problem, and it doesn't seem to have an end, at least in the near future.
So looking forward, we know that the White House, the FBI, they're all working with the United States Embassy there in Haiti to get this group home safety. And oftentimes we don't really know what takes place as far as the negotiation process, because obviously that's confidential. So anything in particular that you're looking for when it comes to this situation?
I think they're going to be very tactful I think they're not going to rush. I think that it's good that the FBI is involved, that we are having a presence in Haiti, but unfortunately, we are going to have to negotiate somehow with these criminals. Are we going to pay ransom or not? Well, that officially is not allowable. So how will it be solved? I'm not sure about that, but this has to be solved not just for this particular incident, because if not, unfortunately, we're going to see this increasing. Also, we have to be very careful, those individuals who go with the best intentions of the world to help Haiti, to be very careful as to where you can be located. There are certain areas, like I said, outside of Port-au-Prince, that they are controlling the roads, they're controlling the transportation system. So really having it more knowledgeable about the territory when you go to Haiti. Right now, this is almost a failed state in which many of the institutions are not working. Now, I don't want to sound like, well, the United Nations have said that the situation now in Haiti is bleak, which is not too uplifting. However, there are little small steps that are happening with the Prime Minister now in trying to come up with agreements with the different political sectors, because after all, this is a political situation more than just a criminal situation of how Haiti is developing at this moment.
All right. Dr. Giselle Jamison, Director of Political Science at St. Thomas More University, excuse me. Thank you so much for joining.
St. Thomas University. Thank you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 7:40 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you all so much for choosing us as your source for raw and unfiltered, non-stop news. We have quite a bit of excuse me, guys. It is bright and early, and I might be still waking up. We have some more live elements coming up on our show. However, I do want to check in with Fox 32 Chicago. They're discussing the increase of crime in the area.
this happens, and the investigation will have to unfold, but there's really nothing that could possibly justify it. I'm sure it will result from a minor confrontation of some type, either over, a mask or, stealing $20 worth of makeup. And for that, a police officer is potentially, losing his life. I mean, the bullet, fortunately, was a glancing blow, but it came just an inch or two away from being a fatal shot. This officer could have lost his life basically over nothing, just like Officer Ella French lost her life over a traffic stop. I mean, we're at the point where, police officers feel like they are under siege. This is the 58th incident where police officers were fired upon this year. 12 of them have been struck, one fatally. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we have to draw a line and say enough is enough.
Look, Alderman, I think a lot of people feel like we've had this conversation time and again. We're shouting at the rain. Yesterday, Anita and I were speaking with Reverend Ira Ackery. He was on the west side talking to students who were still mourning the loss of Kira Moore. And he was talking about declaring a state of emergency. Has it come to that? I mean, what's the next step?
I believe it has. Whether we declare it or not, it's unfolding before our very eyes. The level of armed violence that is taking place right now is just unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this. Yes, we've had crime, and yes, things back in the early 90s were pretty bad, but we've never had this amount of guns on the street in the hands of violent people willing to use them over nothing. The smallest confrontation. As I said, this situation yesterday at Ulta, when we figure out what it was, it's going to turn out to be some really small thing that escalated into this point. Anytime you're out, in a fast food restaurant or any environment where there's a line of people, you're only a millisecond away from somebody just, losing it or going postal, the word we used to describe years ago. But now there's fatal consequences to that type of tension that's happening right now. So it absolutely is a crisis. It's something we've never seen in our society before. A lot of people think it's created by the stress of the pandemic. I'm sure there's some truth to that. But whatever the root cause is, we have to address it because it's potentially threatening our very lifestyle.
Well, this officer was shot even while police at headquarters were calling in officers yesterday for not entering their information into the vaccine portal. A lot of those officers feel it's an invasion of privacy. We understand that according to the FOP president, we're talking about a third of the police force potentially losing their jobs. Is that the right move right now, given the state that we are in with this violence? Because if you call in the National Guard, they have no arrest powers. They can't hold people at all. All they can really do is stand around with a bunch of guns.
I don't think it's the right thing to do right now to potentially fire significant numbers of police officers when we're having trouble recruiting and training. The last police exam that was offered, we had about 500 people show up to take it. We typically have 5,000. There's another one coming up in December, and we're not seeing a tremendous outflow of support to take that either. So, there's a small number of police officer candidates graduating from the academy right now when we would normally have hundreds. So we really can't recruit, hire, and train police officers fast enough to replace the retirements and the vacancies that we already have. It's really not an option to engage in mass termination right now and potentially fire 1,000 or 2,000, whatever the number is going to turn out to be. We can't do that. That's just not something we can do. We're going to have to find a way to encourage, with incentives, to encourage these police officers to get vaccinated.
Yeah, I'm pushing back at that 3,000. I mean, John Catanzaro is doing his job. He is representing his rank and file. He is doing his due diligence. We have seen, Alderman, throughout sectors all across the economy, a lot of people threatening to quit, but when push comes to shove, they withdraw, and maybe they get the shot, or maybe they share their information. Is there a talk amongst council members that perhaps this is a game of chicken and that the numbers are going to be much smaller than that 3,000 that he's throwing out?
It is. I'll just give you my own personal estimate, and that's all it really is. I think there's probably around 1,500 to 2,000 police officers who are unvaccinated. A number of police officers who did not comply with the disclosure requirements on the data portal have told me they're vaccinated. They just didn't like the process. They didn't like being forced to disclose it on a data portal at a deadline. So they did it as an act of defiance because they dislike this mayor. We all know the relationship between the police department and the mayor, and they felt that this was one more thing she was piling on, telling them to go online and disclose their status. Even though they're vaccinated, they chose not to do it. So the number of unvaccinated officers, I believe, is much lower than what is being put out there as part of the negotiation. This is now in court. We've got dueling lawsuits right now between the FOP and the city. So it's going to have to work itself out as a standard labor dispute. And anytime you've got a labor dispute, you have posturing, and it's all part of the negotiation. But the stakes are incredibly high. We need all our police officers right now. We need them healthy. We need them COVID-free, and we need them on the job. There's just no question about that. So we have to find a better way to get there than vilifying them and criticizing them and threatening them. That hasn't worked up until now. So it's time to put a carrot on the end of that stick and give them some kind of incentive to get them to do what they need to do.
Well, we've got to end it there. And obviously, this is a conversation that we're not going to be done with anytime soon. But Alderman Brian Hopkins, always a pleasure to have you on, sir. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, guys.
It's happened again. Another.
Checking in with our Fox O&Os, owned and operated television stations across the country. Just after 7:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, almost to the point where our co-host Regina Gonzalez will hop on and bring you all non-stop news for the next several hours. But until then, I do want to bring you all the most recent information from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says that his state's seaports could be a solution to help ease America's ongoing supply chain crisis. He's offering up Florida ports as an alternative to overwhelmed ports in other parts of the country. Let's go ahead and listen into this press conference from Jacksonville, Florida.
As not only just in the United States, but beyond, but certainly in the United States, disruptions in the supply chain. You've seen the images of all these ships docked off the coasts of various cities in the United States where there's a big log jam. That, of course, is impacting what we see in terms of on our store shelves. We see more empty shelves than we're used to seeing, and there's shortages of different things. Of course, we're also seeing increased cost in terms of inflation. Year-over-year increase in food prices so far is the highest it's been in 10 years. And of course, many commuters have been suffering under about a 50% increase in gasoline. And so you see a lot of problems. I know they just announced, well, in California, maybe they'll start having the port operate 24/7. Our ports operate 24/7. I mean, that should be happening anyways. And so we in Florida have the ability to help alleviate these log jams and help to ameliorate the problems with the supply chain. And part of it is because we've long been committed to reliable, modern, and accessible port facilities. Since I became governor in 2019, we've allocated almost $1 billion to over 70 Florida seaport projects. And these are approaches that have made us really, really strong. And of course, the port is one. And then once it gets off the port with the different operations that we offer, both rail and road, it really, really, really is, I think, a model for the rest of the country. So we're here. We have capacity. And not only that, I'm proud to announce, and I'm going to let the directors talk a little bit more, that JAXPort and some of the other ports are also stepping up even above and beyond by offering incentive packages to businesses who want to move their cargo through these ports, like JAXPort. This will make a huge difference. If you think about a place like JAXPort, you have close to 100 million consumers that live within 1 day's drive of JAXPort. And I think companies are noticing, they're noticing that Florida could be the solution for some of these logistical problems. Just last week, a European container shipping company announced they were going to reroute vessel service to JAXPort, bringing an estimated 1,000 additional containers a week through Jacksonville. And it's been many years since we've had a European company come through JAXPort. So that's very, very exciting. Port Everglades recently accommodated the MSC Stella container ship with nearly 7,000 containers this past weekend, and the MSC Susanna container ship with 9,200 containers is arriving this weekend from India via the Suez Canal. So we're able to accommodate these ships without backups. Our seaports are used to operating around the clock. They're used to moving cargo for American families, farmers, and businesses. And we think that, that this is a great solution given our capacity for some of the problems you see in other parts of the country. In addition to our seaports, though, we've invested more than $200 million each year on freight and rail infrastructure to create a more reliable intermodal network. And we are continuing to invest, and we're adding to the investments in workforce education so that we can prepare individuals for meaningful in-demand careers like logistics and like getting commercial driver's license. I was just in the Florida Panhandle earlier this week, and actually last week, and we did a program, we did funding. They have commercial driver's license programs so that we can get more people to drive trucks, but they also need people that can service these trucks. So we launched, we did almost $3 million. They're going to add a diesel technician program to what they already have, and these are really important jobs. They're in demand, and I know Jacksport works with the local. I think all these ports work with some of the local educational institutions to make sure that we have folks coming on these tracks, and so we're going to continue to do that. Since 2019, since I've been governor, we've increased enrollment in high-quality post-secondary career and technical programs by nearly 50%. We've added 50 new apprenticeship programs, and over the last year, 2020, we did 15,000 more industry certificates awarded than we did in 2019, and so that continues to grow. Part of it is because I think people see more and more that if you're certified, if you have the skills, particularly as you're talking about our ports, you talk about some of the logistics, they need people that have skills, and you're going to be able to do very well if you do it. So Florida's here. We want to make sure that Americans get the goods they need, particularly as we approach the Christmas season. I can only imagine if we don't ameliorate some of this by then. I mean, last-minute shoppers like me, we're going to show up and not be able to get anything. We're not going to be able to get anything delivered. So that will cause a lot of heartburn. So I actually got to make a note that I got to do it a little earlier this year. But hopefully, with what we're doing here, more and more folks coming to our Florida ports, that will be able to help solve some of the problems that we're seeing. So I'm proud of what we've been able to do, and I'm really proud of these seaports that we have in the state of Florida. Really is some of the crown jewels that we have in our state, and we want to make sure that we're helping to address, because when you start talking about supply chain inflation, that's not something that's just going to affect a small segment. I mean, that hits very wide, hits very hard, and so Florida's here. We've got capacity, and we also have incentive packages to make it worth your while to be able to bring your business through our ports. So first one that's going to talk about some of what they're doing here and what they can offer businesses going forward is Eric Green, the CEO of Jacksport. So Eric, want to come up?
I want to start by thanking Governor DeSantis, Secretary Tebow, our board chair, Wendy Hamilton, board members Daniel Bean, Jamie Shelton, and Brad Talbert, who's here with us today, and all of the port workers and partners who are here with us. With your support, Jacksport has maintained uninterrupted cargo service throughout the pandemic, keeping the supply chain moving and store shelves stocked for the people of our great state and throughout the nation. Standing here today, surrounded by so many important partners, I am proud to announce that fiscal year 2021, which we just completed at the end of September, was a historic year for Jacksport. More than 1.4 million containers moved through our port over the past year, a new port record set in the middle of a pandemic. And we're not slowing down, not even close. As Florida's largest container port, we want the industry to know that Florida ports like Jacksport are a solution to the nation's port congestion problem. The success of this year's holiday season depends on shippers and ocean carriers diversifying their port calls and utilizing uncongested ports like ours. As we've seen this month with a major shipping line, as the governor mentioned, rerouting their European container service to Jacksport to adapt to market's needs. Governor DeSantis, we share your message. We welcome all cargo vessels and suppliers to ship through Florida. The industry has taken notice of Florida's advantages, including our workforce and fast access to 100 million U.S. consumers. Right here, we are all gathered. 200 million in enhancements are underway to modernize the terminal. It's all funded through the support of our governor and elected officials, as well as our public-private partnership with SSA, one of the world's leading terminal operators. Together, we are building the port of the future, further increasing efficiencies, combined with the investments that the state has made in our transportation network and the strength of our trucking, rail, and service providers. We are ready to serve the needs of consumers in Florida and throughout the nation today and for generations to come. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Eric, and we're really excited about all the great stuff that's gone on with Jacksport. Congratulations. Next, I want to bring up Ike Sherlock.
Governor DeSantis, Secretary Tebow, Mr. Green, distinguished guest, my name is Ike Sherlock. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for AGX Freight. And today, I proudly stand as a representative of the transportation and logistics workforce for the great state of Florida. Truckers, warehouse workers, brokers, and many more, all essential workers that are critical in the supply chain between the Florida ports and the consumer. The governor mentioned a very notable thing. From where we stand right now, almost 100 million consumers live within a one-day truck transit drive. Think about how perfectly positioned we are from a geographic standpoint to strike and strike quickly. Almost 100 million consumers. I would like to call out good communication and positive working relationships as they apply to our host venue, Jacksport. Jacksport has successfully leveraged relationships with our truckers and warehousemen to not only seamlessly handle record import numbers, but as a team on the export side, we have mobilized huge amounts of massive military deployments and huge human relief efforts. You can go from port to port all over the state and you hear success story after success story of the private truckers working successfully with the ports. I share all of this with you today because I want you to know that not only is Florida open for business, Florida has the critical infrastructure, essential manpower, and additional capacity to successfully handle more business. Thank you.
Okay, Mark Masaglia delivering remarks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Masaglia, and I lead the commercial and business development team for the Terminals and Ports Division of Watco, which is a leading transportation service logistics company. We're here today because Florida is open for business. Governor DeSantis, we're grateful for your leadership. You've made sure that business was open during and throughout the pandemic, and your leadership has been a bright light in a sometimes dark world. Thank you. We all know that port congestion and a record number of vessels at anchor are exacerbating the nation's supply chain issues. Watco provides rail, water, highway transportation solutions throughout North America and Australia, and we operate 44 short-line railroads and 79 ports and terminals throughout the United States. Here in Jacksonville, which is my hometown for the past 30 years, we're proud to operate the Jacksport Railroad, which serves Jacksonville's Talleyrand Terminal, just up the river. As Jacksport's serving railroad, I can say that Jacksonville is prepared to handle the business that's stalled at the congested ports. Jacksonville is a global gateway that offers convenience, efficiencies, and unmatched competitive rail options. With service from CSX, Norfolk Southern, and the Florida East Coast Railway, Northeast Florida's rail network has the capacity to effectively deliver increased imports and exports. We're eager to relieve the strain and get the cargo moving. As they're linked to the port, Watco is ready to move intermodal containers directly from the port to the main intermodal yards of those Class 1 railroads, and with their connections to Miami, Atlanta, Charlotte, Chicago, and beyond. We all know that time is money, and it's time to put Florida's efficiencies to work. There's no better state to do business in, and Watco and the First Coast Rail Network is ready, willing, and able to solve the supply chain issues under the leadership of Governor DeSantis and Secretary Thibault. For all of our current customers and our future customers, I ask you to bring it on and make Jacksonville your port of the future. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for allowing Watco to serve you. Governor, we won't let you down.
Okay. Okay, from Port of Tampa, Paul Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Governor DeSantis, Secretary Thibault. Thank you very much for the support that you've given to our ports so that we can be here today to support your vision that you've said to the world, our nation, and our state. We're open for business. And so are our ports open for business, and not just 8 hours a day. We work round the clock. I'd like to take just a minute, if I can, Governor, to recognize the men and women that are back here that are at the tip of the spear in ports all over our state for what they do 24/7. I'd also like to say, I see some old friends. Good to see you, Lake. It's great to be back in Jacksport. Eric, thanks for hosting us. I'm here for one simple reason, is to ask for the shippers around the world, those that own cargo. I want your business. Eric wants your business from Jacksport. Jonathan from Port Everglades, we want your business. Reroute your thinking. Reroute your cargo to come to Florida. We stand ready to offer you incentives that will make it ideal at cost savings so that these men and women in our ports can move your cargo to get to consumers so Governor DeSantis can late shop and still get what he needs. Thank you very much.
Okay, from South Florida, we have Jonathan Daniels, Port Everglades.
Governor DeSantis, thank you so much. Your leadership has been absolutely invaluable. Secretary Thibault, thank you, as well as you continue to blaze our path forward. In a hyper-competitive environment that is ports of today, when you take competitors and make them collaborators, what happens in Jacksport happens. Brand new services come to the state because we're looking at our state as a system. 15 ports strong, willing to take on any level of competition that's out there, allow the governor to make sure, as Paul said, that he can get his shopping done in plenty of time. But it also allows the consumers of the state of Florida and the majority of the United States to be able to see what efficiency looks like in ports and to look at an integrated transportation system that meshes ports, rail, highways, and air in a seamless transportation network that is the state of Florida's transportation system. Governor, thank you for your leadership. And again, has been said, we're there to be able to support you. We're there to be able to support the shippers, the carriers on a global basis. And as has been said many times, Florida is open for business 24/7. Governor, thank you.
Okay, we have our Florida Department of Transportation Secretary, Kevin Thibault.
You're on notice. The First Lady is probably going to keep you on task here, so just no pressure or anything. But what a great day, as the governor said, to be here in Jacksonville and Jacksport. And you've heard the commitments, right? You've heard that this governor and the department has made these commitments, but it's not only at the port side. It is at those intermodal connections whether it be the highway mode or the railroad mode. We have made those commitments, and we'll continue to do so in the years ahead. So we are open for business, as you've heard. I like what Mark said. Let's bring it on. We're ready to go, and we can help whatever the freight needs are for the region. Thank you very much.
Well, we're really proud of all the work that's been done at all these different ports, and I also want to thank all the folks that are behind us here, representative of many, many more, both here in Jacksonville and throughout Florida, who are working hard around the clock, and oftentimes goes unnoticed because we're used to seeing everything on the shelves, and now it's causing people to look and realize, which we've realized, and obviously the folks that work here have realized, but just how important it is that we do have the ability to ship goods, get them to market, and we're doing that very well in Florida. They will provide you with incentives to make it worth your while. We have capacity, we can do it efficiently, and I think it will be something that will be beneficial. Certainly it'll be beneficial to Florida, but I think it'll be beneficial to folks all across the country. We have to make sure people can go Christmas shopping as normal. We have to make sure that all the necessities are there. And if it's because ships are sitting off the coast somewhere else and they can be rerouted here and we can get all those shelves stocked, then we want to be a part of that solution. So Florida is the way. Yes, of course, we have been and are and will continue to be open for business, but we also really put a lot of emphasis on our seaports. We've done a lot of great investment, not just on the infrastructure, but also supplying the workforce going into the future. We're really proud of it, and we're really excited that we can be part of the solution that we see with some of these supply chain issues going on throughout our country. All right, thanks everyone. God bless.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to bring you these most recent remarks from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He was suggesting that the Florida ports can help out those that are now operating 24/7 in California. We will be touching on this story briefly a little later here on Live Now from Fox. Some ports in the state saying that they may not take part in this, so we'll be getting reaction from Port Authority representatives here in the state of Florida. We are almost at 8:10 a.m. here on the East Coast. I'm going to send some of you to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then when we return, I will run you through all the top stories that we are following on this Wednesday, October 20th. So stay with us, everybody. We've got lots of major news coming after this 2-minute commercial break.
All right, everyone, thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to start off the 8 o'clock hour with a news alert that we've got for you in the city of Atlanta. You're currently taking a Live Now look over the Atlanta, Georgia skyline. We're learning from our Fox 5 Atlanta team that Atlanta police are currently searching for a gunman who fired multiple shots at officers in Midtown earlier this morning. We know that police have set up a large perimeter in the Atlanta neighborhood as the search is continuing for the suspect. Speaking to Fox 5, an officer described the search as an active shooter type situation. In the last report, investigators believe the shooter is contained but not in custody and is inside a high rise on West Peachtree Street. So this is something that we are following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to stay in touch with our Fox 5 Atlanta team, and I do believe that they just provided us some live ground shots from the street where this search has been underway. It looks like they are also setting up to have a press conference about the situation as well. So you can bet that when we do see this press conference getting underway, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered, because that is what our show is all about, everybody. But again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox this morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez, with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We've got a busy morning of news for you here, and to the left-hand side of your screen, you can see some of the live interviews and elements that we've got coming up just within the next couple of hours. At 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, in just about a little more than a half hour, we're going to be touching base with our Fox 26 Houston team. They have been following a extraordinary story of survival, a plane crash happening around the Houston area yesterday. All passengers and crew members aboard are safe this morning. So we will be getting an update from the scene and checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team to do just that. Then at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to be checking in with our Fox 13 Tampa team, because we've got Nicholas Cruz, the suspected gunman or the accused gunman, I should say, in the 2018 mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. He's expected to plead guilty to 17 counts of murder this morning. As you can see, that hearing is officially expected to get underway at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time out of the Fort Lauderdale area. We already know that our Fox team intends to give us some live feeds from inside the courtroom, so you can also bet that we will bring that feed to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I am going to run you through some of the top stories that we are following this Tuesday morning. It's been a busy one and will continue to be throughout the day. We've also got President Biden heading to Pennsylvania to push his domestic agenda, and we'll be touching base with Fox's Doug Lazater here in just a minute to talk about that. But I do want to bring you an update first here on a case that we've been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox, the case of Gabby Petito and the search for her fiance, Brian Laundrie. I do want to bring you the latest here when it comes to a Brian Laundrie lookalike waking up to some chaos. So a man visiting a resort off the Appalachian Trail in North Carolina got his hotel door kicked in by U.S. Marshals and Sheriff's deputies after being mistaken for Brian Laundrie, who is wanted by officials as a person of interest in connection to the murder of Gabby Petito. Sheriff Jerry Crisp with the Graham County Sheriff's Office in North Carolina told Fox TV stations that his department had received a few calls of people seeing someone who resembled Laundrie ever since he was reportedly seen near the Appalachian Trail. So you can just really see the distinction between these two pictures right here. Well, local news media reported several sightings of that person who looked just like Laundrie near the Appalachian Trail in late September, according to Crisp, but those sightings soon fizzled out. He went on to say, quote, "Then about a week and a half ago, we started getting calls about a gentleman who looked like Laundrie walking off the trail with a female near Fontana Village and Resort. We started getting calls from witnesses saying, hey, we think this is Laundrie. We think this guy is coming off the Appalachian Trail. and someone took a picture of him and sent it to the sheriff's office, and of course it looked just like him. So our investigators sent photos to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force in North Carolina, and they started their investigation with their federal partners, and they called back and said, yes, they think it's him. So investigators went to work and tracked credit card information and transactions made by the female who was traveling with the Laundrie lookalike, and found that her information was tracked back to New York, which is where Gabby Petito is from. Crisp said several red flags popped up that were so coincidental that it seemed that they had really found exactly who it seemed the whole country has been looking for the past few weeks: Brian Laundrie. Well, deputies and U.S. Marshals surrounded a hotel room at the Fontana Village Resort earlier this month and knocked on the door. They used a random name, according to Crisp, and he also said the name given by the person inside the room was neither Brian Laundrie nor the name of a lookalike, which was confirmed to be Severin Beckwith. They said it wasn't his name or the suspect's name, but he responded to that name and said, okay, yeah, I'll be out in a minute. Of course, that raised more suspicion of red flags, and there was a lot of shuffling, but they never opened the door. Then, after waiting a few minutes without anyone answering the door, officers announced they were making entry into the room and kicked in the hotel door. Inside was Beckwith, who looked very similar to Laundrie, again, as you can see, and Anna Brentman, who was from New York. Deputies took a scan of Beckwith's fingerprints and conclusively confirmed he was not the person of interest they were looking for. And as deputies and the U.S. Marshal Service proceeded to clear out of the room, Crisp said that he and Beckwith partook in a friendly banter, and Crisp even advised Beckwith that he change his appearance, because this is a pretty close match, everybody. I can honestly see where they went wrong here. So that was the end of that. They apparently shook hands and then they left. The resort allegedly gave Beckwith and Brentman a comped meal and room for the inconvenience. Meanwhile, Laundrie, the actual Brian Laundrie, still remains missing despite several weeks of searching 1 week ago. And we also do know that a Florida homeowner actually believes that his security cameras may have picked up a sighting of Brian Laundrie. He claims his surveillance cameras captured Laundrie on his property. You can take a look right here. This footage shows a man riding his bike and stopping for a moment near a home in Dunedin on October 9th. That's near the Ocala area, about 3 hours away from Laundrie's home in Northport. The homeowner told TMZ there's several acres of remote, unpopulated land behind his house, and the biker was wearing an oversized backpack and heavy clothing. So, potential sightings. We did have the situation like I just showed you where they thought it was him, but it was not him. So the question still remains, where is the actual Brian Laundrie? Is this footage really him? Well, we will keep you guys updated to let you know whether or not that is exactly what they found. Meanwhile, moving on here in our top stories this morning, like I told you before, a stunning story of survival as 21 people escaped a fiery plane crash at a Texas airport. It was breaking news that we brought to you right here on Live Now from Fox yesterday. Well, Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stiegel has this story from Dallas.
Nearly 24 people lucky to be alive after walking away from this fiery plane crash.
This is a good day. This is actually a day of celebration for a lot of people.
Authorities say the MD-87 was attempting to take off from Houston Executive Airport en route to Boston, with 2 pilots, 1 flight attendant, and 18 passengers on board, the youngest just 10 years old. The aircraft traveled 500 feet down the runway but never made it into the air, crashing through a fence and rolling into a field with a full tank of gas before bursting into flames. The plane was engulfed in fire with large clouds of black smoke billowing into the sky when first responders first arrived, but miraculously all 21 people on board were able to get out of the plane on their own.
However they extracted themselves, they're off, and no one's deceased. And man, that is an awesome feeling right now for us as first responders.
Nobody was seriously hurt. 2 were taken to the hospital experiencing minor injuries.
Just lower back pain and some respiratory issues.
Crews were able to extinguish the fire, then exposing the extensive damage to the aircraft itself. Everyone expressing relief knowing this incident could have been a mass casualty.
We can all agree, we can celebrate on today that no one was killed in this horrific incident.
The FAA is now investigating the cause of this crash. That's the latest from Dallas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
And here is a live now look at the site of the crash. Like I said, stay with us here because in just a little more than 20 minutes, we will be checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team for an update. We do know, as Casey said, that plane was supposedly heading to Boston, and just incredibly miraculous how everybody survived, only a couple of minor injuries following that incident. So you can bet that we will keep you updated here on the cause of that crash. It is being investigated here on Live Now from Fox. Also do want to continue letting you know as we move on and follow a lot of top stories here that we are monitoring this breaking news situation out of Atlanta, Georgia. A gunman on the run after firing at Atlanta police officers earlier this morning. You can see that it does look like they're expecting to have a press conference here in just a couple of minutes, and you can bet that when we do see this getting underway, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to head out to our nation's capital to cover some top stories that we are following out there. We're going to check in with Fox's Doug Lazater here because we've got President Biden heading to Pennsylvania today to help rescue the social welfare agenda. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more this morning from Capitol Hill, where the White House appears to be making progress, but it's coming at a price.
3, 2, 1. The president may already be giving way on some aspects of his ambitious agenda. It looks like some items may be off the table now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
House progressives left their meeting with President Biden singing his praises.
He is the closer. He is the convincer. The mediator in chief.
But that may gloss over some serious disappointment, because the mediator-in-chief also met with a group of moderate Democrats who are going to force him to scale back his agenda. What now appears to be off the table: tuition-free community college, immigration reform, and a key climate change program.
We are getting closer to an agreement on a path forward to deliver for the American people.
The final price tag is likely to clock in at around $2 trillion. Paying for it requires tax hikes on corporations and the wealthy, and a big expansion of the Internal Revenue Service. And the IRS would be given new powers to monitor many of our bank accounts if activity outside of legitimate paychecks exceeds $10,000 a year. Critics have called that a sweeping assault on privacy.
Do not believe their hype about this higher $10,000 threshold. Even that number would still sweep up nearly every bank account in the country.
Sure, that's possible.
Moderate Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, meantime, says a broad deal by the end of the week is now possible. That would be welcome news at the White House, where they are eyeing the calendar and the president's approval numbers, which, according to one new poll, have reached a new low of 37%. And the president will try to turn that around today with a trip to his hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, to help sell his agenda. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Meanwhile, another story that we broke to you here on Live Now from Fox yesterday, the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack recommending Trump ally Steve Bannon be held in contempt. The motion to do so passing unanimously Tuesday night. The 9-member committee, consisting of 7 Democrats and 2 Republicans, going after Bannon for his refusal to come before the panel and comply with their investigation into the attack. The report will now be referred to the House for a vote, which could take place by the end of the week. After that, it would be referred to the Justice Department. The action yesterday is a big step in the investigation, as the committee hopes that the threat of jail time will make more involved come forward with information on the incident. So we will definitely keep you updated on any January 6th related investigation news here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, another story that we have been continuing to follow very closely on our show, there's growing concern for shoppers that they'll soon see fewer goods on shelves as the nation's supply chain remains gridlocked. The Biden administration, however, says it's a priority issue and one that they are working to address on a daily basis. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri is in Garden City, Georgia, with the latest on this story.
Tens of thousands of containers remain stacked at the Port of Savannah and shipping operations around the country. Yet Tuesday, the White House defended its efforts to break the logjam and get things moving.
The president is satisfied that progress continues to be made.
Off the coast of Los Angeles, thousands more shipping containers remain gridlocked as pandemic-related disruptions continue to slow delivery efforts.
We have already cut in half the amount of cargo that is sitting on the docks.
Yet across the country, restaurants waiting for deliveries warn of devastating economic impacts if those goods don't arrive soon.
If we don't have that supply, we can't do business. It's really that simple.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg worked to remain optimistic at the start of another week of delays, blaming increased demand, but saying progress is being made.
A lot of Americans might be surprised to learn that our ports have not generally operated on a 24/7 basis. We've secured commitments to change that.
This, as Republicans say, the supply chain crunch is another example of a troubled White House administration.
But this administration, literally from day one, has been trying to reverse virtually every policy we've put into effect. And but raising taxes in the midst of rising inflation in a supply chain crisis across the country is the worst conceivable idea.
Stores are starting to see shortages of items such as pet food, frozen food, and diapers. In Garden City, Georgia, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jonathan Seri for that report. Meanwhile, multiple U.S. agencies have joined efforts to free more than a dozen Christian missionaries in Haiti. Kidnappings are becoming more and more common in that country, leading some of its workers to actually go on strike. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more on the efforts to get these people safely returned home.
It's a coordinated effort to rescue 17 Christian missionaries kidnapped by a notorious gang in Haiti. The Wall Street Journal reports the gang has asked for $17 million for their release, and negotiations could take weeks. The State Department says it has a small team on the ground working with Haitian authorities. The FBI has also joined the rescue efforts.
The U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince is coordinating with local authorities and providing assistance to the families to resolve the situation.
The 16 Americans and 1 Canadian are affiliated with the Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministries. They were on their way home from an orphanage east of Port-au-Prince over the weekend, and that's when the 400 Mawozo gang stopped their bus and took them at gunpoint.
It provokes us to tears that our friends or relatives or dear brothers and sisters are suffering right now. It is comforting to us that we can bring these heavy burdens to the God that we worship.
The Western Hemisphere's poorest nation dealing with a spike in gang-related kidnappings, which have increased nearly 300% since July. Gangs have become more brazen as the country battles political instability and a dire economic crisis. On Monday, thousands of workers in Haiti went on strike, protesting the country's lack of security.
In the country, nothing works. It's going badly. The population lives in a situation in which they can no longer live.
The 400 Mawozo gang kidnapped a group of Christian clergy back in April. They were later released. It's unclear whether any ransom money was paid. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we are going from Phil Keating out in Miami, Florida, to a live now look over the sun rising in Austin, Texas, as we stay on top of the latest surrounding the controversial abortion laws out there. Most abortions remain illegal in Texas right now, but this could change with the Supreme Court considering new measures in the near future. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty has been following this story very closely and is bringing us the latest here on Live Now from Fox this morning.
Challenges to one of the nation's most restrictive abortion laws could be heading to the Supreme Court sooner than expected. The justices agreeing Monday to consider hearing early arguments against the Texas law banning most abortions once a heartbeat is detected, meaning the case could be presented to the high court before it's even debated in a lower Texas appeals court sometime in December.
We are not stopping. We are not giving up, no matter how depleted, no matter how tired.
The controversial law bans abortions before most women know they're pregnant. It also doesn't take incest or rape into consideration. Abortion rights advocates thought they were in the clear earlier this month when a federal judge temporarily blocked the Texas law, but an appeals court reinstated the ban days later. Workers at women's centers in neighboring states say the law is causing them to see an influx of patients seeking medical help.
First thing they say when they call is, "I'm from Texas," and we know about 75% of our calls now are from Texas.
With some Texas women driving hours across state lines to get abortions.
I already have 3 kids. It's hard taking care of 3 kids, and I'm like a single parent. I didn't expect to be a single parent.
The Justice Department has also requested the Supreme Court block the law banning most abortions while these legal proceedings are worked out. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Once again, everybody, we are monitoring this situation out in Atlanta, Georgia. We do see microphones set up at a podium. We are expecting an update from Atlanta police regarding the search for a gunman who was on the run after a shooting at Atlanta police earlier this morning in the Midtown area. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox, because once these remarks get started, we will be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. In the meantime, we'll continue on with some more top stories that we're following this Wednesday morning when you return. All right, everybody, it does look like this press conference regarding the shooting in Atlanta is getting underway. Let's listen in.
Message. I was preparing to go to the hospital with my mother who's in surgery this morning, so I've been able to watch the messages come through all morning regarding this active shooter situation that we have encountered. Again, this reminder of the danger that our police officers and our public safety personnel face each and every day. While most of us are sleeping, they are continuing to run into danger to make sure that we are protected. I am going to give it to Chief Brian to share additional information. But again, just a reminder to the public to please call 911. We did start receiving phone calls, but social media received information and has received more information, quite frankly, than we have received through our 911 center. So for us to be able to appropriately respond and assess, we just ask if you can put down your camera, put down your phone, call 911, and then allow us to do what we do. And also, again, unfortunately, this is a situation where it appears that the victim and the shooter knew one another. We have relayed repeatedly that seems to be the scenario with the vast majority of our shootings that have occurred in the city. So with that, I am going to toss it over to Chief Brian, and if for some reason I have to leave, it is because I've gotten a call about my mother, but hopefully I can stay until the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, folks, we received a call about 3:25 this morning, 3:23:25 this morning, of a shooting within the building. Our officers responded within about 5 minutes. Upon their arrival, they immediately engaged the individual that was shooting at them. As we were getting this information through 911, our dispatchers could still hear gunfire being played out throughout the building. We were able to contain this individual as the shootout continued. Right now, what we do know is the situation has ended. We have one individual that is deceased inside the apartment, and the person that we believe is the assailant is also has been killed. Right now we have GBI out, being that our officer was involved in the shooting. This is still an early part of this investigation, and there's a large scene that we have to go through. So everything that we're giving you is truly preliminary. This thing may change out. We may find more evidence and have more information provided to us. There were a number of people that called in, but there were also a number of people who videotaped what was occurring. And so we would like to have anyone that have any further information to don't hesitate to give us a call as it relates to this information that we have. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. There's a victim inside the apartment, a female victim inside the apartment, and the male assailant.
Did the shooting come from the building? Was he shooting outside the building? Was it happening inside?
It appeared that he was shooting both inside and outside the building.
How many gunshots were fired?
We're still, that's early. It's too early for us to tell. We're doing the evidential recovery now.
There's some reports that he was on the balcony or potentially even jumping from the balcony. Is that true?
It is some evidence that may have occurred, but again, this is early in the investigation, so we'll be able to confirm all that he did afterwards.
Were the suspect and the victim in the same building?
Yes, they were in the same building. It appears that they both knew each other. This is again, as the mayor stated, it doesn't appear to be stranger on stranger at all. It is some type of involvement or understanding of each other.
Did the suspect kill the victim and then police kill the suspect?
It's too early for us to elaborate on that right now.
Do you know if the suspect and the victim lived in that particular building? Or?
We know that the the victim did live in the building. The suspect, we're trying to determine did he live or was he visiting? But we do know that they were related to each other. They had some knowledge of each other.
Have weapons been recovered?
Yes, we're going through the weapons recovery right now.
What kind of weapon? A handgun or something different?
Multiple weapons.
All guns or other types?
Right now, it appears to be all guns.
Can you talk about? We've seen some videos of people posting, damage, bullet holes in walls. What kind of damage have you seen inside?
Based on, I won't get directly into the scene. I'll turn that over to Chief Hampton, who's our Deputy Chief of Criminal Investigation. He has firsthand knowledge of the scene. He can tell you exactly what was on the inside of the building. And I'll turn it to him shortly. Any further questions for me? All right, Chief.
As everyone has stated, we are working a active investigation, so everything is still ongoing. I know there was a question about additional rounds. So yes, there are several rounds inside multiple units. We have been able to check those units and have not located any other victims. So right now it appears that everything is contained inside one apartment or condo inside the building as we speak.
No other residents or people living there were hurt?
Right, we have not determined that. So right now, all the units that we have checked, no other victims hurt or injured.
Can you give any more information on age or about the victim?
Right now, just because we have not made any notification of kin, we want to keep some of that information close to the chest.
Are you guys able to say if the suspect was already in the apartment or if it broke in? Anything about that?
It appears that the suspect was inside the apartment. There's no forced entry or anything like that.
Were there any children around or near the suspect?
We're still checking. We're just trying to make sure. Right now, it does not appear to be. But as Chief Brian just stated, everything is still preliminary. Investigators, my homicide investigators just got to the scene, and so we're just doing our thorough check right now.
Let me address that. Folks, one of the things I think that is important for you all to understand and is that the response of the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department, I think, really afford us the opportunity to suppress an incident that could have been much worse. And again, this is a testament of where we are as a police department. I so often the question of what's the morale of our police department and do we have our capabilities to respond? The answer is yes. We were able to respond. Sadly, we could not address what happened inside an apartment, but it is our quick response that I think that saved our community from a much worse incident.
Were you guys using a drone to get a better look? How were you able to?
We did utilize a drone to be able to assess the scene and to help us out through this process. And again, we utilize as much technology as we can in any given situation.
All right, thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Alrighty, everybody, that was an update from Atlanta Police as well as some remarks from the mayor. It does appear that this situation is contained. You heard them say that there was an incident in an apartment that they responded to, the female victim in the case, and now the male suspect are dead following the shooting. You heard them say that the male suspect did fire shots at police. They did use a drone to help search for the suspect after he was on the run, and now the situation is contained. And as quick as we got that feed, we did lose it. So that was breaking news that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do. When we get these breaking news situations and updates to follow from law enforcement, we can tap right into them just like we did. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head out to Waller County, Texas to get an update from from our Fox 26 Houston team about the miraculous story of survival after crew members and passengers are now safe and sound this morning following that plane crash that we broke to you right here on our show as well. So stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 8:48 a.m. here on the East Coast. You are currently taking a look at some of the chilling aerials, absolutely shocking aerials that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox yesterday. Everyone on board this plane that crashed in Waller County, Texas, is safe this morning. Incredible to report. It was a complete shock after you can see these flames from the decimated aircraft sent large, dark plumes of smoke into the air that could be seen from miles away. Well, that scene is clear this morning, but it does look like the road is blocked off. So to bring us out there and explain the latest on this situation, I do want to bring in Fox 26 Houston's Denise Middleton. Denise, it looks like it's still a pretty active scene behind you as far as road closures. What can you tell us this morning?
Yeah, well, investigators will be back out here sometime this morning to determine why this plane failed to leave from the ground. But like you mentioned, this road here leading to that crash site is blocked off. This is at Morton Road and FM 2855. There is a little bit of activity down there. Right now, we aren't sure exactly what's taking place, but we do know NTSB is supposed to be back out here this morning. Now, fortunately, all 18 passengers and the 3 crew members were able to get off that MD-87 plane before it burst into flames. After the crash here at the Houston Executive Airport in Brookshire, there was just a number of government officials who worked to try and figure out exactly what happened. We do know that 2 people were taken to Memorial Hermann Hospital in Haiti for minor injuries following the crash. But other than that, you know, everyone survived and they're doing okay this morning. There's still just a lot of questions. We don't know if this was a mechanical issue or a pilot error. But again, they will be back out here to investigate why this plane didn't take off and why it burst into flames.
Yeah, and Denise, I can't imagine what some people that were on that plane have to say. Have you and your team been able to speak to anybody that was on the aircraft?
Well, we haven't so far, but we do know that one of the 21 survivors is actually the owner of the plane. His name is James Allen Kent. He's a prominent home builder here in the area, and his family did release a statement just saying that they were thankful there were no fatalities and that no one was seriously injured, and that they will be fully cooperating with the NTSB and FAA moving forward. So that's the latest out here in Waller County. Denise Middleton, Fox 26 News.
Denise, thank you so much for keeping our viewers up to speed this morning. We stayed on this situation for hours yesterday on our show, so we really appreciate your time, and we'll be in touch with your team about any updates. All right, everybody, and here is another look at some of those aerials yesterday. I must say, when myself and my team saw this, our hearts sunk. We were so concerned, and then just to get that news that all of the passengers, all of the crew, everybody on the aircraft survived. Absolutely amazing to bring you. So we will continue to keep you posted on any updates when it comes to hearing from authorities with the FAA. You heard her say that the NTSB will be out there investigating the site as well. So you can bet that we'll bring those remarks to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We've got plenty of more top stories to bring you on this Wednesday morning. Those will be coming up shortly after. Alrighty, everybody, we've got another live event coming to our desk this morning. The White House COVID-19 response team holding a briefing. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Still, too many eligible Americans, about 65 million of them, remain unvaccinated, leaving themselves and their children, families, loved ones, and communities vulnerable. Please, if you have not yet been vaccinated, join the 189 million Americans who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19 to protect yourself and your family from COVID-19. Thank you. I'll now turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. As you've heard from Dr. Walensky, the extreme importance of getting vaccinated for COVID-19. So what I thought I would do in the next couple of minutes is put a historical perspective upon what she has just said. Namely, what is the historical impact of vaccines in general, domestically and globally, to put it into the context of where we are now with COVID-19? Next slide. If you look at this slide, it is really striking. It lists the important diseases on the left that used to be extraordinarily important and impactful public health problems here in the United States. And in the second column is the estimated annual average number of cases prior to the vaccine for that particular pathogen. And look at the 2020, namely last year, reported cases of each of those diseases. The far right column shows that anywhere from 97 to 100% diminution in the number of cases purely as a result of vaccination. Next slide. Look at that from a different perspective, namely, what are the benefits in disease? So among children born in the USA from 1994 to 2013, these routine child vaccinations prevented an estimated 322 million illnesses, 21 million hospitalization, and an extraordinary 732,000 deaths, with a net savings of close to 300 billion in direct costs and over $1 trillion in societal costs. Next slide. Now look at it globally throughout the world, not only in the United States. 50 million deaths from 10 pathogens were averted by vaccines given just between the year 2000 and 2019, with some of the prevalent diseases shown in the second bullet. Next slide. That's all good news. But what about the sobering news of the underutilization of potentially life-saving vaccines? If you look at the estimated annual deaths globally for diseases that are vaccine preventable, you look at what can happen when people, and in this case, it's almost exclusively not vaccine hesitancy, but vaccine lack of availability in certain regions of the world. Look how many people, mostly children, who die of vaccine preventable diseases if they would have been vaccinated. 1.2 million for pneumococcus, over 500,000 for hepatitis B, and down the line with rotavirus, influenza, pertussis. And remember, these are vaccines that could have prevented disease and death, but were not accessible to these individuals. Next slide. And so if we look at where we are right now, as you've heard, about 6.67 billion people have received COVID-19 in the United States. We have over 400 million doses that have been administered. So what is the obvious lesson in all of this? As emphasized by Dr. Walensky last slide, we have 66 million people in the US who are eligible for vaccine and are not yet vaccinated. You've seen in the slides I showed the extraordinary historical impact of vaccine. It is not too late. So please, please get vaccinated. Back to you, Jeff.
Well, thank you, Doctors Fauci and Walensky. Now let's move to how we're planning for vaccinating kids ages 5 through 11. We expect the FDA and CDC's decision on Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for children ages 5 through 11 in the next couple of weeks. We know millions of parents have been waiting for COVID-19 vaccine for kids in this age group. And should the FDA and CDC authorize the vaccine, we will be ready to get shots in arms. Kids have different needs than adults, and our operational planning is geared to meet those specific needs, including by offering vaccinations in settings that parents and kids are familiar with and trust. At the same time, we're incorporating best practices and applying lessons we have learned across the past 9 months. Over the past several weeks, we've been working closely with governors, pediatricians, pharmacies, community health centers, rural health centers, and other vaccine providers to prepare for this moment. Together, we're completing the operational planning to ensure vaccinations for kids ages 5 through 11 are available, easy, and convenient. And thanks to President Biden and the resources of the American Rescue Plan, states, tribes, territories will all continue to receive unprecedented levels of federal support, including full reimbursement from the federal government for vaccination operations and outreach programs. I want to highlight progress across a few key operational fronts. First, on supply. We have secured vaccine supply to vaccinate every child ages 5 through 11. And as soon as the vaccine is authorized by the FDA, we will begin shipping millions of doses nationwide. States, tribes, and territories are working to ensure that doses continue to be distributed efficiently and equitably across their jurisdictions. And importantly, we worked with Pfizer to modify the packaging of the pediatric doses to make it easier for pediatricians, family doctors, and other providers to provide vaccines to children. And these vaccine doses will be shipped with all the supplies needed to vaccinate kids, including smaller needles. Next, on getting kids vaccinated. We know parents rely on a range of healthcare providers to meet their children's needs, including pediatricians, family doctors, children's hospitals, pharmacies, and community and rural health centers. We're doing the work to ensure parents will be able to get their kids ages 5 through 11 vaccinated with these trusted providers. We've already enrolled more than 25,000 pediatricians, family doctors, and other primary care providers to administer vaccines. And we're working with states and localities to enroll more. As part of the federal pharmacy program, tens of thousands of local pharmacies across the country will offer vaccinations for kids. And hundreds of community health centers and rural health centers, which serve millions of kids ages 5 through 11 across the country, predominantly in underserved communities, will be ready to vaccinate kids. We're also collaborating with the Children's Hospital Association to work with more than 100 children's hospitals across the country to stand up vaccination sites in their communities. Children's hospitals will partner with local community and faith-based organizations to host vaccination events, including in the evenings and on weekends, so parents can get their kids vaccinated at hours that work for them. And to make vaccinating kids even more convenient, we'll work with state and local education leaders to bring vaccination clinics directly to schools, including by matching pharmacies and other vaccine providers with school districts to set up on-site clinics. By sending vaccines to pediatricians, pharmacies, community health centers, and rural health centers, working with children's hospitals to host vaccination sites, including on nights and weekends, helping schools stand up vaccination clinics, and deploying mobile clinics to meet families where they are, we will ensure that vaccinations for kids ages 5 through 11 are easy, convenient, and accessible to every family. Importantly, as we've done throughout all of our vaccination effort, equity and fairness will be at the center of our pediatric vaccination program. Finally, while many parents are ready to get their kids vaccinated, we know some parents still have outstanding questions. That's why a key focus of our efforts is raising vaccine awareness and getting parents the facts they need to make the right choice for their kids, including by empowering messengers they trust, such as local pediatricians and family doctors. I'll turn to Dr. Murthy to discuss this in more detail. But before I do that, I want to take a step back. As Dr. Walensky and Dr. Fauci highlighted, vaccines are the very best line of defense against COVID-19. Vaccines are safe, effective, and the way out of this pandemic. Today, we will hit another marker of progress in our fight against the virus, 190 million fully vaccinated Americans. That's more than 2 out of 3 eligible individuals, those 12 and older. And if authorized, Pfizer's vaccine for kids ages 5 through 11 will make an additional 28 million Americans eligible for vaccination. This will move us further along on our path out of this pandemic. Our top priority remains getting more unvaccinated Americans vaccinated. So if you're unvaccinated, please go get a shot. It's free, it's safe, it's convenient. It'll make us all safer and keep us on the right track in our fight against the virus. With that, over to you, Dr. Murthy.
Well, thanks so much, Jeff, and it's good to be with everyone again today. As Jeff mentioned, we are really looking ahead to this major milestone of an authorized vaccine for kids aged 5 to 11, which the FDA and CDC will discuss in the coming weeks. And I will say that as a parent of a 5-year-old, I'm anxiously awaiting their decision. I also know that many other parents across the country are as well. Now, we also know that not all parents have access to a pediatrician or family doctor to whom they can ask their questions. So as we await the outcome from the FDA and CDC, I want to take some time to share how we plan to equip parents with clear, accurate, and science-based information from sources they trust. We're preparing a national public education campaign that will meet parents where they are with information about the vaccines. We will work with schools to send letters home to parents. We will convene doctors and health clinics and support them in delivering vaccinations as soon as they have conversations with families. We will provide faith leaders with materials and toolkits that they can distribute to their congregations. We will create forums for parents to ask questions to health experts. And with all of this, we will make sure that we are reaching parents in their language and through the people they trust. Fortunately, we already have strong connections to parents. Our COVID-19 Community Corps, which now has over 16,000 members, will be a powerful pathway for us to reach parents. And we will also partner with other organizations that have built trust with parents for many years, such as Head Start, the National Parent-Teacher Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Children's Hospital Association. And as part of our push to get the word out, we will be announcing the Parents Leadership Corps, a group of well-known medical experts, trusted parents, and outside stakeholders who will amplify accurate information online and in media appearances. We need everyone on board for the work ahead of us because every parent should have the information and tools that they need to help keep their kids safe and to help protect the kids under 5 who can't get vaccinated yet. We want parents to know that we share that goal for their kids. And that's why we're eagerly awaiting the FDA's review of the data on children's vaccines. We have a lot of reasons to be hopeful. The same vaccine technology has proven to be very effective with adults and adolescents. It's been tested in carefully run trials over the course of months. And now we've got our nation's top scientists carefully reviewing the data on its safety and effectiveness. We are all hoping that this process will culminate with the option to vaccinate our children ages 5 to 11. And if that option becomes available, we will be ready to ensure that everyone has both the information and the access they need to protect their families. Finally, as we await this decision, the best thing that we can do to protect our children is to get vaccinated ourselves and to wear masks in public spaces. When we take these steps, we serve as a shield between our children and the virus. And we remind parents of young kids that we care for all of our nation's children, even if they are not our own. Thanks so much for your time today. And Jeff, I'll pass it back to you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Murthy. Let's open it up for questions.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez tapping in here on Live Now from Fox. We are officially past the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Currently listening in to earlier than usually expected White House COVID-19 response team briefing. Usually they hold these virtual hearings around 11-ish, but got it a little bit early today. You can hear them pushing Americans to get vaccinated. Also, their response to getting children vaccinated. Now, this is coming as the FDA is planning to give the green light to emergency use authorization for Moderna and Johnson & Johnson booster shots today. They're also going to be approving or possibly approving mixing and matching booster shots. So we are going to continue listening into this briefing here on Live Now from Fox in a little bit. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to touch on another major story that we are following this morning. This is actually feeds from inside of the courtroom in Broward County, Florida. We've got Nicholas Cruz, the accused gunman of the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida back in 2018, expected to plead guilty to 17 counts of murder here in just about 20 minutes. This hearing is expected to get underway. So stick with us after this 2-minute commercial break. We're going to head out to Tampa, Florida to touch base with Fox 13's Dan Maddox about what we can expect from inside this courtroom here in just a little bit. That's coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are live and inside the courtroom where Nicholas Cruz is scheduled to plead guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder. This hearing is set to get underway around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. He is the accused gunman in the 2018 shooting massacre at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. I do want to bring into the conversation Fox 13 Tampa's Dan Maddox. He's joining us this morning from Tampa, Florida, as he has been following this case. Dan, good morning to you. What can you tell us? I know that this is expected to get underway pretty shortly here.
Yeah, about 20 minutes this is expected to get underway, and you think about the families that have gone through this. Just another step in the process. Over the last 4 years, 14 students were killed, 3 staff members were killed. He's expected to plead guilty. I want to actually show you some video because this is what they're going to be dealing with first before they get to that guilty plea this morning. Nicholas Cruz is going to appear in court in Broward County. First, he's going to face a judge regarding an altercation that he had back in November of 2018. I believe we have that video for you. It shows him getting in a fight with a jail guard in 2018. He's expected to be sentenced in that case, and then that is when we are told Cruz is expected to plead guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder and 17 counts of attempted murder. After that happens in the coming months, that's when juries will hear the case. Jurors will hear the case, they'll get together, and they'll then decide whether he should be sentenced to life in prison or face death by lethal injection. The death penalty, it does have to be a unanimous decision by those 12 jurors. Since the shooting here in Florida, we've passed new laws that have raised the gun purchasing age in the state to 21, extending the wait period for firearms, and also the state of Florida has banned bump stocks, something that the Florida legislature actually has agreed on unanimously, bipartisanly, really in the first time that they've passed legislation like this in 20 years. So a lot has happened in the 4 years following the shooting.
Yeah, Dan, and I actually wanted to bring up the fact that this trial was delayed actually because of the pandemic. Is that correct? It was actually supposed to get underway a little bit earlier, but obviously COVID-19 had other plans.
Sure, and I think that comes to no surprise that so many court hearings nationwide were kind of in the same situation and same scenario. And this is something that I think the judge really wanted to have everybody in the courtroom for. Now they feel like they're in a safe position where they can do so, and that's why we're seeing it going to be unfolding in about 20 minutes from now.
Now, Dan, you mentioned the families of the victims, 14 students and 3 staff members. Obviously, no amount of money can fix this situation or bring their loved ones back, but I understand that they recently reached a pretty large settlement that's going to be split among those victims' families. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were 53 families that got together that were very upset with how the Broward School District handled this. When you go to the school resource officer, there was clearly negligence there, and that was even spoken to by the Parkland Commission. And so they came together. There was a $25 million settlement, and that's going to be split amongst the families, and it won't be moving forward in court.
All right, well, Fox 13 Tampa's Dan Maddox joining us from Tampa regarding this case. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. This hearing is expected to get underway at around 9:30. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we're going to be following it.
All right. Thank you, Dan, for joining us here and providing us this insight. Guys, here is another Live Now look we have from inside of the courtroom. Once this plea hearing gets underway, you can bet that we will air it live, raw, unfiltered, and in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox. I've said it multiple times this morning, but this is what our show is all about. We bring you front row to hearings inside the courtroom, breaking news like we did in Atlanta, all the breaking news and situations that we're following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will still continue to listen into that COVID-19 response team briefing, but we will keep this feed visual for you to let you know that we're keeping tabs on it. So stay with us here. That is coming up after this 2-minute commercial break.
That is a different process, and we will await their decision, than getting ready, getting prepared operationally. Governors working with their teams to make sure that they have the right set of pediatricians and family doctors lined up to receive the vaccine, working with children's hospitals, making sure that we have the community health centers ready to receive supply and have scheduling systems in place. So getting operationally ready is different from the FDA and CDC decision-making process. And we are operationally ready, but the decision on the authorization is clearly with the FDA and the CDC. And I think this is a best practice. This is the right way to do things, to be operationally ready, and at the same time, obviously, to defer the science and the decision-making to the CDC and the FDA. And I think we learned that lesson, as I said earlier, from the prior administration, where the decision was made by the FDA and CDC, and the operations weren't ready. And that meant that adults at the time were not able to receive their vaccines as efficiently, equitably as possible. And this will enable us to be ready for kids. On vaccinations for kids and requirements, first I'll just start by, that's really about schools and, vaccinations and practicing, as Dr. Walensky said, proven health measures, including masking, distancing, and ventilation is the best way to keep schools safe. School vaccination requirements have been around for decades, and those decisions should be made at the state and local level. We know that in general, requirements work, and we support states and school districts taking actions to ensure that everyone who's eligible get vaccinated. But again, those decisions should be made at the state and local level. One more question, Kevin?
Yep. Jeff, could I actually add one thing to your last comment?
Please.
So Cheryl, to your question also, I want to, 2 points I just want to emphasize on why we're making this announcement now as well, which is, as Jeff said, all the preparation that he mentioned takes time. All these conversations we're having with community organizations, the logistics that have to be set up with doctors' offices and pharmacies, it takes time. And that's one of the reasons why this planning has to start so early. It can't wait until a final decision is rendered, although that final decision is clearly up to the FDA and the CDC. But the second point is that we know that there are many parents out there who are worried about their kids getting vaccinated, who want to make sure that a vaccine will be available to them. They have questions. One of the reasons we're sharing this plan today is we want to speak directly to those parents and let them know that we share their concerns about the health and well-being of their children. And we do have plans that we've been working on to make sure that as soon as that decision is rendered, that there will be vaccine available, that we will work hard to get accurate information to people. And Cheryl, one last thing I want to say, and this is really a request to everyone out there, which is that we know one of the barriers and challenges we will face to getting vaccines to children is a similar barrier we face with adults, which is that there's a profound amount of misinformation that is circulating about vaccines. And that's why we're making sure that it's trusted messengers with scientific credibility who go out there and talk about these vaccines. But it is our collective responsibility, whether we're in government, in the media, whether we're individuals, to help prevent the flow and spread of misinformation online. And so that's what we've got to all remember. We have a role to play in ensuring that parents have accurate information. And that's going to be really one of the keys to making sure that they can get the vaccine and ultimately protect their children. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Dr. Murthy. Kevin?
Last question. Let's go to Jeremy Diamond at CNN.
Hey, thanks very much for doing this. You guys said that you have procured enough of these child-size vials to vaccinate the 28 million children aged 5 to 11. Are all of those vials ready to ship? And if you could give us a sense of how quickly those would get out the door, how many of those would ship on day one or in the first week? And then secondly, what will the vaccination of these children 5 to 11, what kind of impact will that have on your projections of herd immunity, and how much do you think it will help slow the spread? Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. As I said up front, we have more than enough vaccine for every child aged 5 through 11. That's 28 million in total. As soon as the vaccine is authorized by the FDA, so the first step in the process, that's when we will begin to ship, pending the CDC's decision. We'll ship about 15 million doses out nationwide in those next few days, with millions more going out each and every week to make sure that we're matching the doses with where they're most needed, where there's the greatest demand. So to put the first week's allocation in perspective, the 15 million going out all in that first week, it took 12 weeks back at the end of 2020 and into 2021. It took 12 weeks to get enough supply out into the field to vaccinate half of the eligible adult population. So we'll be doing all of that up front with millions of more doses each week. So we're in very, very good shape here. So the bottom line is there will be plenty of supply, and we look forward to parents having the opportunity to vaccinate their kids pending the FDA and CDC decision-making. Dr. Fauci, on Jeremy's second question.
Yeah, Jeremy, you bring up a good point. Months ago, it was felt based on the data with Alpha predominantly, that children do not get infected as much. And if they do, they don't spread the infection in the home setting. A recent paper just came out that actually showed, on the contrary, in the era of Delta, children get infected as readily as adults do, and they transmit the infection as readily as the adults do. We may not appreciate that because about 50% of the infections in children are asymptomatic. So specifically to your question about herd immunity, if we can get the overwhelming majority of those 28 million children vaccinated, I think that would play a major role in diminishing the spread of infection in the community. So your question is very relevant, and that's one of the reasons why we want to do as best as we can to get those children from 5 to 11 vaccinated. Back to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci, and thank you, everybody. We look forward to our next briefing.
All right, everybody, that was the latest White House COVID-19 briefing from the response team out there. I do want to let you know, as you can see to the bottom side of your screen, we are monitoring the feeds from inside the courtroom. Expected to get underway in just a couple of minutes. Nicholas Cruz expected to plead guilty on 17 counts of murder related to the 2018 mass shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. You also heard Fox 13 Tampa's Dan Maddox say he's also expected to be sentenced in the incident where he beat up a correctional officer inside of a Broward County jail. So to give you a closer look at inside the courtroom, that shot that we have right now here on Live Now from Fox, that is what we are currently looking at. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with us. So we are taking a Live Now look from feeds that we've got inside the courtroom, where any moment now, Nicholas Cruz is scheduled to plead guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder for the 2018 shooting massacre at a Florida high school, as his attorneys turn their focus to saving him from a death sentence. Cruz is expected to appear before Circuit Judge Elizabeth Scherer, who will ask him a lengthy list of questions to gauge his mental competency. The judge will then ask him one by one how he pleads to each killing at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School and to the 17 counts of attempted first-degree murder for those who were wounded. Fred Guttenberg, whose 14-year-old daughter Jamie died in the shooting, said he visited her grave this week to ask her for the strength to get through today's hearing. So all eyes are on this courtroom right now, and you can bet that once this hearing gets underway, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. However, I do want to switch gears here and bring you a news alert that we are following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We are officially getting confirmation from the Naval Support Activity Bethesda Twitter of a bomb threat investigation at their naval base there. So I pulled up these series of tweets to let you know how they are kind of updating the public at this time. You can see the first one said bomb threat to building 10 and active shooter threat being investigated. All gates are closed to non-emergency traffic. And then they went on to say at approximately 8:45 a.m., so less than an hour ago, the installation received a phone call from an anonymous source stating there is a bomb at or near building 10. Security personnel have responded to the scene, and now they went on to say in a most recent tweet about 2 minutes ago that the base is on lockdown. All personnel should shelter in place. All gates are closed to non-emergency traffic. The public is asked to avoid the area. So this is a very fluid situation that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. We are also in touch with our Fox 5 DC team. They have let us know that they're sending their chopper on the way to the scene, and actually I do believe that I can bring in that shot to you right now. Stand by here for me just 1 second. I do believe that I am getting the feed here on Live Now from Fox. Bear with me 1 second, everybody. We've got it coming into our system at this time. This is how we do it here. We get these feeds and we bring them here to you. All right, everybody, here is that Live Now look from our Fox 5 DC chopper out there in Bethesda, Maryland. You can see them kind of honing in to the area out there. It doesn't look like there's too much activity outside of the building right now. You can't see any law enforcement agencies or anyone out there in front of the entrance, but that obviously could be due to the fact that the building is on lockdown. So you've got the chopper panning to multiple vantage points around the scene. It does look like they already have somebody directing traffic at the entrance to the naval base. So we're going to continue to follow this situation here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is breaking news that we are following. We do have the Naval Support Activity Bethesda keeping the public updated on Twitter. If you're just tuning into our feed right now, I can show you some of those tweets really quickly. The most recent one about 2 minutes ago saying the base is on lockdown. All personnel should shelter in place. All gates are closed to non-emergency traffic, and the public is asked to to avoid the area. So here is another live now look at the chopper over the scene. Our Fox 5 DC team following this very closely, and a huge shout out to them for helping us bring you these aerials right now. So you really cannot see anybody walking around. Everybody was advised to stay inside. Now, I do believe that they are honing in. It does look like those are just some standard parked cars. It doesn't even look like law enforcement has arrived to the scene yet. Now, it's very unclear right now what local agencies are responding to this. So we, again, will be in touch with our Fox 5 DC team to give you just that. But you've got these aerials, this chopper flying over the base. It does look like a relatively large property. You've got all these buildings kind of on top of each other right before, and actually, I do hope that they zoom in here in just a moment, because you can see some activity outside of the base right now. We've got people walking outside, so maybe they are letting employees out of the base. I'm going to update and try to reload the Twitter page. So they have not tweeted in the last 10 minutes since those tweets that I just showed you. But as of right now, you can see people walking out of the front entrance to the building. You can even see somebody and their dog right there. So where is this place and what exactly is this base? Well, we're getting some information from our Live Now from Fox team. So the Naval Support Activity Bethesda is home of the world-renowned Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, the flagship center of military medicine and uniformed services university. It is dedicated to training medical professionals for careers in the Department of Defense and the Public Health Service. The NSAB's mission is to support its tenants in their ability to provide world-class medical care, research, and education. Wounded, ill, and injured World War I warriors recover and heal in an environment where staff members are given the freedom to professionally thrive. And university members and faculty participate in research, leading the way to more learning and better care for all of the nation's service members. So that's a little bit of background on where exactly they do here at this naval base. Again, I keep reloading the Twitter page here as they've been very adamant in keeping the public updated. But as of right now, it doesn't look like they've provided any updates within the last 11 minutes. But again, if you're just tuning into our coverage, this is breaking news that we're following right now. Bomb threat investigation at this Bethesda Naval Base in Maryland. Our Fox 5 DC chopper flying around the scene. And if you heard me referencing those tweets just a moment ago, here's the information that the base has provided for us right now. So a series of tweets here. First, stating that there was a bomb threat to Building 10. So if you look back here, there are several buildings on this base. So at this moment, I am not sure which building is Building 10. But again, they did say that it is a bomb threat to Building 10 and an active shooter threat is being investigated. And then they went to go say that this all kind of went down at approximately 8:45 a.m. this morning. They said the installation received a phone call from an anonymous source stating that there is a bomb at or near Building 10. Security personnel have responded to the scene and the base is currently on lockdown. As of right now, again, we did get some shots, a little zoom in just a couple of moments ago of some people walking out of the building. Unclear right now if those are staff members, but it did appear that they were, or maybe they were just visiting. So again, we will keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this breaking news. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. For those of you who don't see that break, we'll leave you with these aerials here as we gather some more information. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We've got our Fox 5 DC chopper over a Bethesda, Maryland Naval Base where they are investigating a bomb threat right now. The building and premises is on lockdown and traffic is being directed at this time. We are going to closely follow this situation here on Live Now from Fox, but it is a busy Wednesday morning here. I do want to entirely switch gears here and head out to Broward County, Florida, where we've officially got Nicholas Cruz set to plead guilty to the 2018 mass shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland. Let's listen in here. We will keep this feed from Maryland up to let you know that we are continuing to monitor this situation here on Live Now from Fox.
What was that noise? I'm sorry? We lost microphone. So what do I need to do? Oh, the whole thing has to reboot? Should I wait?
All right, everybody, it does appear that there is a little bit of a lull as the judge is prepping. This is Nicholas Cruz right before your eyes here on Live Now from Fox in the courtroom. Now, you also, when they panned to the stands, you can see all of the families of the victims. That day, the mass shooting claimed the lives of 14 students and 3 staff members. All of these families actually just recently reached a $25 million settlement. But, you know, I was talking with Fox 13 Tampa's Dan Maddox before. Obviously, no amount of money could make this situation okay or bring their children or loved ones back. But again, this is Nicholas Cruz right here in front of you. Now, Dan Maddox also did mention that ahead of the guilty plea, he is expected to be sentenced for the situation where he allegedly beat up a jail guard at a Broward County jail a couple of months following the mass shooting. So I do believe he's expected to be sentenced for that, and then he will plead individually to 17 counts of murder from the judge. Now, this is Circuit Court Judge Elizabeth Scherer. She's expected to ask him a lengthy list of questions to kind of gauge his mental competency. Scherer will then ask him one by one how he pleads to each killing at the Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. Also, do want to let you know that we are continuing to monitor the situation on the lower right-hand side of your screen. We do know that a bomb threat is being investigated at this Bethesda, Maryland Naval Base that our Fox 5 DC chopper is flying over at the moment. Now, we have been following their Twitter account very closely. They've been updating the public, but they have not provided any update within the last 23 minutes.
For the record, would both sides please announce their names for the record?
Let's listen in.
David Wheeler on behalf of Nicholas Cruz. Michael Satz on behalf of the state of Florida.
Jeff Marcus on behalf of the state of Florida.
Carolyn McCann on behalf of the state of Florida.
Okay, we're here for the defendant's change of plea. I have the plea form, I have the score sheet, the rights waiver, and as far as I'm concerned, we're ready to go. Ms. McNeil?
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay, do you want to bring your client to the podium, or do you want him to have him stand there?
Whatever you
I think it
prefer,
would be
Your Honor.
easier if he comes to the podium.
There's some additional attachments to the plea
I
form.
saw, thank you
Okay.
very much. Okay, Mr. Cruz, we did this on Friday. We're going to do this again with regard to case number 181958. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record.
Nicholas Cruz.
Now, I know you answered these questions on Friday, but I have to ask you again. Are you currently under the influence of any alcohol or illegal drugs?
No, ma'am.
Do you take any medication, or have you started taking any medication since Friday?
No, ma'am.
And you said that you have been perhaps informally diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Did you think of anything else since Friday?
No.
Okay. And are either of those issues disturbing you in any way today?
Yes.
So the depression and anxiety are bothering you today?
Not the depression, just a little anxiety.
Okay. A little anxiety is normal under the circumstances. What I need to know is, are you able to understand me and listen to me when I'm speaking to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to follow along with your lawyers when they speak to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you having any trouble concentrating?
No.
And other than being nervous or anxious, are you having any difficulty understanding anything that's going on here today?
No, I understand what's going on.
Okay. And sir, please, how old are you?
I am 23 years old.
And again, how far did you get in school?
I think 11th grade.
And you do read and write the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you gone over the plea form with your lawyer or lawyers?
Yes, I have, ma'am.
Okay, and did you, I'm going to just go ahead and have you pass this to one of you, please. Yes. And Mr. Cruz, if you would please take a look at this document and let me know if that's the document that you went over with your lawyers, including the addendums, which list counts 18 through 34, along with their minimum and maximum penalty, as well as their minimum mandatories under Florida's 1020 life statute.
Yes, ma'am.
And those are your signatures and your initials?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you go over each and every one of those pages with your lawyer or with your lawyers, plural?
Yes, I have.
And did your lawyers explain each and every charge to you, as well as the maximum penalty under Florida's 1020 life statute for the attempted murder counts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Can we just have 1 second, Judge?
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Okay, sir, you have been charged by indictment with 34 counts, and I'm going to go over those counts with you now. Counts 1 through 17 of the indictment charge you with murder in the first degree. These are life felonies. They are punishable, they're capital felonies, and they are punishable by one of two ways, either life in prison or the death penalty. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that in Florida, life in prison does not carry parole like other states?
I understand.
Do you understand that life in prison means the term of your life? It means you will not come out until you are no longer alive. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you gone over that with your lawyers?
I have.
And do you understand that that is the minimum penalty on counts 1 through 17? In other words, that is the best case scenario for you as a term of the rest of your life in Florida State Prison. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand the maximum penalty is death?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that that issue will be left to a jury to decide in a separate trial?
Yes, I do understand.
Do you understand, has anyone made you any promises or guarantees as to what sentence would be imposed if you were to plead to the charges 1 through 17 of murder in the first degree?
No, ma'am.
And when I ask you if anyone's made you any promises or guarantees, I mean your own lawyers as well. Have they made you any promises or guarantees as to what sentence would be imposed, whether it be life or death on counts 1 through 17 by you pleading here today?
No, ma'am.
Now, sir, this is what we would refer to as a strategy decision. In other words, by waiving your right to a jury trial on counts 1 through 17 specifically, you're waiving your right to require that the state prove each and every one of these charges against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Do you understand?
I understand.
And do you understand that if the state were unable to prove any of the elements in any of counts 1 through 17, the jury would have to find you not guilty? Do you understand?
I understand.
Do you understand a possibility could be that a jury would find you guilty of a lesser included offense to any of these charges, which may not include a mandatory life sentence at a minimum? Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading to these charges, you are facing a minimum best case scenario of life in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you discussed this strategy with your lawyers?
Yes, I have.
And do you believe that it is in your best interest to enter into a plea to these charges and waive your right to go to trial and require the state to prove these charges against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you gone over the pros and cons of that decision with your lawyers?
Yes, I have.
And have you had enough time to consider both the pros and the cons of your decision?
I have.
Ultimately, it is your decision, and whatever decision you make is fine with me. I'm not here to tell you what decision to make. I'm here to make sure that whatever decision it is that you make is made knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently, so that you are fully informed and you understand the consequences of your decision. Have you gone over the consequences of this plea here today of guilty with your lawyers?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you are waiving your right to have the first part of the trial, which is often referred to as the guilt phase, where the jury would find you guilty or not guilty?
I understand.
And do you understand that the state will still have the opportunity to present testimony and evidence against you at what's called phase 2, or the penalty phase of the trial?
Yes, I do understand.
Okay, and you've gone over that with your lawyers in depth, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about your decision?
Yes.
You do have a question?
I was wondering if I could say something to the victims.
Okay, well, before you do that, do you have any questions about the rights that you're waiving, or about the decision that you're making, or the strategy decision that you're making with your lawyers as far as pleading today?
No, I understand.
Okay, and you fully had the chance to think about that and to discuss that with your attorneys, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone threatened or coerced you into entering into this plea today?
No, ma'am.
And sir, have you had ample time or enough time to speak to your lawyers about your plea?
Yes.
And is there anything else you feel your lawyers need to do on your behalf that they have not already done before you enter into your plea today?
No, ma'am.
Sir, do you understand, I've gone over charges 1 through 17. I've told you that they carry a minimum of life in prison and a maximum of the death penalty. Counts 18 through 34 you're charged by indictment with attempted murder in the first degree, and each of those carries a separate penalty, so I'm going to go over those with you now. With regard to count 18, attempted murder in the first degree concerning victim Ashley Baez, you are facing up to a 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence because the state has alleged that you actually possessed a firearm, that you discharged that firearm, and as a result of said discharge, you inflicted great bodily harm upon Ashley Baez. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that you're facing between 25 years to life in prison as a maximum penalty?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that the 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence is a day-for-day sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 19, you're charged with attempted murder in the first degree with regard to victim William Olson. Sir, in that particular charge, the state has alleged that you discharged a firearm, that you possessed a firearm, which means it carries a 20-year minimum mandatory prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute, up to and including life in prison. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 20, attempted murder in the first degree with regard to victim Kashava Managapuram. The state is alleging in that count that you discharged a firearm, and as a result of the discharge that you inflicted great bodily harm upon this victim, which carries a 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute, up to and including life in prison. Do you understand?
I understand.
Count 21, attempted murder in the first degree of Justin Colton. That is a 20-year minimum mandatory under Florida's 1020 life statute for the use and possession and discharge of a firearm. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 22 is attempted murder in the first degree regarding victim Alexander Dworet. The state is alleging in that count that you did actually possess, use, and discharge a firearm, which carries a 20-year minimum mandatory prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute. Do you understand?
I understand that.
Count 23 is the attempted murder in the first degree of Genesis Valentin. The state is alleging that you actually possessed and discharged a firearm, which carries a 20-year minimum mandatory prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute. Do you understand?
I understand.
Count 24, the attempted murder of Daniela Menescal. The state is alleging that you actually possessed and discharged a firearm under Florida's 1020 life statute, which carries a 20-year minimum mandatory prison sentence. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 25 is the attempted murder in the first degree of Samantha Grady. The state is alleging that you did actually possess and discharge a firearm when you attempted to murder Samantha Grady, which carries with it a 20-year minimum mandatory prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, count 26 is the attempted murder in the first degree of Samantha Fuentes. In that count, the state is alleging that at the time you did possess, discharge, and inflict great bodily harm upon Samantha Fuentes, which carries with it a 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 27 is the attempted murder in the first degree of Isabel Checker. The state is alleging that you did possess and discharge a firearm contrary to Florida's 1020 life statute, which imposes a 20-year day-for-day minimum mandatory prison sentence. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, count 28 is the attempted murder in the first degree of Samantha Mayer. The state is alleging that you did actually possess, use, discharge, and as a result of the discharge, inflict great bodily harm upon Samantha Mayer, contrary to Florida's 1020 life statute, which carries with it on that count a 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 29, attempted murder in the first degree of Benjamin Wickender. The state is alleging that at the time that you attempted to murder Benjamin Wickender, that you did discharge the firearm and inflict great bodily harm upon Benjamin Wickender, contrary to Florida's 1020 life statute, which in this count carries with it a 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 30, the attempted murder of Madeline Wilford. The state is alleging that in this particular count you did possess, use, and discharge a firearm inflicting great bodily harm upon Madeline Wilford, contrary to Florida's 1020 life statute, which carries on this count a 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 31 is the attempted murder in the first degree of Marian Kapachenko. The state is alleging that in this particular charge that you did possess and use and shoot a firearm during the commission of this charge, and that you discharged a firearm, contrary to Florida's 1020 life statute, which carries with it a 20-year minimum mandatory prison sentence. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 32 is the attempted murder in the first degree of Stacy Lapel. In this count, the state is alleging that you discharged a firearm during the commission of the felony, which carries with it a 20-year minimum mandatory prison sentence. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Count 33 is the attempted murder in the first degree of Anthony Borges. The state is alleging on this charge that you did actually possess, use, discharge, and as a result of the discharge that you did inflict great bodily harm upon Anthony Borges, contrary to Florida's 1020 life statute, which carries with it a 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And finally, in count 34 of the indictment, the state is alleging that you attempted to murder in the first degree Kyle Lamont, and that during that act you did actually possess, discharge, and inflict great bodily harm upon the victim, contrary to Florida's 1020 life statute, which carries with it a 25-year minimum mandatory prison sentence, which is a day-for-day sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute. Do you understand, sir? Sir, do you understand that on counts 1 through 34, by entering into a plea, you are giving up your constitutional right to require that the state prove each and every one of these allegations beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand you're giving up your right to present testimony and evidence or a defense, if you have one, with regard to these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that at trial, sir, your lawyers would have the opportunity to confront and cross-examine each and every one of the state's witnesses who's called to testify against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand, sir, that at trial you would have the right to remain silent, and that's an absolute right that could not be and would not be held against you in any way whatsoever? However, by entering into a plea to these charges, you are giving up that right. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, do you understand that you are giving up your right to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court? In other words, if you were to go to trial and you were to be convicted on any of counts 1 through 34, or a lesser included offense of counts 1 through 34, and your lawyers, or you or an appellate lawyer, believe that error was made during the course of the trial, you would be able to appeal the judgment and sentence to a higher court. That's a court that sits in appellate capacity above this court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand, sir, that by entering into a plea, you're waiving that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand, sir, that if you are found, if you are sentenced to death in this case, that will not be a reason to revisit the strategy here today? In other words, the decision that you and your lawyers have made to plead guilty to these charges, which carry a maximum penalty of death.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're on death row waiting to be sentenced, you can't say, you know what, that wasn't a good strategy. Maybe I should have gone to trial and required the state to prove it. It will be too late at that time. Do you understand?
I understand.
Do you understand that after today, when I accept your plea, you are stuck with your decision and you cannot change it? It will be too late.
I understand.
Do you understand that if you tell your lawyers, you know, put this back on the judge's docket because I changed my mind and I want my phase 1 of the trial, you will not be able to change your mind. You will not be able to make that decision after today. Do you understand?
I do understand.
Do you understand that there have been a number of appellate issues that have gone on throughout the course of this case? Do you understand by entering into a plea you will be waiving your right to appeal those issues to a higher court?
I do understand.
And are you comfortable with the decision that you have made today?
Yes.
Do you feel you've had enough time to speak to your lawyers and to decide whether or not this plea to phase 1 of the guilt phase is in your best interest?
Yes.
And do you believe that decision to be in your best interest?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any doubts about that?
No.
Do you need additional time to speak to your lawyers about anything that I've gone over or about your decision to plead guilty to these charges here today?
No, ma'am.
Sir, do you understand all of the constitutional rights that I've gone over with you?
I do.
And do you understand that you're waiving each and every one of these constitutional rights?
I do.
Do you have any questions about any of these rights?
No, ma'am.
Do you wish to waive these rights and enter into a plea today?
Yes.
Sir, do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, you will be subject to deportation under the laws and regulations of the Department of Homeland Security upon entering into this plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand, sir, that if the offense to which you are pleading is determined to be sexually violent or sexually motivated in any way, or if you've been previously convicted of a sexually violent or sexually motivated offense, this plea may subject you to involuntary commitment under the Jimmy Rice Jessica Lunsford Acts upon completion of your sentence? Do you understand?
I do understand.
State, have you disclosed all items of physical evidence in discovery?
Yes, Your Honor. I must say that, discovery is still going on
Sure.
for the defense and the state as we go, and it has been, since the beginning of this case.
Okay. To this point, has the defense reviewed all of the discovery in this case with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is either side aware of any physical evidence, if tested, that would exonerate the defendant of any of the 34 charges as charged in the indictment?
The state is not aware of any.
Your Honor, based on the discovery that we have received, we are not aware of any.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does either side believe that there is anything that I need to go over with the defendant that I have not already gone over as far as his plea is concerned? State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just to clarify, counts 18 through 34, the maximum sentence for, the court clearly went over the minimum mandatories that each of those counts carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment.
Okay, sir, do you understand? I'm sorry if I did not make this clear. Counts 18 through 34, attempted murder in the first degree, carry the minimum mandatory penalties that I went over with you, which were either 20 or 25 years. That's a day-for-day prison sentence under Florida's 1020 life statute. However, they each, in and of themselves, without the 1020 life enhancement, they still carry life in prison. Do you understand?
I do understand.
Okay, Mr. Marcus?
Your Honor, as a result of pleading guilty to these charges, have any promises been made to the defendant by anyone as to what evidence will be admitted or excluded from the penalty phase?
Sir, have any promises been made to you as far as what evidence may or may be presented against you by the state at the penalty phase in this trial?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do you understand that you should, as far as you're concerned, you should go forward with the understanding that everything that could be presented against you can, I'm not saying that it will be or that it is, but you should assume that all of the evidence that was going to be presented against you will be presented against you in phase 2 of the trial, with the exception of any constitutionally excluded evidence, which I don't believe, well, some of the orders that have been signed to this point where both parties have agreed that a certain evidence would be excluded, that would still be excluded, and perhaps any other constitutionally impermissible evidence that hasn't been decided on yet. But under the rules of evidence, anything else that would be admissible will be admissible for purposes of your understanding this plea going forward at the phase 2. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Has anyone made you any promises or guarantees that certain evidence would be excluded during phase 2 that may be admitted during phase 1?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand what I mean when I say phase 1 and phase 2?
Yes, I understand.
You've gone over those phases with the lawyers, and I've explained it to you. Phase 1 is what we typically call the guilt phase, where the jury would find you guilty or not guilty, or perhaps guilty of a lesser included offense. And phase 2 will be life in prison, meaning life with no parole. There's no parole in Florida, you understand?
I understand.
Do you understand that in a lot of states, life means life, but in 25 years, they'll consider you for release? Do you understand? But Florida, we do not have that. Life means you are in there for the term of your life, and you do not come out until you are no longer alive. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay, Mr. Marcus?
One more, Your Honor.
Sure.
And that is, does he understand that all of the attempted murder convictions can be used as an aggravating factor in each of the 17 first-degree murders that will be heard before this jury, and that each of the murders will be an aggravating factor for each murder? In other words, for each murder, there would be 16 additional murders as an aggravating factor, and 17 attempted murders.
Okay. So, sir, based upon the state's notice of intent to seek the death penalty, first of all, have you gone over that with your lawyers?
Yes, I have.
And there's actually there's two drafts. The second draft, which I believe is the most updated draft, was filed on April 16th of 2018, and it is 3 pages and lists 7 different grounds or aggravators that the state intends to go forth on during the penalty phase. Do you understand?
I do understand.
And do you understand that the felonies that you are pleading to, in other words, I'm going to give you an example. Count 1 of the indictment charges murder in the first degree of Luke Hoyer. By pleading guilty to count 1, the state can use count 1 as an aggravating factor for count 2, murder in the first degree of Martin Duque and Keanu. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And so forth and so on. And in other words, count that you are pleading to can be used as an aggravating factor in favor of the death penalty on each of the other counts of murder in the first. Do you understand?
I do understand.
And do you understand, sir, that counts 18 through 34, attempted murder in the first degree, can all be used against you as aggravating factors in support of the death penalty on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, through and including 17, individually and collectively. Do you understand?
I do.
Mr. Marcus?
That's all, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. McNeil, do you have anything that you feel I have not gone over, which I should go over with the defendant at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Cruz, at this time, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Other than the fact that I believe you want to make a statement, but do you have any questions about the rights that we've gone over, about the penalty phase versus the guilt phase, about any of the specific charges against you, any of the minimum penalties, any of the maximum penalties? Do you have any questions whatsoever about those things?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is your client waiving a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can't be waived. So I have to order it. And if the defense doesn't want one?
If it's statutorily required, Judge, at this point, we'll say yes, and if there's any issues, then we'll notify the
Okay,
court.
that sounds good. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cruz, I'm going to go over each charge with you and ask you how you wish to plea in these matters now, if you don't have any questions.
I do not have any questions.
All right, to count 1 of the indictment, murder in the first degree of victim Luke Hoyer, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
To count 2 of the indictment, murder in the first degree of Martin Duque and Keanu, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 3 of the indictment, murder in the first degree of Gina Montalto, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 4 of the indictment, murder in the first degree of Alexander Schachter, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 5 of the information, murder in the first degree of Elena Petty, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 6 of the indictment, murder in the first degree of Alyssa Al-Hadef, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 7 of the indictment, the murder in the first degree of Nicholas Dorette, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 8, murder in the first degree of Helena Ramsey, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 9, murder in the first degree of Christopher Hickson, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 10, murder in the first degree of Carmen Shentrup, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 11, murder in the first degree of Aaron Feiss, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 12, murder in the first degree of Scott Beagle, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 13, murder in the first degree of Meadow Pollock, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 14, murder in the first degree of Kara Loughran, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 15, murder in the first degree of Joaquin Oliver Pudoy, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 16, murder in the first degree of Jamie Gutenberg, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 17, murder in the first degree of Peter Wang. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 18, attempted murder in the first degree of Ashley Baez. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 19, attempted murder in the first degree of William Olson. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 20, attempted murder in the first degree of Kashava Managapuram. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 21, attempted murder in the first degree of Justin Colton. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 22, attempted murder in the first degree of Alexander Dworet. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 23, attempted murder in the first degree of Genesis Valentin. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 24, attempted murder in the first degree of Daniela Menescal. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 25, attempted murder in the first degree of Samantha Grady. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 26, attempted murder in the first degree of Samantha Fuentes. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 27, attempted murder in the first degree of Isabel Checker. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 28, attempted murder in the first degree of Samantha Mayer. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 29, attempted murder in the first degree of Benjamin Wickender. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 30, attempted murder in the first degree of Madeline Wilford. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 31, attempted murder in the first degree of Marian Kabachenko. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 32, attempted murder in the first degree of Stacy Lapel. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 33, attempted murder in the first degree of Anthony Borges. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 34, attempted murder in the first degree of Kyle Lehman. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
I accept your plea of guilty. I find that you are alert and intelligent, that you had made an informed decision with the advice of counsel. I find that you have made this decision after going over and understanding all of your rights, and that you are knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waiving each and every one of the rights that I went over with you today. Is the defense stipulating to a factual basis for purposes of the plea?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll stipulate.
State?
We're prepared to make a factual finding.
Okay.
Your Honor, if this case charging the defendant Nicholas Jacob Cruz with 17 counts of first-degree murder and 17 counts of attempted first-degree murder went to trial, the state would be able to prove beyond an exclusion of every reasonable doubt that the defendant committed each and every one of the counts in the indictment, to wit, 17 counts of first-degree murder and 17 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Some of the evidence that would prove that the defendant is guilty of each and every one of the counts in the indictment, but not exclusive, are school surveillance videos, other surveillance videos, witness testimony, witness identifications, DNA, and the defendant's statements, all of which would be incriminating to the defendant. This is just some of the competent evidence that the state would introduce at trial. The whole of that evidence would establish the following facts, Your Honor. On Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, the defendant, Nicholas Jacob Cruz, contacted Uber and had a driver drive him to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, located at 5901 Pine Island Road in Broward County, Florida. The defendant had with him a rifle bag which contained his Smith & Wesson M&P 15 caliber 5.56 rifle, which is an AR-15 type rifle. He had a backpack that contained a tactical vest that had pockets for firearm magazines. The defendant brought with him to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas 11 firearm magazines. He directed the driver of Uber to drop him off at Pine Island Road. in front of the pedestrian gate located on the northeast side of Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. The defendant walked through the pedestrian gate and made his way to the 1200 building. The defendant, Nicholas Cruz, had previously attended Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. He approached the 1200 building, which is located in the northeast corner of the campus. It is the only three-story building on the campus of Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. He entered the east doors of the 1200 building. The 1200 building has 10 classrooms on each floor, 6 classrooms on the north, on the south, and 4 classrooms on the north. That's on each floor of the 34 building, on the three-story building. Upon entering the east doors of the 1200 building, Nicholas Cruz turned right and walked into the east stairwell of the 1200 building. He then proceeded to take out his rifle from the rifle bag and loaded it with one of the magazines. As the defendant was loading the magazine into his rifle, a student walked into the east stairwell, and the defendant said to him, "You better get out of here. Something bad is about to happen." The defendant then entered the hallway at approximately 2:21:33, and he fired his rifle at 4 students who were in the hallway. 3 of the students were in front of classroom 1215 on the south side of the hallway. Gina Montalto was sitting outside the classroom of 1215 working on her computer. Martin Duque Aquillano and Luke Hoyer were standing next to her, knocking on the classroom door to gain entrance. Ashley Baez was further west, walking down the hallway towards the west doors. The defendant fired his rifle at Gina Montalto, Martin Duque Aquillano, and Luke Hoyer. They were all shot. Ashley Baez was shot in the leg, but she managed to run to a classroom 1210 across the hall. Ashley Baez survived her wounds. The defendant then turned and fired into the classroom window door of classroom 1216 on the north side of the hallway. He then knelt down in the hallway, took off his backpack, pulled out his tactical vest, put the vest on, loaded another magazine, and he crossed the hallway to the south side of the hallway once again to classroom 1215 and 1214, which are both adjoining classrooms. He again fired into Gina Montalto, Martin Duque Aquillano, and Luke Hoyer. Gina Montalto, 14 years old, who was sitting in the hallway in front of classroom 1215, was shot 4 times and died of her wounds. Martin Duque Aquillano, 14 years old, was shot 8 times, and he died of his wounds. Luke Hoyer, 15 years old, was shot twice, and he died of his wounds. The defendant then began firing through the glass window again into 1214. Then he went across the hall, placed another firearm magazine in his rifle, returned to 1214, and fired once again into classroom 1214. 6 of the students in classroom 1214 were shot. Helena Ramsey, 17 years old, was shot 4 times, and she died of her wounds. Nicholas Dorette, 17 years old, was shot 3 times, and Nicholas died of his wounds. Isabel Checker, Danielle Menescule, Samantha Grady, Samantha Fuentes were wounded, but they survived their wounds. The defendant then walked east in the hallway and once again fired through the classroom window door of classroom 1216. He shot 8 students in classroom 1216. Alex Schachter, 14 years old, was shot twice, and he died of his wounds. Elena Petty, 14 years old, was shot 4 times, and she died of her wounds. Alessa Alfadeth was shot 8 times, and she died of her wounds. William Olson, Justin Colton, Genesis Valentin, Alexander Durrett, and Kashava Magamporium were wounded, but they survived their wounds. The defendant went back across again to 1214, and he fired into 1214 once again. As he was doing that, Coach Christopher Hickson opened the west doors of the first floor hallway and ran in to see what was happening. The defendant fired his rifle at Christopher Hickson, hitting him twice. Christopher Hickson, wounded, crawled across the hallway and hid in one of the alcoves on the north side of the hallway. The defendant then walked up to classroom 1213 on the north side of the first floor hallway and fired through the glass door in the glass in the classroom door. Carmen Shentrup, 16 years old, was shot 3 times and she died of her wounds. Madeline Wilford was shot multiple times, but she survived. Samantha Mayer was shot multiple times. She survived. And Benjamin Wickander was shot multiple times, but he survived. The defendant then continued west down the first floor hallway, and as he passed Christopher Hickson, who was hiding in the alcove, he fired once again into Christopher Hickson. Coach Hickson was shot 3 times, and he died of his wounds. The defendant then entered the west stairwell, and as he entered the west stairwell, there is a door to the west stairwell. And coming in through the door on the west stairwell, which coach was Coach Aaron Feiss. As Coach Aaron Feiss opened the door, the defendant fired twice into Coach Feiss, who fell by the west stairwell door. Coach Feiss died of his wounds. The defendant then went up the west stairwell and entered the second floor hallway. As he went down the hallway, he fired into classroom 1231, which was empty, which was on the north side of the hallway. He then crossed the hallway and fired to classroom 1234. It's on the south side of the hallway. That classroom was also empty. He then walked up to the east stairwell, and he walked up the stairs. Due to the percussion from the defendant firing his rifle, the dust from the ceiling tiles caused the fire alarm system to sense smoke, causing the fire alarm to sound. Because the fire alarm was sounding, the students and the teachers were evacuating their classrooms due to the fire alarm sounding. The defendant, upon reaching the 3rd floor, as he exited the stairwell, he fired into Scott Beagle, who was a classroom teacher in 1256. Scott Beagle was shot 4 times, and Scott Beagle died of his wounds. The defendant then fired at another teacher, Stacy Lapel, who was out in the hallway with Scott Beagle. She was wounded, but she survived her wounds. She was a classroom teacher in classroom 1255. As the students and teachers were running back to their classrooms, the defendant placed another magazine into his rifle and proceeded to fire. He shot Meadow Pollock, who was hiding in an alcove of classroom 1249, along with Carol Longren, as they hid in that alcove. The defendant then shot down the hall Anthony Borges multiple times. Anthony Borges survived his wounds. Marian Kabachenko was shot, but he survived his wounds. Kyle Lehman was shot, and he survived his wound. The defendant continued to fire as he moved down the hallway, shooting Meadow Pollock, Carol Longren, Joaquim Oliver Padoy, Peter Wang, and Jamie Guttenberg. The defendant continued further west in the hallway, and as he approached Meadow Pollock and Carol Longren, who were still in the hallway, lying on the floor in the alcove of 1249, fired into them once again. Meadow Pollock, 18 years old, was shot 6 times, and she died of her wounds. Carol Longren, 14 years old, was shot 3 times and died of her wounds. The defendant then approached the alcove of the men's bathroom on the north side of the hall. Lying wounded on the floor in front of the men's bathroom door was Joaquim Oliver Padoy. The defendant once again fired into Joaquim Oliver Padoy. Joaquim Oliver Padoy was 17 years old. He was shot 4 times, and he died of his wounds. The defendant then approached Peter Wang, who was wounded and laying just outside the hallway of the west stairwell. Peter Wang was 14 years old. He was shot 12 times, and he died of his wounds. Jamie Guttenberg, 14 years old, as she was running down the hall, she was able to reach the door on the west side of the hallway. She was shot, and she died of her wounds. The defendant then entered the teacher's lounge, which is on 1240, which was at the north side of the hallway. And he fired 5 rounds outside the west window. The window overlooks a courtyard in the parking lot. He then turned and fired out of a south window that looks over a courtyard. He fired 10 shots in total. He then ran out of 1240 and went into the west stairwell, took off his vest that still contained 5 firearm magazines. He laid his gun down, and he ran out of down the stairs and out of the 1200 building on the west side, and he left the 1200 building at 2:27:55 p.m. He then ran and blended in with students who were evacuating the campus due to the fire alarm. As he walked away into a residential neighborhood, he was arrested at 3:49 p.m., approximately 3 miles away from Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. They're the facts, Your Honor, that we would like on the record as a factual basis for the plea.
Okay. Based upon the stipulation as well as the factual basis presented by the state, I do find there's a factual basis for the plea. And based upon the defendant's guilty plea, I am going to adjudicate him guilty of counts 1 through 34 of the indictment. Also, a matter that was not was placed on the record but not in the defendant's presence, as that I did adjudicate the defendant guilty of all 4 counts of the information in case this was done on Friday. In case number 18-14129, I did on Friday, which was the October 15th, I adjudicated the defendant guilty of count 1, attempted aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, count 2, battery on a law enforcement officer, count 3, depriving an officer means of protection, and count 4 of the information. The defendant was adjudicated guilty. Now that he has been adjudicated guilty, I intend to set the homicide case for trial on the sentencing phase 2 trial. Before I go ahead and discuss that part, is there anything else that either side wishes to add to the record or present at this time?
I believe Mr. Cruz wanted to make a statement to the court and to the victim's present in the courtroom.
Okay.
May I take off my mask?
Sure.
I am very sorry for what I did, and I have to live with it every day. And that if I were to get a second chance, I will do everything in my power to try to help others. And I am doing this for you, and I do not care if you do not believe me. And I love you, and I know you don't believe me, but I have to live with this every day, and it brings me nightmares, and I can't live with myself sometimes. But I try to push through because I know that's what you guys would want me to do. I hate drugs, and I believe this country would do better if everyone would stop smoking marijuana and doing all these drugs and causing racism and violence out in the streets. I'm sorry, and I can't even watch TV anymore. And I'm trying my best to maintain my composure, and I just want you to know I'm really sorry. And I hope you give me a chance to try to help others. If I believe it's your decision to decide where I go and whether I live or die. Not the jury's. I believe it's your decision. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing to say, John.
Judge, at this point, I don't think there's anything stopping the court from sentencing him on the 18-14129 case to 25 years concurrently, Judge. There's nothing to stop the court from doing that.
I'm sorry.
That's the court to impose again, the sentence of count 1 of 15 years Florida State Prison, count 2 consecutive 5 years Florida State Prison, count 3 consecutive 5 years in Florida State Prison, and count 4 is a misdemeanor, Judge. That's the court to sentence him now.
I don't think the victim is here for the purpose of the sentencing for that.
The victim has decided he does not want to be present. He asked me to ask Your Honor to impose the maximum sentence as possible.
I don't believe legally I can impose a consecutive. Counts 1 and 2 are the same.
Well, they're not, Judge. They have different elements, and we do believe that you can sentence him to consecutive sentences. So we would ask for 15 years, which is the maximum on count 1, 5 years consecutive, which is the maximum on count 2, 5 years consecutive to that, which is the maximum on count 3, followed by a year, which is consecutive to that, which is the maximum on count 4.
So even though count 2 is a lesser included of count 1, you believe legally I can impose consecutive sentences on 1 and 2?
It is actually not a lesser included.
Factually, Judge, they're separate offenses.
Because one is an attempted aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer using an item as a blunt object, whereas the second one is battery on a law enforcement officer, which is based on the punching and hitting.
Okay.
So they are separate offenses.
Are you in agreement that I should impose the sentence at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, we are. We would ask, it's a total of 26 years in Florida State Prison. We would ask that you adjudicate him. You've already found him guilty, and that you impose that sentence.
Sure.
And that is when the defendant was exercising allocution, he said at the very end that he believed that you were in charge of his sentence and not the jury. So
I'm not sure if he was talking about, I'm not exactly sure who he was talking about. I don't know if he meant you meaning me or you meaning the victims.
We can clarify so that he does understand that in Florida, it is going to be a jury that determines his sentence as to counts 1 through 17 and not this court. So that we don't have an issue later on appeal or a 3.850 or a 3.851 saying that he misunderstood.
Sure. Mr. Cruz, I'm not sure who you were, I'm not sure if you were talking to me or the victims' families when you said you. But you do understand the state of the law. I went over that with you.
Yes, I do.
And so you know that it's neither me nor the victims' families that are going to be in charge of imposing the death penalty. I don't know if you meant, the way I took it was you meant that they could ask the state to waive it. No, that's not what you meant. Well, why don't you just tell me what you meant?
What I meant was that I believe they should have the right to choose the victims themselves on whether I should take life or death.
So in other words, you're urging the victims to encourage the state to waive it and sentence you to life.
Judge, may I interject?
Sure.
I think what Mr. Cruz was saying was that ultimately in his heart he believes it should be the victims' families that make the decision about life or death. We have, however, explained to Mr. Cruz that it will in fact be the jury that will make that decision after the presentation of evidence of aggravators and mitigators in phase 2.
Okay.
This, I believe, is just his personal belief.
I understand.
It is in conflict with the law, but he understands the law.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Cruz, is that correct?
Yes.
So if you were the legislature, you would leave it up to the victims to decide what penalty to impose, but you understand that's not the state of the law in Florida.
Yes, I understand that.
You understand it's going to be up to the jury.
I understand that.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Okay, the court having adjudicated defendant guilty, the defendant having waived PSI, the state is indicating that the victim in case number 18 14129 CF10A, which is Sergeant Raymond Beltran, has waived his right to be present before the court today. Is there any legal reason why I should not impose a sentence at this time?
No, ma'am.
On count 1, attempted aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, I'm going to adjudicate, I have adjudicated you guilty. I'm imposing a period of 15 years, Florida State Prison, with credit for, I believe his credit on the 15th was 1,034 days.
I wrote on the plea form, Judge. I don't have it on.
That would have been Friday, but so
I'm sorry?
a couple of days.
1, with credit for 1,345 days time served. Count 2, battery on a law enforcement officer. The defendant has been adjudicated guilty. I'm imposing a sentence of 5 years Florida State Prison to run consecutive to count 1. Count 3, the defendant has been adjudicated of depriving an officer means of protection. I'm going to sentence you to 5 years Florida State Prison to run consecutive to counts 1 and 2. Finally, count 4, the defendant has been adjudicated of attempted use of a self-defense weapon against a law enforcement officer. I'm imposing the maximum sentence of 364 days in the county jail. That is to run consecutive to counts 1, 2, and 3. Each count is to run consecutive to one another. I'm also imposing all mandatory court costs, cost of prosecution, fee for court-appointed counsel, and pursuant to 943-325, the defendant is required to submit to 2 samples of his blood or less intrusive method for purposes of the DNA bank. Sir, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court. Your failure to file an appeal within 30 days or contest the imposition of the public defender fees would waive your right to contest those fees and or to appeal the sentence and judgment of the court. Do you understand?
I do understand.
You are to be given credit for 1,345 days time served. However, the defendant is to remain in the custody of the Broward County Jail and is not to be remanded to the Department of Corrections until the completion of Phase 2, which is the death penalty trial in the 181958 CF10A. Thank you.
Yes.
Judge, we would request that as to count 18 through 34, which are not counts that are eligible for the death penalty, that the court impose a sentence of life consecutive to each count at this point, so that the victim's family have some closures as to those counts and understand that Mr. Cruz will not be leaving the Department of Corrections until he dies or if he is in fact sentenced to death on counts 1 through 17.
Your Honor, all the victims are not here for those counts, and they have a right to be heard, and many of them want to be heard.
Okay.
And I'm in agreement with that, Your Honor. Can we just set it for a separate sentencing hearing on counts 17 through 34 so those victims can in fact be heard?
I mean, my inclination would be to do it at the same time so that we don't have to have everybody come back here more than necessary. State, do you have a position on?
Yeah, I think that your idea is a good one.
Because then we have to have 2 separate.
No, I understand the court's position. We just wanted, for those families on count 17 through 34, I'm sorry, 18 through 34, have some closure on those counts, and the community can start healing knowing that Mr. Cruz will never leave the Department of Corrections. But I understand the court's position.
I think by you making that statement that's on the record, and hopefully that message will be conveyed, your intention will be conveyed to them. All right, now.
Can we just have a few minutes before we proceed to scheduling?
Absolutely. We'll take how about a 15-minute recess? Does that work?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Nicholas Cruz being taken away in shackles. We're taking a live now look from inside of the Florida courtroom where Parkland shooting suspect Nicholas Cruz pleads guilty to all 17 counts of premeditated murder and 17 additional counts of attempted murder. The 23-year-old, as you see here, confessed to shooting and killing 17 people and injuring more than a dozen others at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland in 2018. Now, just moments ago, we witnessed Judge Elizabeth Shearer read each and every charge and penalty to Nicholas Cruz in a plea deal, pleading guilty to every charge in that 2018 mass shooting. That Florida courtroom, as you see, filled with family and friends of victims. You can see the emotion on their face as the judge reads the charges, also reading the victims' names. Now, Cruz killed 14 students and 3 staff members on Valentine's Day in 2018 during a 7-minute rampage through a 3-story building at Stoneman Douglas. He confessed to shooting victims in the hallway and in classrooms with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. Cruz was expelled from Stoneman Douglas a year earlier after a history of threatening, frightening, unusual, and sometimes violent behavior that dated back to preschool, believe it or not. Now, these shootings caused some Stoneman Douglas High School students to launch the March for Our Lives movement, which pushes for stronger gun restrictions nationally.
So what happens next? Well, we will enter the penalty phase where jurors will recommend either life in prison or the death penalty. However, the judge ultimately makes that decision. And now I want to bring you all out to a story that we broke in our 8 o'clock hour. We have an update. We are getting new information that there is no indication of an active shooter at a military base in Montgomery County, Maryland. This story gaining a lot of national attention because the military base is home to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. Now, this is just north of Washington, D.C., and the base was placed on lockdown, and all personnel was told to shelter in place after an incident was reported around 8:45 a.m. at Naval Support Activity Building in Bethesda, Maryland. Now, we are relying on our Fox 5 DC team, as well as other local officials for the most up-to-date developments. Let's bring in a few visual elements. We do have the following tweets from officials in the area. This coming from the Naval Support Activity Twitter in Bethesda. They are saying at this time, there's no indication of an active shooter on the installation. A bomb threat is still under investigation and a lockdown still remains in place. I do believe we have a few more. Now, this is important because the official all clear has not yet been issued, but it will be when it's appropriate, and it will be reported by the NSA Bethesda. Keep in touch to their social media and other official channels for the most up-to-date information. Now, this tweet coming from Walter Reed. Emergency response teams currently investigating the potential threat or hazard in or around the facility. Out of an abundance of caution, entry points have been secured and all gates to the NSAB installation has been closed. A very fluid situation. Oh, one more tweet coming from Walter Reed. All patient appointments have been canceled. More details to come. This is pretty fluid situation, still getting information. An investigation is still underway and the official all clear has not been given yet. All right, guys, we're going to stay on top of this here at Live Now from Fox. Going to take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more information on that story right after this. All right, everyone, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are swiftly approaching the 11 o'clock hour before we toss things over to our Phoenix team there. Mike Page, I believe, and Christy Lawson will take over and continue our coverage of non-stop, raw and unfiltered news. But I do want to bring you all this update on the story that we have been following very closely here at Live Now from Fox when it comes to that bomb threat investigation taking place at a Bethesda Naval Base. We are getting this tweet from officials saying that K-9 teams are actually in the process of clearing buildings at the Walter Reed Center in Bethesda. The lockdown still remains in place, however. We have confirmed that there is no threat of an active shooter. Again, the bomb threat, however, still under investigation at Bethesda Naval Base. Staying on top of this for you all, we will bring you more developments as soon as we receive them to our Live Now from Fox desk. Bring you all out live to New York. Mayor Bill de Blasio giving a very important update that's making national news, gaining a lot of attention here, and that is because all employees for the city of New York will be required to get vaccinated for COVID-19. De Blasio announced this just moments ago, so let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Experts who created the whole approach to security weren't even asked how they did it, why they did it, how things were handled. It's just consistently inaccurate.
The next is Amanda from Politico.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good, Amanda. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. So I wanted to get your feedback on the Department of Health letter that was sent to Dr. Choksi, I believe on October 1st. I spoke to 2 health department workers yesterday, and they expressed frustration with your response to that letter. They had said that we're reminding you that they are also the people of New York City, and they don't feel like you and the commissioner are looking out for them. And they specifically wanted to ask why the city wasn't releasing information around safety at certain work sites within the health department, how many outbreaks there had been, how many people had COVID. And so they wanted to ask specifically why data was not being released rather than the focus on making sure handouts available. So I wanted you to comment on that.
Let me start, and then I'll turn to Dr. Choksi. He can speak for himself. First of all, I'm just going to stand up for Dr. Choksi because I think he's an extraordinary public servant who has given his heart and soul to helping others and has been one of the great leaders here and around the country in fighting COVID. I haven't read the letter, I won't be honest about it, I've only gotten a summary, but I think it is disrespectful of his efforts for employees in his agency to suggest that he would think about anything but everyone's health and well-being, including his own employees. Second, I think folks who swore an oath to serve the public should be thinking about the public. So many of our city employees have been at the front line. And we're talking here about folks who came back to the office, many of whom were working remote. Well, again, I respect everyone's contribution, but we needed people to come back to do the best work possible. There were hundreds of thousands of folks who were at the front line the whole time. So I think there should be more respect shown to the city workers who served through the toughest of this situation. And folks who had the opportunity to work remotely, they should be, in my opinion, a little more respectful. If there's a specific issue, I heard that, and I don't disrespect this, if they said there's a lack of soap or something needed to be handled differently in social distancing or anything, I think you go to Dr. Choksi and his team and say, hey, let's fix this together, and they would, of course. But it's the health department. They should have the ability to follow the rules we've set out for everyone, rather than putting out a public letter, fix the problem. So I just want to say, logic says to me that Dr. Choksi and his team would have been very responsive to any concerns, and I think that would have been the better way to handle this. Dr. Choksi, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll just add that, of course, I care deeply about the health and safety of my own staff, of my team, and everything that we've done to serve New Yorkers over the course of the pandemic is in service of that for the entire city, but also for what we're doing here at the health department. With respect to the letter itself, Amanda, as you may know, I and my team responded to that letter. There were some specific points that were raised that did need to be addressed, and we have followed up on that. But I'll also just take the opportunity to say that the vast majority of the health department, including people who have been working throughout the entire pandemic, are extraordinarily dedicated public servants who we continue to prioritize with respect to their health and safety. So if there are other steps that need to be taken along the way, certainly I'm receptive to that, and we're committed to dealing with them in a transparent way.
Thank you. Go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you. And then my second question is, there's been a couple of viral videos on Twitter recently of officers responding to people asking them to wear masks, particularly the ones I've seen have been on the subway. And so with the NYPD's vaccination rate around 70%, how do you, I guess, address the issues around, and again, this is coming from the videos of New Yorkers feeling like the police are not following mask mandates or not getting vaccinated, and then, you know, the PBA's statement today around your announcement. So I'm curious, kind of like, how do you weigh these two things and try to focus on gaining trust of the public, especially with the police and how they've handled the pandemic so far?
Well, thank you, Amanda. I think when everyone's vaccinated, it's going to make everything easier for everyone. First of all, I just think we saw this in the schools, we saw this in the hospitals. When everyone's vaccinated, it creates a sense of equality, fairness, safety that just benefits everyone, benefits the whole atmosphere. We've all been through a lot the last year and a half. We need to sort of start the process of healing. I think everyone being vaccinated actually is part of that. So I feel good about that. On the video, I saw one of the videos of a couple of officers removing someone from the subway. I was troubled by that video. I didn't like what I saw one bit. I did not see everything, except for the clip at the time when the person's being removed. But I saw the officers not wearing their masks in the subway. That's evident. That's unacceptable. We've given this instruction 1,000 times. And if you're going to be in law enforcement, you actually have to participate in following the law. So I would say we know in this case, the video, most recent video, there's an investigation underway. I expect there will be discipline in that case because it's obvious that they were not wearing their masks. The commissioner said many times publicly, given the instructions, it's up to supervisors to step up now. Just tell people, if you're in the subway, we're telling everyone in the subway you got to wear a mask. That includes police officers, period.
The next is Katie Honan from the city.
Hey, good morning, Mayor de Blasio.
Good morning, Katie.
You're in person, since I'm just down the hall, but you know, can't get everything you want, I guess. My question is a follow-up. I've heard from a bunch of city employees this morning who are very upset. I guess, you know, they say we've been vaccinated for months. I've been sharing office space now with unvaccinated colleagues, and now they're going to get a monetary incentive. I understand with unvaccinated colleagues, and now they're going to get a monetary incentive. I understand the psychological reason and the sort of effectiveness of a incentive, a financial incentive like this. But do you understand, I guess, and I mean, what is your message to city employees who already, to them, did the right thing, have been, they say, endangering themselves by going into an office with unvaccinated colleagues, and now they're not going to get $500 like some of their colleagues will?
Yeah, Katie, you've sometimes asked me, do I understand how people feel? I absolutely understand how people feel. I'm someone who, you know, I didn't get an incentive, and I totally appreciate that you look at someone else got an incentive, you're like, hey, I wish I got that incentive. I get it. But I'm coming from a very practical place. I'm trying to get us to a goal. And I think this is a smart incentive to help get us there. In the end, look, we know we're dealing with a backdrop where there's been a huge amount of misinformation, unlike anything we've ever seen in history. People used to get vaccinated all the time, appropriately, were made safe by those vaccinations. Those vaccinations wiped out major diseases that plagued our society. Only in this instance has there been the kind of massive misinformation and cynical effort to create misinformation that unfortunately has affected a lot of people. Against that backdrop, we have to use different tools in different ways. Right now, this mandate, it's time. The extra incentive, I think, just helps us get where we need to go. Go ahead, Katie.
Thanks. And I'm not sure if this was asked before, but do we have a financial, like an estimate of how much money the city intends to pay? I guess we can do the math easily. We could see how many employees are not vaccinated and then times that by 500. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you got people who are better at math than me on that.
It's the maximum number, as I understand, would be 46,000 employees, $500 incentive per person. Our goal is to get all 46,000. Obviously, we may not get all of them, but we're going to do our best to get everyone encouraged to do that. I am handed a note where the excellent math was done. 23 million is the maximum it could be. And again, that's real money, but against the backdrop of a massive multi-billion-dollar effort to fight COVID over these last years, I think it's a good investment.
We have time for 2 more questions today. The next is Jeff Mays from the New York Times.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor. My question is about the mandate. I'm wondering, you just mentioned how difficult it's been to get police officers to do something as simple as wear masks in the subway. I'm wondering, how much difficult it might be to get them to get a vaccine. You've talked about the contingency plans that they're in place, but you have not discussed what those contingency plans are. Can you give a little detail about what exactly you're going to do if thousands of police officers and sanitation workers do not show up for work because they choose to remain unvaccinated?
Sure. Jeff, look, first of all, we have a lot of evidence here of how people respond. We had many people had real valid concerns about schools, about hospitals. For a period of days in each case, there was tremendous concern. Would it be, thousands upon thousands of people not showing up? And in both cases, we saw overwhelming compliance. Now, you could say, well, this is a different workforce. Yeah, but in the end, people go to work out of a combination of believing in what they're doing and also wanting to get paid. It's not like whether you wear a mask on a subway. This is an entirely different reality. Do you want to get paid or not? Well, the vast majority of people in public service need that paycheck. They're not going to go without it. And in the end, we gave people lots of time. There's no question about our strength in court. Everyone sees it. So I think we're going to see a lot of people, maybe grudgingly, but a lot of people go and just get vaccinated and continue working. In terms of contingencies, we've been through this in great detail with the different agency leaders. Obviously, we'll use overtime when we need to use overtime. We'll do redeployments when we need to do redeployments. We have a variety of ways we can adjust the use of the workforce. We feel confident that even if there's some temporary dynamic of some people not being ready right away, that we're going to find our way through it. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. I'm wondering, tonight is the first debate for mayor between Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa. You've said you thought that Mr. Adams would make a great mayor. What do you think about Curtis Sliwa, and why do you think Eric Adams would be a better mayor than Mr. Sliwa?
I literally have nothing to say about Curtis Sliwa and why Eric Adams. I think he has proven over decades he understands the city. He has served the city at the front line as a police officer. He's served in Albany. He knows how to address our relationship with the state government. He understands our neighborhoods. But most importantly, I think he is someone who has moved progressive ideas and policies in a variety of ways throughout his career and is going to be very effective at getting that done. I mean, look, I got to tell you, when I talk to Eric Adams regularly, I am confident that he will be able to take everything that I believe we've achieved and then build upon it and go farther. So I really am looking forward to him becoming elected our next mayor, and I'm looking forward to working with him to have a very, very positive transition.
The last question for today goes to Julia Marsh from The Post.
Thanks for the honor. I would just second Gloria's request for a return to in-person briefings. Mr. Mayor, I wholeheartedly agree with what you said yesterday, and that some essential jobs are just better performed in person. Journalism is clearly one of those jobs. This morning when you were on television, you mentioned that Eric Adams supports the mandates. But Adam says he would approach them differently. He says he'd partner with labor to make sure they're on board before announcing requirements like the one today, then getting it dragged into litigation and other disputes. So why not use that more collaborative approach?
Well, Julia, first of all, what I said this morning was quoting, I said very clearly, Eric Adams obviously is going to speak for himself, but I was quoting from what he had said previously. The approach we've taken has been in constant communication with a very wide range of our public employee unions for months. We understood after many, many conversations where the different leaders of the unions were at, what they were thinking, and it was clear that we needed to move forward. Whether that was going to be warmly embraced or not, we needed to move forward for the health and well-being of our employees and the people they serve. We also believed we were on a very firm legal ground, and we were, and it's been proven in court many, many times. So, look, Eric is going to do whatever he sees fit going forward. He'll have his own approach, of course, but I assure you there was a lot of consultation, a lot of communication, and it became clear that this was the way to actually get something done. Go ahead, Julia.
And then back to the DOI report. Can you tell taxpayers why having your detail squire your brother around New Jersey to get a rental car is a good use of public resources?
Well, I'm glad you asked that one because it didn't come to mind in the previous question, but you're asking it. I'll tell you that I have no evidence that ever happened. The only time my brother went to that place in New Jersey was with me in my car. So this is another example of just stuff being put in there based on whatever communication DOI looked at, things that didn't happen or misunderstandings by members of the details or bits and pieces of information. I asked him, I said, did that ever happen? He said, no. He said, I went with you to New Jersey. And I said, of course, I remember going there, an old family friend there that we visited. So you guys can keep asking about the report, but I would really urge you to recognize there's a lot of holes in it. And keep going back to the central point. Why on earth, if you wanted to do a report on mayoral security, would you not talk to the person who's actually in charge of mayoral security at the highest level, John Miller, who sat here a few weeks ago and told you all what actually is the reality? Well, everyone, look, as we finish today, this is a historic moment for New York City. Again, this city, we were the epicenter of COVID. We have been leading the charge out of the COVID era. We've been fighting back with the strongest mandates, the incentives, the best approaches to lead us out of COVID. But we've also been showing the private sector, we've been showing the whole nation how to get it done. And New Yorkers should be proud. You've gone out and gotten vaccinated. You've bought into these approaches. And this is what's going to help us win the war against COVID once and for all. Thank you.
And as the mayor wraps things up, do want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, a lot of questions surrounding the requirements for city employees to get that COVID-19 vaccine. Of course, this has been an ongoing issue in a lot of major cities, including Chicago as well. We've heard a lot of back and forth between city leaders and especially the police unions. So it continues to be a topic of discussion we cover for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to give you some more of these news events, including a committee that's meeting on wondering if they should hold Steve Bannon in contempt. Let's get to that right after we take a quick 2-minute commercial break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox after we all return. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to be jumping into a live event. This is our House Rules Committee. Now, they are meeting on the recommendation to find Steve Bannon in contempt. Again, a lot of folks have been following this story. This is coming after a January 6th committee had recommended this. Panel's recommendation advancing here to the full House for another vote. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
The January 6th attack. He apparently encouraged the president to try to interfere with the electoral vote count. It appears that these events are all closely tied to the riot that erupted on January 6th. We need to understand everything about them. We need the full context. We're not asking to talk to Steve Bannon on a whim. We're doing it because we believe he has firsthand specific knowledge that the Congress needs to have to conduct our investigation. Further, the American people deserve to hear from Mr. Bannon under oath. That's why on September 23rd, we issued a subpoena to Mr. Bannon for records and deposition testimony. Through his lawyer, Mr. Bannon told us that he wouldn't comply. No records, no testimony, nothing. Instead, he hid behind vague claims of executive privilege purportedly made by the former president. Here's the thing, the former president hadn't made any claim of privilege to the Select Committee, but beyond that, there's no reasonable argument that what the Select Committee seeks from him is the type of information executive privilege would reach. What we want to learn from Mr. Bannon concerns his knowledge and conduct as a private citizen relating to a broad range of topics that do not involve discussion of official government matters with the president or his close advisors. The law is clear that executive privilege does not extend to communications between the president and private citizens about non-governmental business or between private citizens. And even if executive privilege reach certain documents or testimony, which is not the case here, Mr. Bannon certainly does not enjoy absolute immunity from appearing before the Select Committee. The law is clear that even top White House aides who advise the president on official government matters are not immune from compelled congressional process. We conveyed all this to Mr. Bannon. 2 times we went back to Mr. Bannon's lawyer in writing, telling him that the alleged privilege claims didn't have a leg to stand on, and that if he didn't change course, Mr. Bannon risked a criminal contempt referral. We warned him what was coming, and he still defied our subpoena entirely. So it's up to Mr. Bannon, who has taken us down this path. We didn't choose to end up here, but here we are, and we cannot allow him to defy our subpoena with impunity. Indeed, Congress cannot permit this. This institution, the House, cannot let this conduct stand. Doing so deprive our investigation of valuable information. It will send a signal to Mr. Bannon that Mr. Bannon can act like he's above the law and get away with it, and with damage to this institution, the House of Representatives, by setting a dangerous precedent, giving witnesses a green light to ignore our investigative authority. I ask all members of the committee to support moving this resolution forward. I'm happy to take your questions, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to recognize the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, Rules Committee members. We've been through a lot together. We're not just colleagues, we're friends. And I've served with a number of you on this committee for 2 years when we were in the majority. I could not have imagined then that we would meet again like this. A year ago today, the election was still a couple of weeks off. We all knew that it would be a tight race, but none of us, I imagine, anticipated that President Trump, or any president, frankly, would simply reject the outcome of that vote. Of course, President Trump had the right to challenge the outcome in our state and federal courts, which have an appropriate and constitutional role in resolving election claims. But what he did thereafter had no precedent in our history. He rejected the court's rulings in dozens of cases, including the rulings of judges President Trump himself appointed. He rejected what his own Department of Justice officials told him over and over again, that they found no evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to overcome the election results. He rejected the conclusions of both the Department of Justice and the intelligence community when they told him that the Dominion voting machines had not secretly changed the outcome of the election. President Trump had no factual or constitutional basis for his claims, and the lawyers he found who would carry his fraud claims forward have paid the consequences. Rudy Giuliani's license to practice law has been suspended, and Sidney Powell has been sanctioned by a federal judge. But Donald Trump persisted, attempting through every manner he could imagine to try to change the outcome. And we all saw what happened. The people who attacked this building told us, continue to tell us, on video, on social media, and now before the federal courts, exactly what motivated them. They believed what Donald Trump said, that the election was stolen and that they needed to take action. The Select Committee has critical work to do to get all of the details, and today we are here to address one witness, Steve Bannon. I urge you all to watch what Steve Bannon said on his podcast on January 5th. The chairman just quoted parts of it, and it is shocking. He said, "All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. We are coming in right over the target. This is the point of attack we have always wanted." He said all hell would break loose on January 6th, and he was right. Ask the over 140 Capitol police officers who fought for hours and were injured. And there is no doubt that Steve Bannon knows far more than he says on that video. The American people deserve to know what happened. They deserve to hear him answer these questions. Mr. Bannon has written to us suggesting that he's relying on the fact that President Trump wishes to assert executive privilege for his communications with Bannon regarding the planning for January 6th. We do not believe any such privilege claims are appropriate, and even if such privilege existed, it is still not absolute or unqualified. We are confident that we will prevail on these privilege issues. But there is a more important and more fundamental point here. The vast majority of what we need from Mr. Bannon is not even conceivably subject to an executive privilege claim. Mr. Bannon is using privilege as a pretext for not appearing at all and for producing absolutely no documents of any kind. That puts this institution's authority at significant risk, not just here and now, but in all future investigations.
All right, guys, we're listening in as this House committee again is meeting. They're talking about this one-time top advisor to former President Donald Trump, Steve Bannon. He has been refusing to cooperate with this ongoing investigation into the Capitol riots. So we will jump back in and out of this as, again, this is a House Rules Committee hearing that is taking place. Of course, it will be something that we do want to touch on a couple times here today. But what we want to also do is, of course, continue to keep you updated on a number of stories that have been taking place across our country. A lot of people may remember just yesterday we were out at that plane crash that happened in Texas, and 21 people who were on board all survived, but the sights were pretty amazing to see. I'm going to be playing out not only some of that video, here's just some of that video from just today as our crews went back out to that scene. But we are going to be bringing in an expert talking about what's going to happen from here on and more details into this crash coming up here on Live Now from Fox after we go into a 2-minute break. More to come here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, this is some pictures coming out of Texas today after there was a plane crash. Now, this was because of a failure to lift off. And of course, a lot of people were wondering when we first arrived to the scene, we didn't have many details. It looked like the whole plane was engulfed. I want to go back to those moments that our helicopters first arrived on scene. And you can just see how much the crews down on the ground had to deal with. But we do want to continue to have a conversation on exactly what happened and where things are going to go from here on out, as well as the NTSB is going to be investigating this. So we're going to be bringing in David Evans. He's a FAA certified airline transport pilot. He's also a flight instructor. And so, David, thanks so much for being here with us. We appreciate your time here today. I know you saw the pictures coming also from Texas. And what were your first thoughts when you saw some of these crash scenes of our chopper video there?
Oh, that's incredible. The complete destruction of the plane, and then to later learn that everybody escaped and got out of the plane and was okay, a couple minor injuries. Incredible story, no question about it.
So let's just kind of get into the details right away. So we obviously now know that this flight was going to take off. Talk about some of the logistics when you have an airplane trying to make this maneuver and then all of a sudden they realize this isn't going to happen. What would have been some of the things this pilot was going to try to do?
Sure. A couple things. First off, the pilots that fly these aircraft are certified specifically to fly them. They have type ratings for those aircraft. So we're talking about pilots that are experienced. Prior to taking the flight, they're running their calculations on their weight and balance of the aircraft. Is it within the envelope? They're determining how long the takeoff distance is going to be. They're going to determine their accelerate stop distance if they have to abort the takeoff. And these are the considerations that they take into account. And of course, one of the serious considerations is if I've given the aircraft power and I'm tootling down the runway at high speed, but I'm not going fast enough to take off, what do? Do I have enough room to stop the aircraft? Or should I continue flying?
And so let's also then talk about this investigation that's going to take place. Obviously, NTSB is going to be headed into the scene. What are they going to have to do? Talk about some of those timeline details.
Yeah, I think they're going to interview the flight crew, the pilot, the co-pilot. They're going to take a look at some of their calculations, the weight and balance of the aircraft. They're going to try to determine if weather was a factor. Didn't look like it, but they're going to take a look at that. They're going to look at the aircraft and the performance specifications in the operating handbook, see how those compare. And they're probably going to inspect the field for foreign object debris, FOD is what we call it in the aviation industry. I'm suspecting that's where they're going to start.
And I just want to hear about some of your experience too, David. Have you, and your experience, ever had some of these technical problems that have led to sometimes maybe some very big concerns and worries? Because I'm sure that was something that these pilots, obviously you have a whole checklist of things that need to be looked at ahead of prior to these takeoffs.
Right. As a matter of fact, it's funny that you mentioned about 6 months ago, I was taking off in an aircraft on a shorter field. And I wasn't generating the power out of the power plant of the airplane that I should have. And I had to make a split-second decision. Was I going to go airborne and come back around and land, or was I going to abort the takeoff? Fortunately, I was able to go ahead and take off and come back around and land. So these are things that happen from time to time, but generally not. I mean, flying aircraft is safe, and we have built-in margins of safety.
And let's just talk about this aircraft too, because again, these videos that we saw and the pictures and images that were coming in just yesterday, it definitely looked like it was a larger plane, and we know that 21 people were on board. Are you familiar with the MD-87 plane, and can talk about just some of the technical logistics of this aircraft?
I can talk just a little bit about it. I haven't flown the plane myself, but it's an MD-87 built by McDonnell Douglas. That is probably a 1980s, late 80s vintage, I'm guessing. It has a couple of Pratt & Whitney jet engines, very reliable engines. Its maximum takeoff weight is 140,000 pounds. it can be configured to have as many as about 130 passengers. I'm not sure how this aircraft was configured, and that is another question that the NTSB will be looking into. But, very reliable aircraft. These aircraft have been used, especially in the 80s and 90s, a lot in commercial aviation, so they have quite a track record of flying.
And, hearing that all 21 people made it off of this flight, you can obviously tell, too, when we saw some of those track marks going through the field, the plane came to a rest here kind of on this side road. How important is it that every single time people are boarding on flights, they're listening to these safety instructions? These crew members know exactly what to do in case of emergency. You think about how many thousands of flights take off each and every single day. A lot of people don't pay attention because they just don't think it will happen to them.
It's funny, there's a lot of things that on the flight they ask you to do. They ask you to put the seats upright and to put the trays, stow the trays, and to clear the aisle. That's so that you can egress the airplane if there's, a landing like this where you have to get out quickly. You don't have to trip over the trays and the chairs that are in your aisle. So there are reasons for this, that the FAA has demanded this, and they're built-in safety aspects to flight.
I know that a lot of people are probably, they see moments like this, they kind of re-second guess, okay, what do I actually listen to when these flight attendants are talking to me? And also, I know a lot of us don't get to go on airplanes that are smaller like this, but that doesn't make them any more dangerous than the big ones that load up, 100 of passengers at a time, right?
No, that's correct. And commercial aviation has a very good safety record in the United States. And it's because of the training and what we've learned in the past decades of flight. And, they have these rules and regulations for a reason, and they seem to be working, and we adjust them as we go along. Every accident that the NTSB investigates, we have a takeaway. And, we adjust things as appropriate.
And what do you think the takeaway from this accident is going to be, David? Because obviously, again, 21 people, very lucky that this incident did happen in the manner that it happened, where they were able to glide through into this field and then be able to deboard before the flames, fully engulfed this aircraft.
I'm not exactly sure what the takeaway will be. I had two takeaways. They're just my own personal observations. One is the accident still happened within the scope of the airport environment. Anytime you can land a plane or abort a takeoff in the area of the airport environment, you have a much bigger fudge factor for safety. And the other thing is that the aircraft skidded off the runway north in this direction that it was going, and it appeared to be at least somewhat in controlled flight. So kudos to everybody. But ultimately, in the end, the investigation will enumerate those things that happened specifically.
Finally, David, I just want to touch on, since you are an instructor, how do you prepare those people who are, getting those licenses to fly planes, whether they be small aircrafts all the way to the commercial ones? How do you help prepare them for instances like this, where they could possibly have to deal with trying to help get people off to help make them survive? Because if they wouldn't have been able to get everyone off, that those that jet fuel, those fire flames, that would have been a very dangerous situation.
Obviously, when we start instruction, we start in small aircraft, and you go through a lot of emergency procedures when you're teaching students, from engine outs to fires to emergency descents, just everything you can think of. Some people say and jokingly that, you learn all the emergency flying techniques, and at the end, you've learned to fly. And so that's what we do. Also, there's an emphasis, even flying in small planes, that the pilot inform the passengers on how to egress the aircraft and how to perform in an emergency, to unlock the doors and to get themselves out. And so it starts at the very beginning, flying a little Cessna or a Piper, all the way into training in these highly technical jet aircraft.
And we know NTSB was out there at the site this morning. Any final thoughts that we haven't touched on, David, that you think are important to mention for all of our viewers at home watching on where this investigation is going to go?
I obviously have no idea exactly where it's going to go, but it will start with them talking to the pilots, finding about how the aircraft was operating, what their calculations were, the weather, the loading. They're going to start in that area, and they'll move forward from there. And they're very good at what they do. They're very good at what they do.
Yeah, and as we've said, there's always a lesson to be learned, then to be shared with others to help try to keep everyone safe in future instances. So we do appreciate you helping kind of break it all down, remind us exactly what we do know, and of course, hoping that we can prevent instances like this from happening in the future. So once again, we did have David Evans here joining us, FAA certified airline transport pilot, also a flight instructor. We appreciate your time here today, David.
Thank you, Christy, very much.
And don't forget, we continue to keep you covered on a number of stories happening all across the country. Whenever it comes to even breaking news scenes like this, we always continue to update you afterwards on all the latest developments. We'll step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, bring you more news stories across the country after we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring you live events happening all across the country. Again, I just want to reiterate, if you're not familiar with what we do here, we always bring you out to these different breaking news scenes, continue to give you the developments on the latest, no matter if it's a day later, month later, or in some cases, several months later. So I do want to show everyone that we do continue to have shots coming in down in Florida, outside of the Laundrie family home. Of course, protesters out once again as the manhunt for Brian Laundrie does continue down in Florida. Of course, we all know that he is the only person of interest when it comes to the Gabby Petito case. Recently, we had heard from those who conducted the autopsy, not only that it has been ruled as a homicide, but her death was ruled as a death by strangulation. These protesters that you're seeing here in Northport, outside of Chris and Roberta Laundrie's home, have been out here day in and day out ever since this case came into the public eye. Again, Gabby's mother reported her missing back on September 11th. Her body then found 8 days later, and we continue to follow this story right here for you on Live Now from Fox. So as we are here outside of the Laundrie family home, do want to let all of our viewers know that we are hearing that Chris and Roberta Laundrie, again, the parents of fugitive Brian Laundrie, have ventured out to another environmental park here on Wednesday morning. Fox News Digital team saw an officer apparently tell the parents that law enforcement might have found something. The representative of the Laundrie family, Stephen Borlino, would not comment when asked by Fox News Digital if Laundries were at the park and requested at the request of law enforcement. So this is at New Florida's Macatachi Creek Environmental Park. Again, the parents were said to have been out there. We do know, again, that Brian Laundrie has been named a person of interest in the disappearance, and so also not been, though, named as the person who committed the killing of Gabby Petito. FBI did issue a warrant out for his arrest, but those were related to an unauthorized use of her bank card. So the Laundries, who have claimed their son, went to the reserve on September 13th. Then was the last day they had seen him. Left their Northport home just before 7:15 a.m. local time. Going to the environmental park were two men in hiking gear, including at least one who later identified himself as law enforcement, began trailing behind them. Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before parents left the park, which was then closed to media and public. So again, his parents were seen inside of this park, and there's been, again, a lot of controversy going around how involved these parents have been with the disappearance of their son. So again, during this time inside of the park, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of the brush. After a short while, he and Roberta separated. Chris and two men moved into the brush on the left side of the trail approximately for 12 minutes. So then he returned without law enforcement, and the couple continued on. Laundries later discovered a white bag and dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the bush as a clearing. They could be seen putting the object into a bag, handing over to law enforcement shortly thereafter, who later took it from them. So on their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a call. They were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he was huddled up with the couple. And then the couple left the park at 8:45 a.m. and appeared emotional when confronted by protesters there. So again, this is just some of the new information as we continue to stay on top of the latest with this search for Brian Laundrie. About a dozen ununiformed law enforcement officers and approximately 6 people in plain clothes could be seen entering the park. Several police or unmarked vehicles and gators were seen entering. And the Northport Mobile Command Center arrived at the park shortly after 10:30 a.m. local time. So the Laundries have returned to their home, and a spokesperson for Northport Police Department referred our Fox News digital team to the FBI for comment. FBI spokesperson has not immediately responded. We continue to stay on top of all the latest surrounding this Gabby Petito case for you right here on Live Now from Fox, where we always are working hard to give you the latest details. Again, this newest information coming to us with our Fox News digital team, helping give us some details on this newest return to that reserve that Chris and Roberta Laundrie have stepped out of their home. They were at that reserve helping with law enforcement this morning and have since returned. And it could be some big new clues possibly that could lead to more in this case, where we have several mysteries unsolved, especially as Brian continues to not have been seen in over a month now. Again, these parents going out to the nature reserve, handing some objects that they'd found in a white trash, in a white bag, dark color object, been handed over to law enforcement. If we get more details, more pictures of that trip out to the reserve, those will be some items that we can bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's step away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back here with more on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to keep you up to date on all the latest news stories happening across the country. We do actually have a couple different live events that are taking place at this time. Of course, what we do for our viewers is some of them, since we can't be in everything at once, we'll record on some of these events, play them out later for you. Sometimes if they're important enough, or maybe there was something major that was announced during these press conferences, we replay it a couple of times. So no matter when you're watching, you're staying up to date on the latest news happening all across the country. I want to go back out to our hearing that's taking place with our House committee. Now this, again, I'm going to bring up the shot here for you, is a House committee. They are meeting to discuss the discussion is about Steve Bannon, who's refused to cooperate with investigations that have been going on for a while now on that Capitol riot that took place on January 6th. They're meeting on this recommendation to find him in contempt. We're going to be listening in live. Again, do have a lot of other events that are also taking place, so we'll be jumping a little bit around here for our viewers. Again, we always like to keep you up to date on all these different moving pieces and bring you these different hearings, press conferences taking place across the country. So going to be listening into this one. Again, our House Rules Committee meeting to find Steve Bannon in contempt. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
But you can't ignore it. And if you ignore the rulings of our courts, then you're at war with the rule of law and you're at war with the Constitution. And that cannot be allowed to stand. It will unravel the republic.
Ms. Cheney, I know that you're a very fine lawyer. Do you agree that Steve Bannon has a right to assert a privilege against self-incrimination if any of the evidence that he would turn over would incriminate himself?
He does.
But he has to appear, right? We subpoenaed him to come and appear and to bring documents. He just didn't show up. He could have shown up and said, I plead the fifth, I take the fifth, I invoke my privilege against self-incrimination. Did he ever invoke that?
No, and your point is a very important one, that his response to our subpoena has been to say, absolutely, I will not appear, absolutely, I will produce no documents, and to base that on some vague claims of privilege that he asserts have been made by a former president. I think it's also important, as the chairman pointed out, to note that we have, in addition to people who have responded appropriately to subpoenas from the committee, we have many people who understand it's their duty as Americans to come forward, people who are reaching out to the committee, people who want to talk about what happened, who want to tell us what happened, who want to share that information because they understand all of us as Americans have got to be committed to the peaceful transfer of power. We must. It's foundational.
So you're saying it's not just a legal duty, but it's a civic honor to be able to render assistance to the representatives of the people in Congress as we determine the causes and the events of that horrific day.
Right.
All right, finally, I want to ask you just about the work of our committee for a second, and maybe if I could get both the chair and the vice chair to opine about this. The vice chair has emphasized the fact that the organizing ideology of the insurrection and the attempt to overthrow the Electoral College results was one of the big lie. The idea that the election was being stolen. The name of the rally and then the march and the takeover of the Capitol was Stop the Steal. That's what they were being told to do, go and stop the steal. And I would say that a lot of people there really believed that the election was being stolen. And yet, as Ms. Cheney emphasizes, 61 different courts, federal and state courts, including 8 judges appointed by Donald Trump himself, rejected every claim that they came forward with about electoral corruption or fraud contaminating the election result. And even today, as they continue to pursue it in frivolous, wild goose chase investigations like in Arizona, they come back empty-handed. They can't find anything. The election was not stolen. Joe Biden beat Donald Trump by more than 7 million votes. We're all in politics. Nobody likes to get beaten. Nobody likes to lose, but you don't try to attack the entire system of government and position a political party outside of the constitutional order. That's profoundly destabilizing to what we're doing. So I want to ask you both, how is the work of the committee not just about the recent past on January 6th, how is it about the future? And maybe I start with you, the vice chair, and then come to you, Mr. Chair, for the closing words.
You know, I think that there's nothing more important to our future then that we dedicate ourselves to the recognition and the commitment and the understanding that these elements of the defense of the peaceful transfer of power, the defense of the rule of law, having the kind of exchanges and debates. I mean, you know, as Mrs. Torres said, there are very significant policy debates and disagreements that we all have. And I've been in this room late at night many times, really mad at Mr. McGovern.
Nothing personal.
No, not personal, right? But there comes a moment when we have to recognize that the institutions of this republic do not defend themselves. And it requires people to defend them. And it particularly requires elected officials to defend them. And these aren't theoretical questions for any of us. These are questions about whether or not we're going to do our duty and whether or not we're going to stand up even when it's politically inconvenient. And I've been tremendously blessed and inspired by the work of this committee, by the way that the chairman is leading this committee, by the way that we are all working together, the members and the staff, to understand what happened and to do it in a way that is above politics.
Well, I think the beauty of this committee is the fact that the chair and vice chair, we probably passed each other going to vote, but beyond that, we were members of Congress. But we take the oath as members of Congress and obviously as chair and vice chair of this committee very seriously. There's nothing more sacred than our democracy. There's nothing more valuable than those of us who are tasked with the responsibility of preserving it. And so, if for no other reason, what you saw on January 6th, if it, as a member of Congress or an American, didn't make your blood boil, that we came very, very close to losing our bragging rights as the greatest democracy in the world. And so that has nothing to do with political party. That has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that you should be committed, like we are as a select committee, to coming up with a product that we can present to Congress, that if adopted, that will never ever happen again. I shudder to think that if elections at state and local level would be carried out in terms of the certification process like January 6th, we'd have absolute chaos. I came from local government. I can't imagine in my mayoral election on the night that a losing candidate would tear up City Hall. I can't imagine as a county supervisor later on in life that somebody would tear up the county courthouse.
All right, guys, so we've been listening into this House Rules Committee. Again, this can be something that we can jump in and out of. We can always replay it later on our Live Now from Fox stream. But as I mentioned before, we do have a few other live events taking place that we want to bring you out to and continue to give you updated stories happening all across the country. We'll be right back here after we step away for a quick break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox in just moments.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone joining us here in the 12 o'clock hour on the East Coast, 9 o'clock on the West Coast. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we are continuing to give you top stories, headlines, and breaking news. And really one of the most breaking news here of the day that we have so far is we have some new updates on the Brian Laundrie investigation. What's the latest in the connection with this Gabby Petito case as the search for Brian Laundrie does continue? I want you to take a look here at an exclusive video that was obtained by Fox News Digital, everyone. This is Chris and Roberta Laundrie, the parents of fugitive Brian Laundrie. They ventured into Florida's Carlton Reserve earlier this morning, where Fox News Digital saw an officer apparently telling parents that law enforcement might have found something. The lawyer for the Laundrie family would not comment when asked if the Laundries were at the park at the request of law enforcement. Brian Laundrie has been named a person of interest in the disappearance and subsequent homicide of his fiancée, Gabby Petito. The FBI later issued a warrant for his arrest on charges related to his unauthorized use of her bank card. The Laundries, who have claimed their son went to this reserve on September 13th, the day he was last seen, left their Northport home just before 7:15 local time in the morning for the environmental park, where two men in hiking gear, including at least one who later identified himself as a law enforcement officer, began trailing behind them. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which was then closed to media and the public. In a worldwide exclusive video obtained by Fox News Digital shows the Laundries and the law enforcement officer huddling and speaking as the officer appears to show the couple an unknown discovery. The officer appeared to tell the parents, "I think we might have found something." During the couple's time inside, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of the brush. After a short while, he and Roberta Laundrie separated, with Chris and the two men moving into the brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. Chris returned without law enforcement and the couple continued on. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They then could be seen putting the object into the bag and handing it over to a law enforcement officer shortly thereafter, who later took it from them. On their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a call. They were soon joined by the law enforcement officer, who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he huddled with the couple. The couple left the park at around 8:45 and appeared emotional when confronted by protesters there. Meanwhile, about a dozen uniformed law enforcement officers and approximately 6 people in plain clothes could be seen entering the park, with several police or unmarked vehicles and gators seen entering. The Northport Mobile Command Center arrived at the park shortly after 10:30 a.m. local time. The Laundries returned home shortly thereafter. A spokesperson for Northport Police Department referred Fox News Digital to the FBI for comment. An FBI spokesperson did not immediately respond there. So once again, we were showing you this exclusive video obtained by Fox News Digital, and I want to show you just a live look right now of where law enforcement is still at this very moment. You're watching live here on Live Now from Fox. We also have a camera right outside of the Laundrie home as well, where people are gathering and also leaving things as well. And we are going to stay on this here for you to give you continuous updates right now that we are just coming into our newsroom right now. I want to show you back out where the reserve is right now. We're getting an update from Fox 5 New York's Jody Goldberg giving us this update, tweeting it moments ago, saying that the Laundrie family attorney confirms Brian's parents went to the Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for him. The FBI and NPPD met them this morning after a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented. Some articles belonging to Brian were found there. So that is a big developing story right here on Live Now from Fox, breaking it all down for you. I want to show you once again the video that was obtained by Fox News digital team. And just to recap everyone, this is just moments ago coming from Jody Goldberg from Fox 5 New York, saying after a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found there. So we are getting us some new information into this worldwide search for Brian Laundrie as the investigation into Gabby Petito's death continues. Looking for the fiance, Brian Laundrie, is all happening right now. And this is the exclusive video that we were able to get for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to show you now outside of the Laundrie home right here. This is a live look right now of looks like to be people just right outside of the home. We also have camera outside of the reserve here where earlier this morning the family was once again assisting law enforcement in this reserve, trying to locate maybe Brian Laundrie, maybe trying to locate some articles of clothing or something. But from Jody Goldberg, Fox 5 New York, now saying that some articles of that belonging to Brian were found. We don't know what those articles were. Were they clothing? Were they a backpack? You know, we still don't know that. It's very fluid information right now, but that is the major news story here of the day concerning this Gabby Petito case and investigation. The worldwide manhunt for Brian Laundrie does continue. Let's show you again, just in case you're coming on. A lot of people come in different parts of the day, and I want to show you that exclusive video the Fox News digital team was able to get here. These are the Laundries with a law enforcement officer at that reserve earlier today while that search continues. Brian Laundrie shit. Live Now from Fox does continue right now with this developing story that we are tracking right here. Fox News digital exclusive right now of this video with the parents of Brian Laundrie with a law enforcement officer. They did find some personal items of Brian today here. So let's just recap, everyone. If you're just coming and joining us here on Live Now from Fox, remember you can join us really anywhere. We got a lot of platforms here for you, including LiveNowFox.com. You can check everything that we are bringing to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's break it all down here for you. As we're taking a look here at this exclusive video from Fox News Digital, Chris and Roberto Laundrie, the parents of fugitive Brian Laundrie, ventured into Florida's Carlton Reserve earlier this morning, where Fox News Digital saw an officer apparently telling the parents that law enforcement saying, quote, might have found something. The lawyer for the Laundrie family would not comment when asked if the Laundries were at the park at the request of law enforcement, but we see it right here. Brian Laundrie has been named a person of interest in the disappearance and subsequent homicide of his fiancée, Gabby Petito. The FBI later issued a warrant for his arrest on charges related to his unauthorized use of her bank card. The Laundries, who have claimed their son went to this reserve on September 13th the day he was last seen, left their Northport home just before 7:15 local time at the environmental park, where two men in hiking gear, including at least one who later identified himself as a law enforcement officer, began trailing behind them. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which was then closed to the media and the public. This is a worldwide exclusive video obtained by Fox News Digital showing the Laundries and the law enforcement officer huddling and speaking as the officer appears to show the couple an unknown discovery. What were those items from Brian Laundrie? Were they an item of clothing? Could they be a backpack? Could they be just something associated with them? It appears that that's the case. The officer appeared to tell the parents, I think we found something. During the couple's time inside, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of the areas of the brush. After a short while, he and Roberta Laundrie separated, with Chris and the two men moving into the brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. Chris returned without law enforcement, and the couple continued on. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They then could be seen putting the object into the bag and handing it over to law enforcement officers shortly thereafter, who later took it from them. On their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a call. Who were they talking to? A lot of people want to know that. There they were soon joined by the law enforcement officer, who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he huddled with the couple. The couple left the park at 8:45 local time and appeared emotional when confronted by protesters there. Meanwhile, about a dozen uniformed law enforcement officers and approximately 6 people in plain clothes could be seen entering the park, with several police or unmarked vehicles and gators seen entering. The Northport Mobile Command Center arrived at the park shortly after 10:30 local time. The Laundries returned home shortly thereafter. A spokesperson for Northport Police Department referred Fox News Digital to the FBI for comment. FBI spokesperson did not immediately respond there. Here's another live look in the area of where this all went down this morning. And then, of course, we have the shot right outside of the Laundrie's home. You're watching Live Now from Fox, as we are here with you worldwide. Once again, folks, welcome here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here right outside of the Reserve, Northport, Florida, where they continue to try to track Brian Laundrie. Some new developing information. According to the attorney, there, articles belonging to Brian were found. That's according to Fox News, breaking that down right here for you. So something of Brian Laundrie's was found. We don't know what that item was. We don't know if maybe he is around there even right now, but maybe that could give us a better glimpse of things into this investigation and maybe where it's going to lead in the next couple of hours or so. Once again, folks, we are following this developing information and breaking news according to the attorney there of Fox News, saying articles belonging to Brian were found. Let's show you the video again that Fox News Digital was able to get. We're going to be showing this to you all day and want to really just show you the investigation here almost happening in real time. This is something that can be done now because of technology, and it's so easy to get video back to newsrooms, and that's exactly what happened here. This is the Laundrie parents right now, and they were with a law enforcement officer. It's believed to be, at this point, this is where the officer said to the family that I think we found something. So we don't know what article belonging to Brian was found. We're still waiting on that right now, and we're also getting some word also that the Sarasota County Coroner's Office has been called as well. That's according to Fox 35 in Orlando for that latest information here. So we are going to continue to stay on this right here on Live Now from Fox, continue to get you the very latest developments here with this breaking news that we continue to update you in real time as the family was once again helping out law enforcement, trying to locate their son at any way that they can. We've seen the Laundries these past couple of days out in public, just going to the grocery store, and they're getting hounded from people saying, okay, where is Brian? Where is Brian? And we're seeing that outside of the home. You're seeing that really anywhere that they go in public. Obviously, this is a huge story, not only in the nation, not only locally there, but of course, around the world as well. So many people were following this story as soon as Gabby Petito went missing, and then the strange events as they continued to play out, where she was missing, and then Brian Laundrie was then missing as well, and he still cannot be found here at this moment here. But it seems like at this point, there is some new developments and some new breaks that could be coming. We're waiting to hear more from maybe the Northport Police Department or other officials at this moment. But we want to, again, point to the direction here that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office has been called to the Carlton Reserve. We know that some personal items belonging to Brian Laundrie have been found in the reserve. We're waiting to see what those items were. Could it have been a backpack? Could it have been an article of clothing? We just don't know at this time, but we're just really bringing you all of the information that we know. We're staying right on this here for you on Live Now from Fox, almost in real time here for you as we continue to bring you this information. The Sarasota County Medical Examiner, District 12, been called to the Nature Reserve. That's all the information right now that they can share at this moment. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is Brian Laundrie's parents. They were talking to this law enforcement officer, and they have found something here. We don't know what that personal item is. It one personal item? Is it a couple of things of Brian? But they're having a better idea now that he may have been in this area. We don't know when. We don't know just how long, but obviously this is a new lead. This is a big lead now and break in the investigation. We'll see what is going to happen in the next couple of hours here. It's very fluid. You just don't know what's going to happen in these next couple of moments. But this is the video that is going to be shared around the world and continues to do so right now. This exclusive video from Fox News Digital showing the parents, Chris and Roberta Laundrie, the parents of fugitive Brian Laundrie, as they ventured into Florida's Carlton Reserve earlier this morning, where Fox News Digital saw an officer apparently telling the parents that they may have found something. That's the big one. What was that personal item or items? We don't know at this moment right now, but as you can see on your screen, Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office has been called to the scene. Another break. What is going to happen in the next couple of hours? We invite you to stay right here with us. It could change at any moment, and we're going to be here with you on Live Now from Fox every step of the way for this breaking news element, giving you these updates, trying in real time. Let's just go through the live updates right now. You got this right outside of the reserve. You see the police vehicle there. That's a live shot right now. We'll keep an eye on that one here for you and give you any updates that we see from this shot. And of course, we're monitoring right outside of the Laundrie's home right now. You've seen this shot 1,000 times already during this investigation, and the stories revolving around this Gabby Petito investigation and the search for Brian Laundrie. But I want to go back to the video here right now for you that has been obtained by Fox News Digital team that continues to show really the big story that we are following here for you of the family meeting with law enforcement, trying to locate their son or try to provide any type of assistance that they can in this very active investigation that has gone worldwide right now. And it is at this moment, at this very moment, the law enforcement officer told the family, we might have found something. We're learning also that we are going to be getting Skyfox video of the Carlton Reserve pretty soon. That'll be live, and we'll be breaking it to you right here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen, everybody. We do have that shot here, and we'll be waiting for that to happen. Just want to let you know that Skyfox is active. It is going to that scene. We'll be going to that as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us, everyone. We're not going anywhere. We pushed all of our breaks out. We're not going to any breaks, and we'll stay on these different shots that we have available here for you right outside of the Carlton Reserve. You're watching Live Now from Fox in breaking news coverage right now of this developing story of some personal items of Brian Laundrie have been located. We don't know what those items were, and we're waiting to see what that development will be. Also, another big side note that we should also mention is that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner, District 12, has been called to this nature reserve. That's all the information that they could share at the time. We are coming up on 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 out on the West Coast for this developing and breaking news story revolving around the Brian Laundrie investigation. The search and worldwide manhunt for him continues right now. But the big story here is that law enforcement, along with the family, Chris and Roberta Laundrie, the parents of this fugitive, Brian Laundrie, there has been some sort of personal items found of Brian's in the Carlton Reserve. We don't know what it is. We thank you, everyone, for joining us here in this breaking news mode. And then also another big moment here that we are learning that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner, District 12, has been called to the nature reserve right now. That's all the information that they can share at this very moment. So this is the video that was obtained by Fox News Digital. You'll see it all day today, and we're able to bring this to you pretty much almost in real time as we were getting this video and this new information. But let's all just break it down, just how it all came across today, and all of the great reporters and producers that have been working this story since the very beginning out there in Florida and really around the country as well. So this is the parents right now of Chris and Roberta Laundrie. Earlier today, the parents of fugitive Brian Laundrie ventured into Florida's Carlton Reserve earlier this morning, where Fox News Digital saw an officer apparently tell the parents that law enforcement might have found something. The lawyer for the Laundrie family would not comment when asked if the Laundries were at the park at the request of law enforcement. Brian Laundrie has been named a person of interest in the disappearance and subsequent homicide of his fiancée, Gabby Petito. The FBI later issued a warrant for his arrest on charges related to his unauthorized use of her bank card. The Laundries, who have claimed their son went to this reserve on September 13th, the day he was last seen, left their Northport home just before 7:15 local time there in the morning for the environmental park, where two men in hiking gear, including at least one who later identified himself as a law enforcement officer, began trailing behind them. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which was then closed to media and the public. In a worldwide exclusive video obtained by Fox News Digital showing the Laundries and the law enforcement officer huddling and speaking as the officer appears to show the couple in an unknown discovery here. We don't know what that was. We can't see it from this vantage point. Was it a backpack? Was it some sort of article of clothing? We don't know here at this moment here. But the officer appeared to tell the parents, I think we may have found something. During the couple's time inside of the reserve, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of the areas of the brush. After a short while, he and Roberta Laundrie separated, with Chris and the two men moving into the brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. Chris returned without law enforcement and the couple continued on. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They then could be seen putting the object into the bag and handing it over to the law enforcement officer shortly thereafter, who later took it from them. On their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a call. They were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he huddled with the couple. The couple left the park at around 8:45 and appeared emotional when confronted by protesters there. So that is the information that we continue to bring right here for you on Live Now from Fox in this developing story right here. I do want to have my colleague join us right now. Christy Larson is live with us with some fresh updates as well.
Yeah, you know, Mike, we've been covering this case ever since Gabby Petito had been reported missing. And of course, a lot of people been keeping a close eye on all the latest developments. Our Fox Digital team working hard to continue to get new inside details, as they did talk with a former co-worker from his native New York area. So Brian Laundrie had the personality of a chameleon who sometimes lost his temper and always had clean hands despite working with plants and soil, saying he never came across as the type of person that would be the killing type. This is Michael Livingston, who said he worked with Brian Laundrie in parts of 2017 and 2018, again speaking with our Fox News Digital team, saying, but he did have the tendency to be, I don't want to say the wrong thing and make him sound worse than he already is. He is the kind of guy who would get peeved off pretty quick. Now, Livingston, 31, was a landscaper for a Long Island garden center where Laundrie worked the sales counter and did other odd jobs, he said. saying, quote, "I remember from back then, he was a pretty big yoga nut, always telling me I gotta worry about my Zen, and I always thought he was this weirdo." Now, recently there was a fundraiser for the newly established Gabby Petito Foundation, and Livingston told Fox News he'd known Petito briefly from her regular visits to his job to see Brian, so he showed up on Sunday to pay his respects and support this cause, which Petito's family had set up in order to alleviate some of the difficulties they faced for other families. He said he never witnessed Laundrie being mean or abusive to this now deceased former fiance, 22-year-old Gabby Petito, but he did appear to be jealous if he spotted her talking with other guys, saying he would come over to do the boyfriend thing, put his arm around her, give her a kiss, very possessive. So again, the attorney for Laundrie, who is wanted on those federal warrant for debit card fraud and whose whereabouts had continued to be unknown for now more than a month, did decline to comment on this. But Livingston again said he was a good employee who knew how to talk to people. He knew how to make people like him. He knew how to make people happy, and he knew how to make people buy the product that we had. Honest. He had the same kind of air you would be taught if you worked at a dealership. So again, this is just coming from some of those personal people. More details have always been coming out throughout this case about what type of couple Brian and Gabby were, but also what type of personalities we've seen coming from this. So again, a lot of new developments and details continue to come in this case, but this video of the Laundrie parents out at the reserve, we know, Mike, that at one point they had brought Chris out to the nature reserve since he was familiar with some of these different paths that his son used to take, and now once again the Laundrie parents out here as they did now find some personal items belonging to Brian. Just another huge development, and hopefully this can lead us to some of those unanswered questions, because we've heard from time and time again that Gabby Petito's family says the person who holds the key to all of the questions we have surrounding Gabby's death is Brian Laundrie. So hopefully this newest search that has taken place at the Carlton Reserve will help bring more closure to the Gabby Petito and the Schmidt family.
Yeah, so many people, obviously thousands, millions have been really keeping an eye on this case here. And a lot of people thinking, Christy, could this be the moment? Could this be the crack in the case that is going to lead us to some new information? And could it possibly lead us to Brian? We don't know. And we're telling everyone to stay right here with us. We took out all our breaks. We're staying right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Chrissy, let's show everyone right now the video of Sky Fox. They're heading to the reserve right now, and we'll be getting some new aerials of this active investigation right now. Let's show you a live look right now, also right outside of the reserve, and then also the live look right outside of the Laundrie home. So we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, showing you really at every angle right now. Our team is ready here for any update that we continue to get here in real time. And Christy, this is going to be something as we continue to learn new information, as it looks like it'll be coming maybe by the hour.
Yeah, you know, we've seen out at that nature reserve, you talked about our chopper heading out there. As soon as it does get to this reserve, we can get to have that bird's eye view as to what search efforts are being used here today. We know that the Laundrie parents were brought out there. There was also some law enforcement that was brought out there. But we also know that in recent searches, again, this is a huge nature reserve. They've used a lot of different ways to try to comb through the area. They've used those canines in the past. They've used some of these different gators to go through, and also some of the different people even on foot. But we've actually talked even with some survivalists who have said in an area like this, you have a lot that you're going to be dealing with. Not only are you going to be dealing with nature, remember back when he first went missing and said to be out here hiking in this area, there was a lot of rain. So you're dealing with a lot of swampy areas, you were dealing with the weather, and then also all of those creatures that may be crawling through the area. One of the things that the survivalist had talked about when I interviewed him a few weeks ago, when that search for Brian was really still intensified, we still had a lot of resources being focused on the Carlton Reserve. One of the things he said was there's a lot of thick brush, so you could walk right past someone who is laying down in some of that brush. You maybe wouldn't find that person. So that is one concern. That's why the canines were brought out, though, so that they could help search for the scent of Brian Laundrie. Another thing that they pointed out too was a lot of people and things that they do is teach these people how to survive in the wild, but they don't teach you how to not only survive in the wild, but then stay your tracks away from all of these different efforts that are being used to try to track down Brian Laundrie. So we do have a lot of people who've been focused on this area. It's not only been local police, it's also been federal. There's been a lot of chopper video that we've seen, just a number of personnel hours that have gone into looking for Brian Laundrie. Now hearing that they may have found something just helps put this into the next step in this investigation. And as you mentioned, Mike, the medical examiner's office did confirm with our team. We tried calling them to make sure we got the latest information. They did say that they've been called out to also respond here to this nature reserve park.
Yeah, and this is live. Look right now, right outside of the park there, another vehicle has come. So we'll keep an eye on that here for you. Also, the chopper that is heading right there to the reserve. We'll have live videos high up above as well right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for continuing to join us here in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page, joined by my colleague Christy Larson as an active investigation continues for the worldwide search, the manhunt for Brian Laundrie, the fiance of the late Gabby Petito. What is going to happen next here in this investigation? Some new information that we're learning here at this hour. An item belonging to Brian Laundrie has been located in the Carlton Reserve. We don't know if it's multiple items. We don't know what those items are, but the video that has been obtained there by Fox News Digital shows what happened when an officer came to the Laundries and said, hey, we might have found something. And so this is the video of it all happening earlier this morning here. So this is something, Christy, when you take a look at this video and then you hear the reports thereafter, they seem pretty emotional here. So it makes you wonder just maybe what was found, or maybe additional something that has been found that we don't know yet.
Right. I mean, there's been so many emotions that have been coming forth during this entire investigation. This, of course, this involving the Laundrie parents. We heard that there was a hand placed on the back of Chris Laundrie and being slightly embraced. So, of course, a lot of us jump to conclusions, but we can't do that. We have to wait for the facts to come forward. Of course, we do know the personal items of Brian Laundrie's were found here, and we know that they probably have that confirmed from the time the FBI raided the Laundrie family home. Now, speaking of emotions, Gabby Petito's story touched the hearts of so many people across the country. Again, this 22-year-old has now been almost dubbed as America's daughter, and just this weekend we saw all of that support coming out for the Petito Schmidt family. An estimated 200 people went to pay their respects just within the first hour of this event that was put on for the new Gabby Petito Foundation. There was a line outside of the door. It was taking place on Sunday afternoon in her Long Island hometown. And again, a lot of people have been stepping forward trying to help the Petito Schmidt family through this time. And I can only imagine just the rush of emotions they might be feeling once again here today, because they have said in many different interviews they've been very much into the public eye ever since their daughter had been reported missing, then when the body was found in Wyoming, and now during this time when this manhunt for Brian has been taking place. They have said time and time again that the only thing they want to say to Brian is to come forward. They've been asking him to just please turn himself in, because he really is the person who could piece together all the details on what unfolded in that time back in August, because remember, that's the last time her family heard from Gabby Petito, was back in the end of August. They didn't even hear from her then for multiple days. They had received maybe a text message. They didn't know if it came from Gabby or not. And of course, that autopsy report also saying that although the body was found on the 19th of September, her body may have been out there for 3 to 4 weeks. So it just continues to be a story that many people are keeping an eye on. A lot of emotions still tied into this. And again, many communities saying that Gabby Petito will forever be a part. You know, we've seen the memorial for Gabby Petito in Northport, Florida, now going to find a permanent new place because we know, Mike, a lot of people said, even though she was from New York, she lived with the Laundrie family in Northport, Florida for a little bit of time, and they feel a tie to Gabby Petito.
Yeah, they really, really do. And I'm glad you mentioned the family there of the Petitos here, because obviously they know what we are reporting here as well. And you got to wonder, are they thinking, okay, is our nightmare almost going to be over, in the sense of, you got to think, just because the funeral is over for Gabby Petito, the longing and the missing of that child will always be forever. They are damaged and destroyed as a family forever, but they want some sort of closure. And let's look. We got some new video coming in right here, live now from Fox, showing you this video of a new vehicle coming to the reserve right now. Take a look at this, Christy.
I just, you keep seeing all these different police entities and agencies that are out here responding. Obviously, we know that police not only come in those unmarked vehicles, FBI is tied into this case too, but we've had it confirmed. We've actually called the medical examiner's office, who says that they've been called out here to this nature reserve. Obviously, police are going to be bringing a command center out here since they have found some new evidence here in this park. So there's going to be a lot of new efforts that are going to be focused solely on this area, and a lot of new personnel going to be brought over in this direction where our cameras are set right up outside of. So I'm glad that we have this shot so we can continue to see this action and just really watch this unfold in real time. And that's exactly what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We keep you in the moment with the latest up-to-date information. We were just talking about Nicole Schmidt, Gabby Petito's mother. She has been so vocal during this time. I'm sure she's just sitting there watching this news coverage of the latest information pouring out. And she, again, has said, just recently, she was with Joe Petito, Gabby's father, on 60 Minutes Australia, saying, I think silence speaks volumes, saying, I believe they know, if not everything, they know most of the information. I would just love to face to face ask, why are you doing this? Just tell me the truth. Now, that was in response to, obviously, the lack of communication the Petito Schmidt family has had with the Laundrie parents. Of course, they were the ones texting the Laundrie family after they hadn't heard from Gabby. They didn't even know Brian had returned to Florida, and Brian's parents had been so quiet the entire time that Brian had gotten home to when Gabby had been reported missing, and then after that, when the body had been found, Brian had then gone missing. We have not gotten to hear very much from Chris and Roberta Laundrie, but obviously here today, there's going to be some new information coming from them, whether it comes from them directly, maybe we hear it through these authorities once they give an update out at the Carlton Reserve, or possibly through the attorney who they've been speaking through, Stephen Bordolino.
And Chrissy, let's show everyone, let's go triple box right now and show everyone here what we are looking at for Sky Foxes. They are getting closer now to the reserve, so we don't want to miss anything. Let's keep you in this triple box right now. And then you're also seeing, of course, the video that was obtained there by Fox News Digital, as well as a live look right now right outside of the Carlton Reserve, where we just saw another vehicle pull up there moments ago for this investigation here. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. We are in breaking news coverage mode of the Brian Laundrie search as it continues. An article, personal article of a personal item from Brian Laundrie has been located today. That is the big news here of the day, and also that the medical examiner is coming. So these are some items here that really make you think, okay, Something big is going to happen, Christy.
Yeah, we always like to try to jump to conclusions, but we have to stick with the facts of what we know at this time. We know the Laundrie parents were asked to come out to the park earlier here this morning. That's the video you're watching in that upper right-hand box. You know that there was a point of time when Roberta Laundrie stayed back, but Chris went in to a brushy area for about 12 minutes. After he came back, there was some more conversations that took place. There was phone call the Laundrie parents made out. They received a phone call. And then we've also been watching even more of those flashing lights, more of our police vehicles and different entities bringing in some new equipment into the park. So that's that lower right-hand box. And finally, also, we're finally coming up upon that reserve. And Mike, this really just gives you kind of that bird's eye view. This nature reserve, such a large area, so many thousands of acres to comb through. And obviously, once our chopper gets over this specific area where we now have had this new focus, hopefully we'll be able to see, is there going to be a medical tent that's put up? Is there going to be a video of some more of these dogs combing through the area? Or are we going to see some ATVs still roaming around? This will help us get an idea as to a little bit more of what may have been found, what might this lead to here in the next steps of this investigation.
And we really wanted to invite our viewers here, since we are live, raw, and unfiltered, you're seeing it just like we are right here in the newsroom. And we wanted to invite our viewers into this experience of showing you everything that is happening here in real time. And you're actually seeing Sky Fox headed to the reserve. You're not going to miss anything. And that's one of the neat things here about Live Now from Fox is we're able to show you some things here that other programs, they would wait for it, and you wouldn't get to see that immediacy that you are right here.
Right. And, I want to point out, too, something I saw happen also outside of these gates on the edge of that nature reserve is I saw a couple of the protesters who were they were earlier at the Laundrie family home, then made their way over to this nature reserve. Now, we've had a lot of people who have been very vocal during this time, during this search for Brian Laundrie, even back when, too, Gabby Petito had still been missing. Of course, the Laundrie family has been trying to stay very quiet, very private during this time, as there's been people outside on their street eats and every single day. But now these protesters out here, so they also have been very invested in this story, especially since, as I had mentioned before, this really is a time when a lot of people have been keeping an eye on the Petito Schmidt family, who've been very vocal. They've been grieving in the public eye. And, we talked with an expert, Mike, and they said that that's a very hard thing to do, to grieve in the public eye. It can bring up a lot of emotions for other people who've been watching these parents grieve the loss of their daughter. And again, here today, watching that happen with the Laundrie parents as they're learning more information about their missing son.
Yes, absolutely right now. And we are seeing this just like you are right here on Live Now from Fox. And so the big news here, the last 30 minutes that we learned that the coroner is now at the site where Brian's belongings have been found. You feel like you're on the cusp of something. Anything can change. It's obviously very fluid. This could be just something where they feel like, could they have some DNA in the area that they want to try to locate and try to test? You just don't know here at this moment, but everything is very fluid right now. And we thank all our viewers for continuing to join in with this experience in real time right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's just so sad to know that the coroner has been brought out to the site, because we've heard time and time again from Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mother. We've heard from Joe Petito, Gabby's father, that they believe that Brian Laundrie holds the key to all of the information, if not everything, surrounding their daughter's death. They've been speaking out. Just recently, they were on 60 Minutes Australia for an interview that was published to discuss this mystery surrounding their daughter, saying that, again, again, you'd think there'd be some conversations. If Brian was staying at my house and Gabby returned to my house without him in his vehicle, I'd be on the phone with his parents saying, listen, we've got an issue, we've got to talk about some stuff. So they have been saying that they've been so frustrated during this entire time, not only with the missing Brian Laundrie, but also with his parents. And again, latest information coming in, you're seeing that exclusive video in that upper right-hand box of the Laundrie family, the parents, Chris and Roberta Laundrie, who got asked to come out to that reserve earlier here today. And that live Sky Fox is something I'm keeping a close eye on, Mike, as they're heading through this reserve area. I'm interested to know, what are we going to see once we stumble upon this exact scene? Are we going to see, since a coroner has been called out to this site, are we going to see a tent put up? Because in a lot of cases, we know exactly what that could mean.
Yes, absolutely. I want to show everyone here the video, a new video coming in right before, and then we'll go back out to Sky Fox here in just a moment here. But take a look at this video. This was a new video just coming in right now, moments ago, of the medical examiner coming to the area there. So that is the newest news. And then we have Sky Fox video that we want to go back to, and continuing to show some more vehicles coming onto this area.
Yeah, it looks like, again, we've seen a lot of different tools and equipment and personnel who've been going through this area ever since, again, Brian had been reported missing. And even so with that, Mike, I want to point out to our viewers who may not have stayed on top of this story day in and day out like we have for our viewers, but that timeline has been a little bit changing ever since the Brian Laundrie family has said that he went missing. So at first they had reported him, he had went to go hiking. They had went to the Carlton Reserve, saw the car there. They came back. They went back to the reserve. There's been so many different stories coming from Brian's disappearance, but we do know that he possibly could have left a day earlier than what Chris and Roberta had originally reported. And also, he had been missing a number of days, possibly 3 to 4 days before they had told police that Brian had been missing. And now, taking these live looks at the Carlton Reserve, again, we're seeing some new vehicles that have been parked outside here, but you're really getting a look at just how thick and brushy some of this area is, some of that terrain, so hard to make your way through. I'm surprised. Thankfully, we were able to find some of those personal items. Hopefully, it will lead us into some more information coming out of this case so that we can finally get some of these answers to what happened here between Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie back in the end of August.
Yeah, so many people want to know these answers. I mean, it's something you go on Google and you just say, where is, and one of the top searches there is, where is Brian Laundrie? And so very, very big story right here that continues to get a lot of attention anytime we post something, anytime we bring new information. A lot of eyes always on it, and now this is some fresh video Sky Fox is able to show us here of this active investigation happening right now at the trail at this creek park right now.
You know, Mike, we have talked a lot about also how Gabby Petito's death ruled a homicide. Of course, we had heard then and brought to all of our viewers that live press conference with the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue. He had then reported that her death was by strangulation. And we've actually talked with our own experts here with us on Live Now from Fox. I talked with a person who has not only worked in a medical examiner's office, but also who has gone out to these crime scenes, especially when a body is found. So I'm not saying one has today, but we've talked to them, and they said how important it is for these people to come in, write up these reports, exactly how this body may have been found. They also talk about exactly how many different details they have to write up before then it would be moved to the actual coroner's office and at the facility. So again, coroner been brought out here to this reserve, and we're taking this live look as Sky Fox circles above. We've come upon this area now where we are seeing a lot of these new police vehicles being brought out to. So you can just see why some of those search efforts may have been difficult as we're making our way across the tops of some of these trees. You can't see through them, so some of the tools that they may have been using might not have been very successful during that search for Brian. But now, of course, we know today the efforts have led them at least to finding some items that belonged to Brian, and we're just waiting to hear why the coroner has been brought out to this site where Brian's belongings were found, and why were the parents brought out also to this area earlier here this morning.
Yeah, those are the questions that so many people want to know right now, and we're going to be with you at every step here as we get new information and continue to talk to our reporting partners in Florida for the very latest on maybe what they are hearing on the ground and what they are seeing. But we have a pretty great vantage point right now of this investigation and active search right now. You bring up a great point there, Christy, about, okay, why today? What happened today, and why were the parents out there again? Was there some sort of tip? Was there some sort of maybe new revelation from the parents overnight that led it into this morning? You don't know, but Sky Fox is capturing everything that is happening in this park right now, where the search continues, and a lot of people just wanting to know, and probably get some closure as well for the family of the Petito and Schmidt family there, of everything that they have gone through in this situation. And, you know, for the Petito family as well, your heart has to ache as well. You don't know what's going on. You don't know where your son is. And it could be something where this could be maybe one of the worst days of their life in a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, we've been talking about the Gabby Petito family, the Petito Schmidt family. Obviously, they were hoping too that Brian was either turned himself in or found somewhere that he'd be able to at least provide some of the answers to the questions they have. But now seeing here these scenes unfold, they could possibly be left still with a number of questions still in many years to come. But again, this live look showing us just some of the different areas where we do have heavy police on scene, many different law agencies and authorities out here. But I especially want to point out coroner at this site here where Brian's belongings have been found. And again, we've heard from multiple different people who had been connected to Brian and Gabby. We've heard from classmates. We've heard from former co-workers. One of those former co-workers of Brian Laundrie said he was a good employee who knew how to talk to people. He knew how to make people like him. He knew how to make people happy, and he knew how to make people buy the product that we had. He had the same kind of air you would be taught if you worked at a dealership. So again, a lot of people have been trying to figure out exactly what unfolded back on that road trip that Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito had been on together. And I do have to mention this was something that the attorney for the Laundrie family pointed out. He still, even after Gabby's death had been ruled a homicide, her death had been by strangulation, still has only been named a person of interest. So when we talk about the family being brought out here for some of these new pieces that have been found, it could also be, Mike, I wonder if it's going to be a specific item of clothing that maybe he had been known to wear. We know that the FBI had come through the home, collected more items recently to try to continue with this search and assist. We know that canine dogs have been brought into this park time and time again, so they've been trying to use those canines to track Brian's scent. Maybe if that wasn't successful, the parents may have been brought out to confirm if these items that were found did indeed belong to Brian, but we know that they have. So now it's just a matter of waiting for more information to come from our authorities at this point.
Yeah, we're really in the waiting game right now, and as Sky Fox aerials continue to show us this park, let's show everyone the video that is the newest to us right now, and this was the coroner coming to the park here. Take a look here, video obtained there by Fox News as well. So that is the big story right there as well. Welcome. We want to just recap everyone as we get into now the 1 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, 10 a.m. on the West Coast. We know we have some new viewers joining us from around the country and around the world. Let's recap everything that we know here at this moment. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here as we continue to join you live right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm joined by my colleague as well, Christy Larson, who is giving us some commentary as well as some new information as well into this active investigation of where is Brian Laundrie. And the new information today is that the parents, along with the law enforcement officers at this park, they found some items belonging to Brian. We don't know what it is. We don't know if it was multiple items, maybe one item, but that is all we know here at this moment. And we will continue to track it for you at every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox, as we have different angles and shots here available to us right outside of the park here as well, outside of the Brian Laundrie home as well. So we got you really covered here on Live Now from Fox. We are just waiting for more information. I want to show you the video that has a lot of people talking here as well. This was the moment the Laundrie parents found and were notified that there was some item belonging to Brian that was found. This is when the law enforcement officer told them, I think we may have found something. So that is something of really big importance as well. The coroner has been called to the site here, and we continue to wait for new information right now. Live Sky Fox aerials showing you right now at this park, and we wait now for more developments here in this case, and we wait for our reporting partners as well. They're in Florida with the new information. I know a lot of people are going on Twitter now, on social media. There's been a lot of people, you know, just trying to be their own detective, and that's what's been a little bit different with this case, and really just shows you the whole social media presence that, you know, in cases that had big importance in the past. If you remember the Peterson case, you didn't have really social media at that point. Scott Peterson, I'm talking about, and you didn't have those moments. Now everyone can really be a detective and maybe check out social media, check out Instagram, and try to come up with their own ideas of maybe what happened.
You know, Mike, we've been taking this a live look at this nature reserve park. Just want to reiterate too the terrain that these people had to go through, whether it be the local police, whether it be federal officials. They've had a lot to try to comb through here as they've been going through swampy areas, some thick wooded areas, and our Sky Fox is showing us this specific area where the Laundrie parents were brought out to. And again, they were called out earlier here this morning to come as these personal items had been found. And we've been on top of this story. We've been outside of the Laundrie family home, and we've even seen not only protesters outside of the Laundrie family home, they've now also come out here to the reserve park as we are starting to get new developments in this case. And if a lot of people remember, it was back on September 11th when this first came into the public eye. Gabby Petito had been reported missing, and it was Brian Laundrie who had returned from the trip they'd taken together 10 days earlier to his Florida home in Gabby's van without Gabby. And so really sparked interest across the nation. You brought up social media. We've talked with a few different experts on that, and that really has helped play a key role in this investigation, because we've heard from some other people who also track their travels on social media. They came across video of that van parked in a specific area. Well, that area ended up being right nearby where Gabby Petito's body was located. So every little piece that has come forward, all these different things and witnesses who have said, I may have run into them at this point, this date, it helps tie that timeline in together. But again, Brian Laundrie has been missing from his parents' home ever since they reported him to have gone hiking here in this nature reserve. And now we're coming up here over a month later, October 20th, and they may have found some new key items to help them continue this investigation, hopefully at some point tie it up for folks as well.
Yeah, so true there, Christy. And if you think about this almost like chapters in a book, we are at a major chapter right now. The previous ones would have been, of course, the way we found out that she died, strangulation, with the report there from the death certificate. Another chapter would have been, of course, when Brian Laundrie went missing. And then, of course, what everything got going was the disappearance there of Gabby Petito here. So a major turning point and marker in this story that at every angle and every turn, we've been providing you coverage right here on Live Now from Fox at every moment that we can. Let's go right outside of the park right now. We're getting some new video right here of another vehicle. Looks like maybe they're just leaving for another area. Let's show everyone this one right now. Sky Fox showing us more images right now. This could be also the van as well that we had just moments ago.
Yeah, arriving here on scene, again, we've had it confirmed with the medical examiner's office down in Florida. We had called them and talked personally with them. They did say, yes, they've been called out to respond here to the nature reserve, but they couldn't give any more details. We've seen that before, too, with the Teton County Coroner's Office. They also had given some updates on Gabby Petito's autopsy. But, of course, this investigation involves a lot of not only police, but also FBI as well. So they are going to have to keep some of their other key pieces of information quiet until they can continue on with this case. Now, I do want to mention also that Gabby Petito's family, again, Joe Petito, Nicole Schmidt, so both families have been very involved and very vocal during this entire time. They did just recently also hold their very first fundraiser. They started that Gabby Petito Foundation. This was started to try to help families who may also be going through issues like this, aiding families when they're dealing with missing persons. Now, there was an estimated 200 people who had stopped by over just the first hour of this event. And again, this was a big turnout, as a lot of people have dubbed Gabby Petito as America's daughter. So we've seen a lot of different people in communities all across the country embracing Gabby Petito, and it really does put a voice out to missing people as well. That's something Gabby's family has said time and time again, that they know that Gabby's gotten a lot of attention, but there are a lot of missing people out there. That's why they've wanted to pay it forward, and a lot of folks still honoring and remembering Gabby. Even now, we're a month after her body was found, and now today, new developments. This could bring up new emotions for that Gabby Petito family.
Absolutely. And let's just show everyone, we got a great map here of where we are looking at right now. You could see to the left of the screen there, that's the Carlton Reserve. If you remember, that's where information and new investigations were happening in the search there in the very beginning. But where Sky Fox now and the coroner is at is to the right there of the screen there at that other marker at this environmental park there. So you could see just how big this area is right now, just north of Northport. And you can see just when you look at this map and just see how expansive this area is right here. Let's go out right outside of the Laundrie home right now. We're getting some new video here. Someone just came up to the home. We don't know who that is. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. A red Cadillac coming up, and they were leaving the driveway area. Maybe, okay, it looks like they just came to the area. So we just wanted to show everyone that one, as we got different cameras all set up right here on Live Now from Fox, showing you just different angles right here. We'll go back out now to Sky Fox aerials here in the search where the coroner has arrived at the scene. Personal items of Brian Laundrie have been found. We don't know what those items are. We don't know if they're multiple items, maybe one. Still very fluid information out there. We're waiting for every confirmation that we can get from law enforcement. Obviously, this has been a very, very intensive search. You got the FBI, you got the county there, you got local, state, and federal. This is really just showing you the combination of when forces join up together for a search, and when it heats up, this is where we are at right now in this investigation. And just showing you, I mean, look at this. Look how much area, Christy, you got to go through.
Right. I mean, we've been on top of this case, as you mentioned, ever since it's been reported, especially ever since Brian had been reported to be out here hiking around this area. We've talked with some of those folks who have been down on the ground, heard from them saying, obviously, it's a really tough terrain to get through. Of course, they have thousands of acres that they got to get across, trying to look through heavy brush areas. There's a lot of swampy areas. There was that one day when the dive team had been called in to try to look look through some of these swampy puddles. We had a lot of weather that was playing a huge factor in those search efforts in those first few days when Brian had been reported missing. And now hearing that they did find some personal items that belonged to Brian, that just helps us know that they finally have pinpointed at least a place where Brian may have been or may be at this time. And again, a lot of people have been questioning how police may have let Brian leave that home and go out hiking in the first place. There's been a lot of questions also surrounding the involvement of Chris and Roberta Laundrie. How could they let their son leave to go hiking while he was a person of interest in this case of Gabby Petito? We've seen a lot of protesters outside of that family home, but again, today they were brought out here to this reserve, and they definitely looked like they had gotten some new pieces of news given to them from that exclusive video that we had with our Fox Digital team, showing them talking closely with law enforcement, and then of course making a phone call, receiving a phone call after this happened, after they were out here at this site. So once again, coroner has been called here to this site, and we're taking a look at just this massive reserve where the coroner has now been called out to.
Yeah, we want to know also what led up to this. We want to know what information, because they were in a particular area and they were able to find a particular item from Brian. What led up to that moment? Because you're just seeing just how expansive and just how big this area is. They knew of some information. Why did this happen, and how was this uncovered, and what led up to it? That's another big thing that we want to know about, because you just don't stumble upon it in a search. I mean, this is like 1 in a million and beyond that when you're just looking at just how big this area is right now.
And they're going to have to be very thorough with this investigation too. Obviously, when they came upon these items, these articles of pieces of personal items that Brian Laundrie had, they're going to have to not only document where exactly did they find them, how were they found, but then they're also going to have to then take all these pieces of evidence, mark all of them up, put them into safe locations. And then again, this now being an investigation where they've called a coroner out to the scene, it just leads to a lot more questions that are being asked. And I always go back to the Petito Schmidt family, because they've been so vocal during this time about their daughter who was missing and then of course found unfortunately dead. But they too must be watching and keeping a close eye here on these latest developments, as Brian, they've said time and time again, is the key to the answers to all the questions that they have surrounding their daughter's death. So again, these latest pieces of video coming in here, we've been showing all these different live pictures, and really just waiting to get some more of these updates from our authorities who are down here at the scene of this nature reserve.
Absolutely here, and you're seeing some more items play out right here, and we got triple box now here for you in real time, showing you of everything that is happening with this case, with this investigation, all in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. So the coroner has been called to this site. We are trying to locate that site with Sky Fox right now and provide you some aerials that we have not seen at this moment just quite yet, but we are waiting for some more updates from police officials. Obviously, they are very, very busy here at this moment in an active investigation that is still going on, and you're watching it play out in real time. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and always unfiltered here for you, showing you the feeds just as they are coming into our newsroom. We push them out right to you via tablet, via TV, and of course, smartphone. We got you covered so many ways. Whatever way you want to consume us, we got you covered. Check out LiveNowFox.com. Also, check out our social channels there, Facebook, Twitter. We'd love to have you there as we continue updates on different stories, different live events, and we continue, of course, to follow every aspect of this Laundrie investigation and active search here. And you're seeing what we'll eventually see is a staging area for the coroner, a staging area for local officials that are going to be doing their official investigation today. It'll be quite some time. I feel like that we'll get some information, but you never know. This type of story, this type of events have always thrown curveballs in the past, Christy, and we continue to wait here for more developments, but you're taking a triple box look of our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox.
You know, we've had a big team effort in continuing to stay on top of this story, and that includes with our Fox Digital team who brought us that exclusive video here this morning that you're seeing in that upper right-hand box. Now, they also had talked with someone who was a former co-worker with Brian Laundrie. So this person saying he was a chameleon who sometimes lost his temper and always had clean hands despite working with plants and soil. So this former co-worker is Michael Livingston. He used to work with Brian Laundrie in parts of 2017 and 2018. Again, our Fox News digital team getting this interview with him, saying he never came across as the kind of person that would be the killing type, but he did have a tendency to be, I don't want to say the wrong thing and make him sound worse than he already is, he was the kind of guy who would get pissed off pretty quickly. Now, Livingston is 31 years old, was a landscaper for a Long Island garden center where Laundrie worked the sales counter. He also did some other odd jobs. Now, he said, I remember from back then he was a big yoga nut, always telling me I gotta worry about my Zen, and I thought he was a weirdo. Now, he went to that fundraiser that was for the newly established Gabby Petito Foundation. He showed up to pay his respects. Again, this was taking place out in New York just on Sunday, and support the cause that Petito's family set up to alleviate some of those difficulties they faced and what other families face when it comes to missing people. Now, again, Livingston said he never witnessed Laundrie being mean or abusive to Gabby Petito, who's now deceased, but he did appear to be jealous if he spotted her talking to other guys, saying he would come over, do the boyfriend thing, put an arm around her, give her a kiss, be very possessive. So the attorney for Laundrie, who again is wanted on a federal warrant for debit card fraud and whose whereabouts remain unknown now for more than a month, did decline to comment. But this co-worker, again, former co-worker, said he was a good employee who knew how to talk to the people. He knew how to make them like him. He knew how to make people happy. He knew how to make people buy the product we had. And so, again, we did have our team also reach out to that facility, confirmed that Brian Laundrie did used to work there. And Gabby Petito was said to have visited there at least 2 or 3 times a week, as she would talk with the staff, see what they were doing, what they were up to, talked about her road trips she wanted to go on or her travel plans. And this person went on to say, Gabby was always a sweetheart, very peaceful. She was really nice to me. She was really outgoing. And that's what we've heard time and time again about Gabby Petito, was just such a sweet personality. Of course, she has captivated the hearts of many across the nation here as her case has become nationally known, and especially since we've seen also, Mike, that a lot of people not only going to remember Gabby Petito with this new foundation her family set up, but even some communities like Northport, Florida, where Gabby didn't live for very long. She's a New York native, but they're even going to look for a permanent place to have a memorial in her name.
Yeah, absolutely. So the legacy can continue on for Gabby as well as the family to always have that marker and that remembrance there of their daughter, so that she can live on in the hearts and minds of so many. Welcome everyone here. If you're just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we are in breaking news mode. I'm your host, Mike Page, alongside my colleague, Christy Larson, continuing to follow every aspect of this story that continues to break in real time right now. The coroner has been called to a site where Laundrie items have been found. We don't know what those items are, and obviously they are big enough to get the coroner involved as well. And we want to know also, Christy, though, what led up to this moment of where the family was once again involved, and also in this area where then poof, they were able to find an item, you know?
Right. You know, it is odd that they didn't just go to the Laundrie family home to try to talk with Brian's parents. Chris and Roberta, obviously, they know where they're located. They know that they've been staying home ever since that they also have been in the spotlight with this case. But Stephen Bordolino, the representative for the Laundrie family, did confirm that the Laundries informed law enforcement last night of their intentions to search the park, meet officers there. He also confirmed that while searching areas that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. So his full statement reads, Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the environmental park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and NPPD were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. So we've said before, you can see it too with that vehicle parked there on the edge of the park. They do have this park closed to the public, and again, a coroner has been called out here to this site, and that video showing Brian's parents out there at that park. And I think another thing that stands out not only is that they found these items, but Roberta stayed back while Chris Laundrie went into a specific area, was gone for about 12 minutes, and then came back, and there was more shared words very closely together with the Laundries and law enforcement afterwards.
Yeah, and that's also key there as well. We're seeing a staging area right there for the coroner as well as police officials there. But when you hear those things there, that the family became emotional after seeing these items or item, it really leads you to believe, okay, it must have been so personal there that they were able to know right away, hey, that's Brian's, and we are getting close here, maybe very close to some big breaking news here that we just don't know at this moment.
You know, the Petito Schmidt family has said over and over again, obviously being asked, what would you want to say to Brian if he was watching? This, you know, of course, was asked of them while she was still missing, also asked after she had been found. But they have said very calmly that they just wanted him to come forward, turn himself in, because he really is the last person who may have seen Gabby alive, but also the person who may be able to speak to all of those questions they have. What happened during this trip? What made him come back from this trip alone, returning to Florida without Gabby Petito? So the Schmidt family, the Petito family, again, has been very vocal during this entire time, but they obviously have also tried to stay calm, tried to just do the right thing of asking Brian to turn himself in. And now we have these newest developments with, as you can see, some more action happening here at the nature reserve, coroner being called out. So we will continue to obviously keep everyone up to date on the latest here on Live Now from Fox as we try to continue to search for all of these new pieces coming from this nature reserve. And I know that a lot of folks have been watching this search for Brian Laundrie ever since, again, he had said to go hiking here in this area. And we've talked with even some survivalists who said what it would take to survive out here was a lot. You need, of course, clean water. You needed to find some shelter, but also that person pointed out those are people who are not trying to evade law enforcement, evade these people who were searching for Brian. So we're taking a live look in that left-hand box at some video of our Skyfox up above the nature reserve. Some different tools still continuing to comb through this park, but we know, Mike, that there's that one area set up where the coroner's office has been called out to, and I'm sure there will be a lot of busy personnel in that area here this afternoon.
Yeah, and you got to wonder also what the Laundrie family are thinking here, because so many people are thinking just, you know, did the family know of something of where Brian may have went? There was always that thinking, and you got to think at this moment when they're seeing an item, are they thinking, well, maybe this is coming to an end in some sort of way here? You just don't know just how it's all going to come about and what are going to be the next circumstances. But We will continue to follow it here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're throwing out all of our commercial breaks. We're staying right here with you in these developing stories and breaking news developments regarding this active case that continues.
Now, again, we do have these different pictures coming in here. We want to keep everyone's eyes on all of these different moving pieces because we've seen in that lower right-hand box time and time again, different vehicles coming in and out of this reserve. Knowing that it's close to the public, that means that these are all people in response to this latest finding here in the nature reserve. We're also taking a look at just some of those video pictures of recent events involving the search for Brian Laundrie. We saw a couple outside of the Laundrie parents' home, and I know from pictures we've shown here on Live Now from Fox and pictures even coming in this morning that they have definitely been having a lot of people vocalize their concern for the search for Brian outside of their home. They've put Gabby Petito memorials items in their yard. We've seen them even put laundry baskets at one time in their yard. So these parents have definitely been kept up to date on the latest and now brought out here to this location where their son's items were found just earlier here this morning.
And definitely this has been a nationwide manhunt, and it's really spanned almost the entire country. Let's just show everyone a timeline of everything associated with this case here, the disappearance. You're seeing this as, I mean, we're going back all the way to June here. This is where the story began. They depart New York, Gabby and Brian, and it was supposed to be maybe a vacation that they would always remember and always think about. And then something along the way happened, and it happened very, very bad and horrific there. But you're seeing here just their track across the country as they went really a cross-country tour of the country, and then these key spots here. Of course, the Grand Teton National Park there on August 25th. That was Gabby's last call there. The last time family and friends ever heard from Gabby Petito there. Then on August 27th, Gabby tells a friend that she was heading to Yellowstone. August 30th, a suspicious text from Gabby's phone. Who could have sent that? A lot of people want to know that one as well. And then September 19th, the likely Gabby Petito remains found near the Teton National Park there. That's the story that really blew up things right now. I want to go back out to live aerials. Here's a tent here, a staging area for law enforcement, for the coroner here in this active search right now. But Sky Fox doing just a great job of locating everything associated with this breaking news development right now in this search for Brian Laundrie. We could be on the cusp of some major breaking news. So we invite all our viewers that continue to watch with us. We appreciate you and continue to join with us. We took out all the breaks. We're staying with you here in real time. You are going to see the things just as we do, live, raw, and unfiltered. We got you covered right here. So many things to think about. And Christy, I still want to think about the major thing of what led up to this. What was today, this morning, getting the Petito family out there, and then poof, we see it. We see an item. What was that item? Why were they in that area? And what led up to this? That's what we want to know.
Yeah, the Laundrie family, they're taking a look in that upper right-hand box, showing you that they had went out to this area, and it resulted in finding these items, and also resulted in some phone calls that came from this family. Now, you mentioned Brian, you know, he had returned to his home, to his parents on September 1st in Gabby's van without Gabby, returning to his parents. Now, Chris and Roberta Laundrie, for a year before they went on this road trip, had Gabby living with them. And after she was reported missing, Chris and Roberta Laundrie immediately hired an attorney to respond to questions from local police. And again, the family of the Gabby side, the Petito Schmidt family, has been very vocal, saying you'd think there'd be some conversations. If Brian was staying at my house and Gabby returned to my house without him in his vehicle, I'd be on the phone with his parents saying, listen, we've got an issue. We need to talk about some stuff like right now. But it is a very big concern, a big question. Why today did the Laundrie family decide to come out to this reserve, assist in this search? Now, we have seen Chris Laundrie come out to this nature reserve earlier in the month. We did have him go out, assist, show some of these different areas where his son had been known to do some of the hiking. But that timeline even too gets to be a little bit confusing, as again, they had reported their son missing 6 days later. September 17th, they had said through their attorney that the last time they saw him was September 13th. FBI then finding Petito's remains in the Bridger Teton National Forest in Wyoming on the 19th. And again, this timeline continues to be a little bit swaying, as we do have the family who says that they haven't heard from Brian. They thought he went hiking at this reserve, and then they haven't been able to find Brian since that time.
Yeah, active search there. So many people wanting to know what is happening and what will happen in the next couple of hours here. And we've been following it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox. The coroner has been called to the site where these items have been found. You, as a viewer, are wondering the same thing we are. What was that item or items that were located in this park this morning here? And you're seeing in the top right of the family, the parents there of Brian Laundrie. This is the very moment when they found out that there was some items from Brian, and they were able to probably confirm that as well. Live Sky Fox aerials continuing to join right now in this search for Brian Laundrie. It's been something that we've been talking about for weeks. And we don't know what the next couple of moments will be. We invite everyone to continue to watch with us here in real time, right here on Live Now from Fox. But thanks again to everyone that continues to be a part of this stream and this digital news service that we provide to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Now, I do want to mention, Mike, again, we've had the Petito Schmidt family, who is probably closely watching to see what does unfold here today, but they did just recently hold a fundraiser kickoff. Now, this happened over the weekend. Again, it happened in Gabby's hometown of Long Island. An estimated 200 people stopped by, paid their respect just within that first hour of this 6-hour event. And again, there has been so many people who've been touched by this story. The 22-year-old has been dubbed America's Daughter, and this fundraiser, a charity in her honor aimed at aiding families of other missing persons to help support them in arranging from local business owners to civil servants and other citizens, came out on that Sunday to help assist.
Yeah, Chrissy, we're with you and wondering what will happen next here in these next couple of moments, hours. We just don't know, but this has been a big development here in this case. And so many of our viewers have been wanting to know exactly every little aspect. It seemed like when we were giving updates to you, it was really something that people gravitated towards. And from the very beginning, they've been wondering what happened to Gabby, what happened on that day where eventually she was unfortunately strangled to death here. What happened on that fateful day there where so much was changed, families' lives ruined forever, really on both sides. And now we are seeing this active search continue after items were found of Brian Laundrie. And we don't know what those items were, but we know that the coroner there is on site. They have a staging area set up at this park, and we await more information right now. We're waiting to hear from others from the ground, our reporting partners that will be giving us updates as well. This is going to be a story that we are going to stay on for quite some time. Stay right here with us. In this breaking news mode, we've canceled all of our breaks. You don't have to worry about that. We're going wall-to-wall coverage to provide you the very latest associated with this case and investigation. But this is the huge developing story that we continue to wait for more details, more updates in real time. Now, let's just show you everything that we have here at our disposal right now. Outside of the park, you see a shot there of law enforcement. We got the shot outside of the Brian Laundrie home as well. And then, of course, aerials high up above here. So many different shots, so much information that we want to wait on and see what will happen in this developing time as the investigation seems to have hit a big moment here. An item or items of Brian Laundrie have been located. We want to know, has the remains of Brian been located? Has Brian been located? We don't know at this moment. We continue to wait in real time right here on Live Now from Fox for every big moment in this case. We've been with you from the very beginning, and we're going to continue to do so right here on Live Now from Fox in real time, as always, here for you. But Sky Fox showing great images here of this active search. You're seeing it just like we are. And I'm joined by, of course, my colleague here, Christy Larson. We're going to be together all afternoon providing you these updates and context to what we are seeing.
Yeah, you know, Mike, it's just been amazing to see how this case has developed over these last 2 months. So again, back on September 11th is when we first heard Gabby Petito's name. That's when her mother had reported her missing. And Brian Laundrie has been a big question during this entire time, because not only was he the one who was with her on this trip, going across country, going out to these national parks, but then also returning to Florida without her. They've only called him a person of interest. That's been something that the Laundrie family attorney has continued to highlight, but he is a wanted fugitive. You know, he used a credit card of Gabby Petito's without her consent, and so that's what he is wanted for at this time. And of course, a lot of us wondering what was exactly found here today that led not only the Laundrie parents to be very involved in this search, but what also led them to call a coroner's office, because you don't just call them for a piece of clothing, an article of clothing, to come out to a site. And we've talked actually with some medical professionals who've been out there at different crime scenes, who've worked with medical examiner offices, and have told us, you know, you really do have to specifically write up a very detailed report when you're called out to a location of exactly what you saw, what you took note of, how things were positioned, and that's going to be something that police and authorities are going to have to do, not only for the medicals, coroners who are out here, but also for these police who may have found some of these items. They're not only going to have to document every little detail and then take it into evidence, but they're going to have to be very careful, very thorough throughout this entire investigation.
Yeah, because what else was around this area of the item, and how far deep maybe can this go in the brush here? So they have an item or items that they feel that are Brian's, and you got to wonder, okay, what else is there? Could there be parts of a body there? You just don't know. We don't know at this moment. It would only be speculation. That's why we're not going to do that here at this time. But you just wonder just what else is in this area. And because they found something, at least, you know, okay, he's definitely been here. But was he here before this all happened? You don't know. You don't know what this item was, or items that could pertain to this story that has fascinated and intrigued millions across the country.
And I keep repeating it, but it's something that the Petito Schmidt family has been repeating ever since their daughter went missing. You know, they have had many opportunities as they've been out in that public eye to speak out, saying some words in case Brian may have been watching some of these different news sources, and they have stuck to the same thing, asking Brian to come forward. They know that he is the key and deeply believe he's the one who knows what happened to their daughter. Again, this is going to be a very big day for both families, the Petito Schmidt family, also the Laundrie family, as we do know that there is not only personal items that have been found here at this environmental park, but also that a coroner has been called right here. We've watched that video of that van pulling in here, the park closed off to the public. We're seeing those authorities sitting in front of the gates, and that's something we've seen ever since Brian had been reported missing by his parents. We've seen authorities keep this area locked down. We've seen the search crews and personnel going through these areas, but now obviously they've set up a base in one specific location. A tent has been put up, a coroner's van has been brought out here, and now we're just waiting for these authorities to help give us some more details on exactly what may have been found here this morning.
Yeah, let's show everyone the video here of the coroner pulling up earlier today, just really moments ago here, and we wanted to just show that to you as well, trying to cover every angle here for you on Live Now from Fox in real time, and you are now taking back out live Sky Fox aerials of this active investigation and continued search there for Brian Laundrie, and you wonder now where the Laundrie family is. Are they still at the park? Maybe we have a shot there outside of the home, and we'll continue to wait for more information. There is the father's truck is out there right now, so we'll wait and see for more developments here, and of course, if any get any updates from attorneys as well.
Right. You know, the attorney for Chris and Roberta Laundrie has been not commenting very much on some of these different requests that we've put out. Again, there were a reason why the Laundries were at the park at the request of law enforcement. Now, Brian, again, has been named of a person of interest in the disappearance to his fiancée, Gabby Petito. FBI did issue a warrant on his arrest. Again, those charges, though, related to his unauthorized use of her bank card. So, again, the last time they saw their son was on September 13th, saying that was the last day he was seen. He had left their Northport home just before 7:15 a.m. local time to go to the environmental park. This is all happening here today, where then two men in hiking gear, including at least one who later was identified as law enforcement, began trailing behind them. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which now has been closed to the public and closed to media. So again, we've been watching that exclusive video in that upper right-hand box of those last moments we've seen of Chris and Roberta Laundrie here with this newest, biggest development. And as you mentioned, Stephen Bordolino, the lawyer representing Brian Laundrie's parents, told Insider they're being tortured outside of their home by protesters, and then also declining to comment more on what exactly has been found here today.
Yeah, no doubt this has been hard for both families through this all. A nightmare scenario for all involved here. You can't imagine first losing your daughter in such a tragic way and not knowing, not having all the answers, no closure, and that active investigation still going. And then to learn that the fiance is missing and not has not been found. And so both families wanting to know what happened here, and maybe we'll get some new answers later today or this evening here. But you know, you really think here for both families, no matter what happens here, it's a tragedy situation for all involved. And let's just bring up really I just want to bring this up really close here for you and just showing you that exclusive video that was obtained earlier today. This really kicked off everything. This kicked off our coverage, showing you the breaking news elements here of the Laundrie family talking to this law enforcement officer. They found something. We don't know what that something was. And then the officer putting that hand on Brian Laundrie's father's shoulder there, consoling him in some sort of way. You just don't know and can't really read into it too much there. Let's go back out live right now to more visuals that we are seeing.
You know, there's been so many questions surrounding Brian's disappearance, especially when it comes to where is Brian. There's been so many different stories if he was hiking on the Appalachian Trail, if he really was ever here in this reserve area. And there actually recently was a man who looks quite like Brian Laundrie who had been mistaken for him. That sent U.S. Marshals and Sheriff's deputies after him, but they did then finally confirm that it was not Brian Laundrie. But now here today, out here at the reserve, we're taking those live pictures with Skyfox up in the air in that left-hand box because we want to show you in the moment time of what is happening. Of course, we know when it comes to investigations, it can take quite some time, depending on what evidence they may have found out here at this reserve, to get everything documented, get all the right personnel out there. And also, so many different authorities have been involved in this case. There possibly could be even more of our law agencies who might still have yet to show up here to this scene. But again, Skyfox focusing in here on this area where, again, we do know coroners have been called here. We had it confirmed not only by our Fox teams, but also right here, our LiveNOW from Fox team called the medical examiner's office. They did say, yes, we've been called out to respond here to this park, but they were not able to share any more details. That's one of the great things, though. If people aren't familiar with LiveNOW from Fox, we do these coverages in full for you, continue to give updates as they happen, and watch everything unfold in real time. That's why we say we're raw, live, unfiltered, is because we do. We bring you each and every single piece of content that we can find and show it to you at home, on your work computer, maybe you're on the go. Hopefully you're driving safe if you're watching and listening at the same time. But again, a lot of people wondering what was found here today that led to all of these new details coming out, all these new law agencies coming out right here to this nature reserve where Brian's parents were earlier this morning.
Yeah, such a good point there, Christy. And I'm glad Skyfox was able to zoom out just a little bit. And you're really seeing this area and you're seeing this park play out here in real time and just showing you just how big this search area was and continue to be right now. And this really just gives you a perspective like none other. I mean, you could have all the ground shots in the world, but when you see something high above and you're seeing the terrain, you're seeing just the vastness of this, and it really just shows the commitment from the FBI and all of the search parties involved here to try to get some sort of closure for both sides of where is Brian Laundrie. You know, it was in this case when we were talking about the Petito investigation. Everybody was wondering what happened to her. And then when we had that news on that one Friday night, it was Friday evening, I remember, because I was up here on the desk, and then there was information coming out that Brian was missing. Mm-hmm. And who remember you're thinking, oh wow, this story has just now taken a whole other turn there. You know, you didn't see it coming that way, and now it continues to be, where is Brian Laundrie? And a lot of people continue to search for that and wonder that exact thing.
Now, we talk about this nature reserve, and we've been speaking about it ever since his parents had reported that this possibly was the place he went hiking. And again, this area is a 25,000 acre woods. So this has to definitely be a tough area, tough terrain for police and other authorities to be searching through. We've talked about some of these different spots where we've seen some of those search efforts that had taken place. There was some swampy areas. We saw the torrential rainfall that flooded even more areas, which also hindered some of that search. But we've talked with some of these professionals who teach survival courses outside. We know Brian Laundrie did have some skills when it comes to hiking and camping and backpacking, but even our experts had said it would be very hard to live in these wet conditions, to live out here with all these diverse species, wildlife that you may run into. And then, of course, you're also trying to evade law enforcement possibly. So we do have here these live pictures showing us some of that terrain, the thick brushy areas, the thick trees. And then, of course, they have stumbled upon just some of those personal items that were found of Brian Laundrie's. coroner now also been called out here to this area. And so it looks like this search in that 25,000 acre park has come down to this one sole area. Again, Mike, just so amazing to see that this may possibly could finally put an end to this case when it comes to Gabby Petito. But of course, we still have to wait for all of our law officials to help give us some more details on what is unfolding right here before our eyes.
Yes, all playing out in real time, and really this setup here that Live Now from Fox has is really geared towards these moments of live news, breaking elements, and we're bringing everything to you in real time. And that's what we're seeing here, of this really intense, active situation, active investigation going on now. So they have a big lead, obviously, because they found an article of something, of personal item from Brian. We don't know what that is. Obviously, once we know that, we could know a little bit more about this story, and it could maybe potentially take another turn. So sit back and relax, everyone. We're going to be with you every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox. You won't have to go anywhere. We're not taking commercial breaks. We're staying right here for you in real time and trying to break this down in this information as it's coming. But this is what is really, really nice about Live Now from Fox, showing you these raw elements. You're not going to get this from a regular local newscast where they'll just sit on these different shots and just wait for something. We have that patience. We have that area of expertise just to stay on stuff and wait for the things as it comes to us.
I find it very unusual, and just again, you've mentioned this before, Mike, but it is weird, the timing of everything that is taking place. These personal items have been found and located. Now, again, the representative for the Laundrie family, Stephen Borlino, confirmed with our Fox News digital team that the Laundries had informed law enforcement last night of their intentions to search the park and meet officers there. He confirmed that while searching here through these areas that Brian was known to frequent to, that some articles belonging to Brian were found. So again, they're now conducting an even more thorough search as they continue to bring out even more personnel here to this area. We talk about this massive 25,000 acre reserve. Well, now they finally have a lead to keep them into one specific area, because that was something we saw day in and day out of these searches taking place. We heard updates from police and some of our other officials saying that no clues led them into any specific direction or anything that would lead them to knowing that Brian was actually here in this park. So again, we do know at this time that the attorney for the family of Brian and Chris and Roberta Laundrie have put out a statement. His full statement says, Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the environmental park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and NPPD were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. So the park closed down as this investigation really takes a very new direction here on this Wednesday, now afternoon, for many of the viewers watching here with us.
Yes, absolutely. LiveNowFox.com continues, and we continue to bring you the latest here in this active investigation into the whereabouts of Brian Laundrie.
Taking a live look once again out here at these different pictures coming in to our Live Now from Fox desk. We have in that left-hand box a look at just some of those efforts that have now been brought in here to this nature reserve. You're seeing some canines, and that has been something they have been counting on time and time again during this search for Brian Laundrie. Now, it was just recently that the environmental park had reopened to the public, and now here today, obviously, with this new piece of evidence that has been found, re-shut down to the public, shut down to the media, and that's what you're taking a look at in that lower right-hand box, is that officer keeping the area blocked off. We've seen a few people coming in and out of the park, but those are all going to be officials who are all involved in this investigation. And also we saw a coroner's van come into this area as well. So these pictures really key to help keep us up to date on what's happening in the now, in these moments, because we are seeing they're still using some canines and even people on foot to go through this area where they have found these items belonging to Brian Laundrie.
Yeah, I'm so great that we're showing you this right now, because this is new video, live video, of course, there. But the canines there are now active as well in the search and going in the area of where they found this item or items of Brian. And, you know, just judging from this, though, Christy, if they got canines here, you wouldn't think then that they have a body yet.
You know, that was one of the questions I had too. Are they just trying to look for more items that belonged to Brian? Do they possibly have pieces of evidence in one spot, maybe a body in another spot? Maybe they know some items that may be missing from that body, that they're trying to find more items. So it's a lot of questions that we have that aren't going to be answered until officials are able to give an update. Now, we know they're not going to give an update until they do have a lot of these solid pieces of information ready to be released out to the public. So as I just mentioned, this environmental park, it had been closed from ever since September 23rd, just reopened yesterday to the public. That was the city of Northport had tweeted it out. And then once again, then they finally had it open and they had to reclose it here today. That's because they found these new pieces of evidence of Brian Laundrie's articles. So again, we do see that they're still continuing to at least conduct some parts of searches here in this area, although a coroner has been called out here. And those canines really going to be key getting through some of this area. We've talked with some of our survivalists, and that's what they said, is canines are going to be key, since they're going to be able to go through some of these thicker areas. They're going to be able to see through bushes, under bushes, through some of the heavily wooded areas. Whereas if you're walking on a path, you're looking left to right, trying to keep an eye out for evidence, you may miss it just because of how much brush is in this area. So these dogs really going to help play a big part in assisting our authorities out here as they continue to take a look through the Carlton Reserve.
Yeah, coming up in just a little bit, just past the top of the hour here, we are going to be talking to somebody that could really help us, an expert in the case here of applied forensics, just talking about, okay, what is happening here with the coroner and in the search. Here's the dog, here's the canine running around there, Christy, as well. So we'll be talking to an expert here in just moments to really break down for our viewers here everything that we are seeing and you are seeing here at the same time as well.
You know, those dogs so highly trained. I've actually learned a little bit about those canines in other, documentary series, and they are trained to go out, search for specific scents, and then alert what they're finding. Different alerts mean different things. So sometimes they'll give out a bark. Sometimes they'll lay down in a specific area. So they're letting this dog off the leash so that it can kind of make a little bit better ground than what the people following the canine can. And again, these dogs are going to use those very, very strong noses to pick up scents of anything that these investigators might need to know about. And as I mentioned, they're going to alert once they find something. They'll alert those people that they found something that's worth them taking a closer look at.
Yes, yes, and I'm so glad we're showing this to you all in real time right here on Live Now from Fox as you're seeing this canine do exactly what they are trained to do here with their handlers and try to get some sort of scent, anything that they can associate it with Brian Laundrie here in this very, very active situation and search that continues. Everybody, we are coming up now on the 2 o'clock hour out on the East Coast. Welcome. Let's just reset everybody right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here. I'm once again joined by my colleague, Christy Larson. We're going to be with you all afternoon. We have taken all of our breaks out. We are going wall-to-wall coverage for you in this breaking news element of an item that was found or items of Brian Laundrie in this park as well. Now we are learning that the coroner has been sent and is setting up shop there as well. More live visuals happening right now and showing you all in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers from around the country and around the world that continue to take part in this breaking news moment.
Yeah, and we've been showing you these different live pictures. Again, just want to mention that we do have pictures coming in here, not only from our Skyfox up in the air, showing us just how many different search parties and efforts are out here, but also showing you a look that this park once again closed down now that these new items have been located. And finally in that upper right hand box, just showing you some of those different memorable moments that have been happening ever since this case came into our hands. Again, Gabby Petito reported missing back on September 11th, and since then it's just been a snowball of new details and information that we've been able to bring to our viewers.
Yeah, all in real time here and all showing you just really the power of Live Now from Fox to show these raw images come in real time. As soon as they come into the newsroom, we pump them out to you, of course, here, and just showing you this active search that, you know, it's been a couple of days since we've had a really big breakthrough, Christy, with this investigation, with this case, and now we have the biggest one of as of late. An item has been found, or items of Brian Laundrie here in this park, and we wait here for more information. What will the dogs be able to find? What will investigators be able to find? A coroner is on site as well.
Yeah, and we know from talking with some of our professionals, we're going to actually be speaking with another here shortly, but we do know that they can play a big part in helping piece together cases like this. You're seeing that dog continuing to run through this area. It's going to alert those that are following him of anything that they may pick up on. So their nose is very strong, able to pick up on those scents. And again, this has been a captivating story ever since it came into light that Gabby Petito not only was missing, her body then found, her death being ruled a homicide, death by strangulation, and we still continue to want a lot of questions answered by Brian Laundrie, who now we know could possibly be in this specific area.
Absolutely. Now let's get some additional context and really information here in this search, as now we know that the coroner is on site, everybody. Let's bring in our guest right here, new to this hour. This is Joseph Scott Morgan, a distinguished scholar of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University in Jacksonville, Alabama. We appreciate you joining us here, sir, during this very busy news day.
My pleasure. Glad to be here.
All right, so if you could help us set up here when we're taking live images right now of this investigation. So the coroner is on scene right now. They're just setting up shop. Can you give our viewers some information of what they are doing as they get to the site here?
I certainly can. And it is a daunting task, to say the very least, relative to working a case like this in what we would consider to be a wetland or a swampland. For some further context, I was the senior investigator with the medical examiner in Atlanta before I became an academic. And prior to that, I was with the coroner's office just outside of New Orleans. So I'm very familiar with this kind of terrain and body recovery. What you're seeing, if the ME is out there, the ME, just so that folks understand, they do not show up uninvited. So when the ME is called, that means that they have found something of value that actually pertain specifically to their job. And what's the job of the ME or the medical legal community? That's to, first off, determine identification, then to determine manner and cause of death. And you'll see all of this played out. And they're a big part of what goes on relative to recovery. That's why if it is the ME setting up that tent, my suspicion is either they are setting up directly over the remains, or they're providing an area where they can coordinate from, where they will go out. They have to, just imagine they're going out and kind of plotting evidence with flags, documenting it in place, taking photographs, doing measurements and everything, actually before they bring it back to that central location where they'll further examine this. And so that's one of the things that you're looking at right now.
That's great new information. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Can you also, Joseph, give us a little bit of information here as we're seeing the canine dogs as well. If they don't, does that, because they're out there, does that lead you to believe that maybe they don't have a solid remains right now, but maybe that they're still looking for that?
Yeah, I'm going to break this down for you, and please forgive me. I'm not going to be too graphic, but just so folks at home understand, I mean, we're adults here. Let's talk about this. If in fact you have an individual, I'm not saying this is Brian Laundrie, I have no way of knowing that, but if in fact you have an individual that goes into a similar environment that would, let's just say that that person's timeline would line up with how long Brian Laundrie has been missing. If they have been down for that entire amount of time, let's face it, the body is not going to be intact, particularly in the harsh environment of a swamp or a wetland area. If folks will just think about this, when you go into a swamp, it is essentially an area where decomposition of organic material is constantly happening. It's churning. Everything from plant life to microscopic life to things that we can see, all the flora and fauna out there. Humans are no different. If you go into this environment and you are deceased, your body will begin to break down very quickly. And some of the things that we look for in medical legal death investigation and in forensics is body changes and post-mortem interval. That is, we're trying to determine how long an individual has been dead. And there are certain things that we look for, but I can tell you this, one of the things that speeds the process of decomposition up is actually heat and humidity. And boy, do you have a lot of that down there in that area. So it would be essentially accelerated. So what that means for us is that once the body begins to break down, I'm just not saying it's Brian Laundrie, I'm just saying a body under similar circumstances. Once a body begins to break down, then you have all manner of animal life that shows up. And this is something that's referred to as scattering of remains. You can have everything from possums, to raccoons, to even larger animals, but any small animal like that that can drag remains off, even dogs, and they'll begin to do whatever they choose to do with the remains, whether it's just kind of fiddle around with them, play with them. I've actually seen that happen with human skulls before, or they're actually feasting on remains and they become scattered, even the smallest bones. That's why it's so very difficult for us to recover a lot of things. People talk about like hyoid bones and the bones of the fingers, of the hands and the feet. Sometimes those things are gone forever and ever, and they're really hard to recover. So these people out there today, they have to be very, very careful in every step that they take.
Absolutely. And also, when we were first breaking this story, it turned out to be that some sort of personal item or items of Brian Laundrie were recovered here. And that's what really started off our breaking news. And then moments later, we're learning about 20 minutes after that fact that medical examiner was heading there with, so because that there was just some items there, wouldn't there have to be a little bit more than just maybe like a backpack or something else for them to be triggered, that type of response?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And, because, if you just, let's take the backpack, for instance. If you just simply find a backpack, is that a reason to call the medical examiner? Well, no, that's a reason to call the crime scene investigators and the detectives. And they'll look through the backpack. They'll examine it. They'll try to determine if it has any kind of evidentiary value. You know, at the end of the day, all of this is about specific identification. And that's what we work on in forensics, where we have specific tiebacks to items of evidence, items of identification like driver's licenses, or whether it's marks on bodies. You know, you begin to think about injuries to bodies, you know, dental work, all these sorts of things that are tied back to a specific person. So that's one of the things that they're looking at here. If we have like a bit of clothing, for instance, a pair of trousers, a pair of underwear, a belt, a pair of shoes, that's going to be significant. But we have to ask ourselves this question: what's contained within those items of clothing? Because sometimes you can actually have skeletal remains or partially skeletonized remains that are still contained within clothing that are actually drug away. The idea here is that you get one shot at this, you get one chance at it. You can't unring the bell once you first, you know, egress onto that scene. So you have to be very, very careful and work everything like your life depended on it.
And Joseph, Christy here joining you guys on Live Now from Fox. I did want to just continue with this conversation and maybe pick your brain as to what these coroners are going to do. Kind of walk us through the examination that they're going to be doing if there was a body found out here, and what part they really do play with helping assist law enforcement in this case.
All right, Joseph, maybe you couldn't hear my colleague there, but we were just wondering just a little bit more if you could dive into what happens now if there are remains that have been recovered. What is going to be the next investigation mode there for the investigators?
Well, I'm going to mention somebody that I'm sure that that our audience is very familiar with, not just a medical examiner, but I can promise you that there will be called out to the scene a forensic anthropologist. And you've seen them in media, you've heard about them in news, you know, the famous body farm of the University of Tennessee. These are individuals that actually go out and study skeletal remains. And the skill set that they actually bring that crime scene investigators don't have is that they have the ability, they're actually quite amazing. They have an ability out at a scene to recognize, remember the small bones that I was talking about? They can be looking at a patch of ground that you or I could look at, and we might just see like a piece of stone or a piece of wood in our estimation. They look at it and they can actually determine if that is human remain. Because let's keep in mind, it'll be weathered. Many times animals have gotten to it, so the tips of the bones will be what's referred to as denuded, kind of chewed away. And so, but they can still appreciate it because their training is so very specific. They also have a great ability to actually process the scene from an excavation standpoint. Like if anything is beneath the earth, sometimes if animals are involved, for instance, and they dig a hole, they'll burrow down and bury remains. So they'll look for that in that manner. They have to have a very specific way in which that's recovered. Now, if this is a remain that is actually in a clandestine grave, remember, we don't know that this is Brian Laundrie yet, okay? If this is a body that's in a clandestine grave, then they come out and excavate this just like, I don't know, say for instance, an archaeologist would, being very, very careful, taking off those layers of dirt, making note of everything as they move layer down layer down layer until they actually get to the body proper.
And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are being joined by Joseph Scott Morgan, a distinguished scholar of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University in Jacksonville, Alabama, giving us some great insight of this active investigation that has been played out in real time right now. And we did a chopper there earlier. They will be refueling and we'll be getting some more aerials of that. But the next steps here, can we just talk about once again, is say, because you were talking about the weather components as well, the heat, humidity, we know Florida is famous for that. If this is in fact Brian Laundrie, and we've been now talking about this now weeks in the making here, this disappearance in active search, What are we looking at as far as what the body would look like? I mean, are we just looking at skeleton right now? Is that how fast that it could decompose?
That completely depends upon whether or not the body, a body in a similar circumstance, would have been directly exposed to the elements, or if they were covered. Let's say, for instance, I've had people that have gone into hollowed out trees before and have committed suicide. Those bodies are going to be impacted different than, say, a body that is found just lying on bare earth. And then you throw this element, this dynamic element of this wetland area in there. You know, you begin to think about it. The water itself in a swamp has something in it called tannic acid. And it, as it sounds, it promotes, as you can imagine, any kind of changes at a molecular level as the body begins to break down. So that's one of the things that you might be looking at here. So if a body is exposed to a lot of these elements, they will be greatly compromised in a very short period of time. Some of the other factor, or one major factor that we look at, that our friends in Florida go through every single day. All of us have maybe been to the beach down in Florida. What happens every afternoon at about 2 or 3? It heats up, and guess what happens? You get a huge downpour. Rain is one of the biggest enemies in any kind of forensic investigation. And just imagine, if you will, these folks out on the ground, they're trying to be very, very careful. They're flagging evidence, they're documenting evidence, and all of a sudden, you have one of these huge rainstorms that comes in and begins to beat down on all these pieces of evidence that you recovered. And you can't just quickly go out and, you know, have a little tent that you put over every single piece of evidence, because it could be strewn. You know, right now we have this tent that's going up. I don't know, maybe everything is contained under the umbrella of that tent, if you will, but we don't know that. My suspicion is that you might be dealing with scattered remains and certainly scattered evidence. Remember, what initially brought your team out there and brought the rest of the media there and the police was that they found items. You know, now what those items are, I don't know, because items can be defined in a very, very broad way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we want to know what those items were, and we also want to know, okay, what made today so much different in this investigation, and why at this moment, when the parents came out this time, why out of we just saw aerials of just how vast this park is and just how much ground there is to cover. How was it where they're able to go on a trail and then boom, we're able to see some sort of stuff from Brian?
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, one of the interesting things about human remains when they're discovered, from my experience of working at medical examiner's offices and coroner's offices, is this. You don't just, the coroner just doesn't magically show up. Okay, this is what commonly happens. One of two things. Either you have a family member or an intimate that will know a specific location where they will say, you need to go to this spot. This is where this individual liked to frequent. It's where they went out just to clear their head or to think about things or whatever. And it's at that point that the authorities will go out and they'll find something. Maybe they don't know if they're going to find a dead body. Maybe they'll find somebody just, you know, thinking about their life sitting under a tree. Many times they actually do find somebody that's deceased, and sometimes they've been deceased a long time. Now, the other scenario, in my experience, is one of two things. Either you will have some citizen that is walking through this area. And in this case, it could be a police officer or an investigator that was walking out there, and they happened to see something that they clued in on, and they noticed, hey, you know, this is something that looks out of sorts. We need to bring the team out there. And all of a sudden they find some kind of revealing bit of evidence that says, hey, we need to bring full force to bear here, get our evidence response people out here, and also get our medical examiner and get the anthropologist out here to cover. One kind of aside here is that every now and then, and I think that folks at home would be amazed to realize this, how often a local dog will drag a human remain up into a yard. It could just be, you know, a small bone. It could be a leg bone. I've had times where human skulls have actually been brought up into the backs of homes, and people have just noticed this, and they're trying to think about that. And that brings us to a real key point here. I think that we have reports that they saw the dogs back out there, and that's significant. Because the dogs, if they're hitting on a scent, and I'm referring to cadaver dogs at this time, Remember, I think it was Pasco County that had access to a cadaver dog in their kennel. They have one, which I was really thrilled to hear. If they have a cadaver dog out there and you've got scattered remain, those remain have a very specific scent. So if we're talking about scattered remain, you might have one specific area where you have, say, the trunk of the body that is there. Say the spine is intact, maybe you've got the skull, maybe some of the ribs, but then the dogs will go out looking for the scattered remain. They'll try to recover anything else that is there, because at the end of the day, if you've got a body, if you have a body that has reached this point of decomposition, you're not going to know the specific cause and manner of death. So you have to essentially gather everything that you possibly can. It's not like you're dealing with soft tissue. If you're talking about skeleton, where you can see bruising or you can see obvious signs of a gunshot wound or cutting or stabbing, that doesn't happen. If you've only got skeletal remains, which I don't know if we do at this point in time, you need every skeletal body, every bony body that you can find out there to be brought into a centralized location so that hopefully the skeleton can be re-articulated back at the ME's office or at the forensic anthropology lab.
And Joseph, I'm glad that you're with us here right now, because we are getting some breaking news coming from the FBI office in Tampa. They gave an update just moments ago saying items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. An FBI evidence response team is processing the scene. The reserve is closed to the public and no further details are available at this time there. So FBI, they're confirming that this evidence response team is processing the scene as well. What does that entail?
Well, what that entails is that, every local jurisdiction, pretty much, with the exception of a few really small jurisdictions, has their own evidence recovery teams, okay? People that will go out, they're hardworking folks that go out and do evidence recovery and documentation, photography, and they bring that stuff back in to, say, headquarters, and it goes into an evidence locker. It's the stuff that we examine as forensic scientists in the lab. It's the stuff that winds up being presented in court, obviously, because it's the tail of the tape, if you will. But the fact that they've got the FBI ERT out there is a big deal, because these agents, though they are FBI agents, their sole task, their form and function, if you will, is processing scenes. And they have, I don't know really how to kind of give folks at home an idea. The resources that these people have at their disposal compared, say, for instance, to what a local sheriff's office has, it's astounding. Because just kind of understand this. Anytime you involve the FBI, not only are you involved in those highly trained teams that they come out, which, by the way, some of those team members are graduate level trained forensic scientists that are out there that are agents. Not only do you have those boots on the ground, you also bring to bear the FBI crime lab, okay, which is arguably one of the finest crime labs in the world. You have all their resources, and something that folks at home might not be aware of. You also bring in the resources of people like the Smithsonian, because they have entomologists there that work to study insect life and how it impacts the bodies during periods of decomposition. And they also have their own section. There are two very famous forensic anthropologists that were based at the Smithsonian as well. And they have those resources, not to mention a lot of other resources that the feds have at their disposal that, say, a local sheriff's office would not have. I'm really fascinated at the level to which the FBI is vested in this case. And it has been this way since I first started covering it, I don't know what it was, a month ago, I guess, from the moment that charge went up for the bank card. I've said this in a couple of interviews, and I think that it bears repeating. The FBI was involved, but at that moment in time, you flip the switch on a lot of other mechanisms within the feds, primarily the federal marshals, because that's what they do for a living. They go out and try to find people, and they are the best at what they do. And so you flip the switch on that resource. And so you can only imagine what other resources that have been brought to bear as a result, and this is very interesting, of that single charge that was filed by the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, such a great point there. Just once the federal government gets involved, they have so much more capabilities and really resources to bring to this case. And I think a lot of people, when they're watching this story play out, just how it has been going for the last recent weeks, and they want to know, what do you think made this case so particular that it received so much national attention? I mean, unfortunately, here in this country, we have so many cases of missing people, children, adults. They go missing every day. But what do you think it was about this case that got this type of notoriety and then got the federal government involved in it so much that we were just talking about?
I don't know. You know the old saying, there's nothing new under the sun. I think that a lot of folks are familiar with that. All you got to do is look back to the 90s. Think about John Bonet. I mean, how many books have been written about John Bonet over these many years since then, trying to solve this case, and everybody was fully vested in it. You know, and I worked cases in Atlanta and New Orleans over the course of my career where I had other children that had died in horrible ways, but, you know, they would never make it through one news cycle many times. And that doesn't diminish what the Petito family has gone through at all. I think that we're all wondering, why is it that it captured the imagination? Well, we're in a different plane here now. This is a couple, if you will, that have been documenting their life day in and day out on Instagram. Everybody's plugged into social media. And I think that a lot of folks that are out there can identify, I think, with this beautiful young woman and her boyfriend. It's a very romantic kind of journey that they're on across America. They've outfitted this van, and every step that they take, every meal they eat, you know, they're filming meal preparations, and of course they're you know, showing the entire world the beauty of, you know, say for instance those parks out in Utah. I mean, and it's striking, and it really captured everybody's attention that you could have somebody, this dichotomy where you have somebody living seemingly on the surface, this Insta life, if you will, and it's almost perfection. And then it ends in a total horror show. And I think that that's got people riveted. But right you are, there are any number of cases that are out there. And I have colleagues all over the country that work cases of unidentified people whose families are just ripped apart and ripped to shreds emotionally, and they have no answers whatsoever. Their children are still missing, and they have no idea where they are. And, you know, kudos to the Petito family, because they've actually taken the opportunity to direct the glaring light of the media towards those cases and bringing attention to them. And that's so very important. We hear about a lot of other things in our society, but many times the people that are forgotten are those that can no longer speak for themselves, those that are deceased and passed on, and they don't have a voice. And this is, I hope that this acts as a touchstone moment in our country.
That's a great point there. Joseph Scott Morgan, is there any closing thoughts that you have before we let you go and on this?
Yeah, I would urge everybody to be patient. We still don't know that this is Brian Laundrie. Please, I beg everybody just to be patient. Let the police, let the ME, let any other forensic scientists that are involved with this do their job. The information will come out. Remember, everybody was saying we'll never get Gabby's cause of death. It actually came out in kind of a measured way. It's not abnormal for a cause of death to take that long. Okay, most people don't follow these things like I do. It takes some time. You have to do toxicology and all that stuff. This is the same way. As a matter of fact, it might be a bit more tedious, because as we've already gone over, the remains, if they are his remains or some other unfortunate person, they're going to be strewn. They're not going to be intact. So it will take time to do this analysis. And I just beg everybody just to be patient, watch how it develops, and you know, certainly keep everybody in mind that's also missing loved ones out there. There are a lot of people that just sit at home and cry silently many times.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you so much, Joseph Scott Morgan, for your insight and expertise on this story, as well as all the background information with forensics. We totally appreciate it, and thank you for your time right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
YouTube. And we will continue to follow this here for you in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to showcase everything that is happening with this active search. The FBI has that response team. Their evidence technicians are there as they continue to work this case here in the case of Brian Laundrie. And we continue to follow it for you really at every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox. It has been a busy morning and afternoon. We are getting closer now to the 2:30 hour on the East Coast, 11:30 on the West Coast. Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox as we continue our coverage, wall-to-wall coverage of the search now for Brian Laundrie. An item or items were recovered today, and we are also learning that the coroner is out there at the park that continues this investigation at every little step. The FBI is involved. They've been involved from the beginning as well. They got evidence technicians out there, and we continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox in real time here for you. As soon as we get more information, of course, we'll be bringing that to you. When we have live aerials, we'll go back to that as well. This is a live look right now outside of the Laundrie home. We've seen that shot for quite some time as well, and also outside of the reserve. You're watching, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, always here in the moment for you in this developing story, breaking news coverage in the Gabby Petito case.
Things really heating back up here on Wednesday after the fugitives' parents did arrive at that swampy Northport Preserve where their attorney says some articles belonging to Brian were found. Now, we have also seen arriving here at the scene the coroner's office as well as a cadaver dogs have been called out. Now, the Laundries again claiming that their son went here to the environmental park on September 13th. That was the last day he was seen. Law enforcement has spent several weeks searching through this 25,000-acre preserve, but there's been no signs until today, again, when they did find some evidence that belonged to Brian Laundrie. So Brian been named a person of interest ever since Gabby Petito had been reported missing. That back again on September 11th, but the FBI then issuing a warrant for his arrest later on. This, though, in relation to charges related to his alleged unauthorized use of her bank card. So it's been many days, weeks of searching through the preserve. Things had quieted down. The park even reopened up to the public, but officers then closing it off again here while the Laundries were searching. And also now that we've had so many new authorities coming out to help assist. Again, coroner called out here to this site after items of Brian Laundrie's have been found. We've been watching all these different pictures, but this exclusive video is really what kicked things off here this morning as, again, the Laundries were talking with law enforcement just earlier here today.
And we all want to know, we've been talking about this for a couple of hours now. What led up to this moment here? What up this very video footage? How did we get to this exact spot in this reserve, and why today? What led up to it? What were some of the talks maybe with the FBI and the Laundrie family last night? What led up to this morning? And how did we get to this area of this trail park right now? And then they find something from Brian Laundrie. We don't know what that item is. We still wait for that, but we want to know what led up to this very moment.
I think it will be a slow rollout as far as some of those key pieces of information, especially as authorities have been so tight-lipped in many different situations that we've covered ever since this case came out. So a lot of times they've held some of that information back from the public to continue to have the best that they can moving forward in their investigations. And again, I go back to the autopsy report of Gabby Petito. Once her body was found, her body was confirmed to be that of the missing 22-year-old. Then it was ruled that she died by homicide. So the official rule of death then strangulation. Again, this is something that has been reported out. Now, we even brought that live press conference with the Teton Coroner's Office here to all of our viewers on Live Now from Fox. And again, the only sole person who's been named in connection to this case has been Brian Laundrie. We've heard time again from Brian's attorney instead of from his parents that he's only a person of interest, but Gabby's family is speaking out a number of times saying he's the last person who saw Gabby alive. He's the sole person who holds all of the pieces of the puzzle, and they have said time and time again that they want him to turn himself in. Now it looks like today that may not be able to happen. They may not get all the answers that they wanted to when it comes to the death of their 22-year-old daughter.
No, they might not. That's a very good point there. And really, as we were just talking to that expert forensic analysis, just talking about it takes time, it takes patience revolving around these types of discoveries and what they have to do to a certain type of body and the processes that it has to do with toxicology and so much more. But right now we are just in these beginning stages. We have no confirmation as of right now, but all we know is that a coroner has arrived at the scene here, and we continue to watch and play this out in real time here on Live Now from Fox. But yeah, this will just like Christy was saying, think about the timeline of events that we had just when she was found from the report there from the medical examiner. So it takes some time in these types of situations.
Yeah, you know, in a similar situation, kind of, I was comparing to what we know, how long Brian's been missing, to now some new evidence of Brian coming out. Same with Gabby. Last time her family heard from her was back in the end of August. Well, a body was found in Wyoming 3 to 4 weeks after she had been deceased. So again, we do know that the last time she was seen in public was August 27th, and that matches up with the coroner's report. You know, she was found on September 19th. She was confirmed. It was confirmed that it was Gabby Petito. They said her body had been out there in those rough conditions 3 to 4 weeks, but very different conditions than what Florida conditions would be. So we've talked with that medical examiner. We've talked with others previously who said just how important it is for these coroners to be involved in these police cases, because of course police are experts on a number of things, but when it comes to the finding of a body, seeing exactly where was it located, what's the condition, and different little key pieces of information, that does come down to some of those medical professionals over our police professionals. So as you mentioned, Mike, FBI involved heavily with this case, now hearing not only that it's the Denver office who's involved, but also FBI Tampa saying that they are also not available for answering any questions, but they're also helping in this response to this scene where they're out there processing this evidence that they came across here this morning.
Yeah, so many different moving parts to this story and investigation, and you know, it just sorts of goes in line with everything that we have seen so far with this case. You know, there's been so many different twists and turns, and we're seeing one play out right now. And you're seeing this video that was obtained by the Fox News digital team, just showing that very moment when investigators were maybe showing some sort of item or items to the Laundrie family, saying, I think we've got something here. And, you know, that you wonder what was going on in the hearts there of the family there. Did their hearts just sink knowing that this could be the end here? Let's look. We got another shot right here, another vehicle pulling up. I know it's sort of a bad shot right here, a little frozen frame, but we do have another vehicle, Christy, coming to the site there.
Yeah, you know, a lot of different pieces of equipment have been brought in and out of this nature reserve. I know it's a little bit glitchy, but this is part of stuff that we do here on Live Now from Fox, letting everyone know we are always live or raw, it's unfiltered, and these are those exact moments that you get to see unfold as they are happening. So this is real-time pictures showing you that we do have more vehicles coming in here. As we mentioned, the park is closed to the public. It just had reopened yesterday to the public, now closed once again to the public. So they're going to be possibly bringing in some different pieces of equipment to assist in not only collecting this evidence that they may have found out here in the park, but as we mentioned too, we've seen that they have the coroner that's been brought out here, even more of those FBI agents, the police agents, but also then cadaver dogs as well. We know that this massive reserve is 25,000 acres. So if there's evidence that may be spread out in this area, that does mean they need to bring in some of those other tools that we saw before. It includes some like you're seeing, some of the golf carts, some of those ATVs, some of those big four-wheelers, and even some of their own canines that continue to assist them in going through this area.
And you are watching this all play out. Live Now from Fox continues with you. Thank you again for joining us here. We've been giving you wall-to-wall coverage. You know, a lot of the national news has been on this as well, but we've been staying on it from the very beginning, and we haven't let you down right here. Live, raw, and always unfiltered. Thank you again for joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Page, alongside Christy Larson, as we continue to bring you all of the developments here in this case, and we are going to continue to get them as the day goes on, as the evening goes. You could stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Check our social channels out, Facebook, Twitter. We'd love to have you on there as well. And check out livenowfox.com for all of the information of where you can stream us via TV, mobile phone, tablet. We got you covered, computer, whatever way you like to do it in this day and age. We got a source there for you. But Christy, this is going to be something I feel like as the hours go on, we're just going to get, chisel off a little bit more information, a little bit more, and then maybe we'll hear some sort of big news item maybe sometime today. You just don't know.
Right. We've been continuing to try to dig into all these little pieces of information. Little nuggets have been coming through and coming into our Live Now from Fox desk ever since we knew the name Gabby Petito, ever since we knew the name Brian Laundrie. So this just another piece of this puzzle, trying to give people a look into what may have happened to Gabby Petito. And again, this video, it's exclusive. It was obtained by our Fox News digital team. It shows the Laundries with law enforcement. They're huddling, they're speaking as officer appears to show the couple something, and then telling the parents, I think we might have found something. So during their time inside of the park here, Chris Laundrie could actually be seen continuing to move in and out of some of these areas of brush. And after a short while, he and Roberta Laundrie did separate. Chris and two men were moving into the brush. They went off to a left-hand side of the trail, and they were gone for approximately 12 minutes. Now, he returned without law enforcement, and then he and Roberta continued on. And it was later when they had discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They could be seen then putting that object into a bag, handing it over to law enforcement officer shortly thereafter, who later took it from them. So on their way out of the park, then the couple made a phone call, then received a call. They were soon joined then by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris on the shoulder as he huddled with the couple. And they did leave the park at about 8:45 a.m. They did appear to be emotional when confronted by protesters there. And that's something I want to bring up too. We have seen a lot of times protesters continuing to be outside of the Laundrie family home. Back when Gabby was still missing, there was "Where is Gabby?" Ever since her body had been confirmed as the body found in Wyoming, it was justice for Gabby. And since their son has been missing for over a month, it's been a lot of questions about what do they know and how involved have they been with the disappearance of their son, Brian. Again, Brian, 23 years old, had been out on this cross-nation, cross-country trip with his fiancee, Gabby Petito, when he returned to Northport, Florida in Gabby's van, but without his fiancee. So it's been a whirlwind probably for these parents who were seeing still learning new information about their son and about this case that has really captivated the entire nation.
It really has there, and it really, you know, social media has been such a presence on this one too. People have been commenting, thinking about what is the next steps here in an investigation, and then boom, we get this big news of the day with something was found there of Brian's, and then we have the coroner on site. There's so many different components playing out right now in real time, right here on Live Now from Fox. And we are going to follow every angle that we have here for you right here on Live Now from Fox, giving you these the developments in real time. And we appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch here with us and really showcase what is happening here in this. What seems to be like every hour there might be some new sort of information, and we'll continue to wait on that and, of course, give it to you in real time right here on Live Now from Fox when it happens.
So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We do continue to keep our eyes out for the latest news coming to us from, of course, this new information out of Florida in response to this evidence that was found pertaining to Brian Laundrie. We are also just hearing that the FBI is expected to provide an update regarding the investigation later here today. That's according to our Fox News sources. So happy to report that we should be getting that update from FBI again later here today. Hopefully they'll play some key roles into giving us some more information on what unfolded, what led the Laundrie family out here, what pieces of evidence did they find that belonged to Brian Laundrie, and of course, why has the coroner been called out here to this scene? Why have the dogs been called out here to the reserve as well? So do want to let all of our viewers know we do continue to also keep our eye on this shot outside of the nature reserve. It is very glitchy though, so that's why we haven't been keeping our eyes out here for you. is because this picture not coming into the best quality. But earlier here today, this shot was shown to you guys. That's the coroner van arriving on scene here. And again, we had it confirmed with the medical examiner's office that they have been called out here to the reserve. So they have since that time arrived on scene. We've seen them also setting up at a base where we've had a lot of our law enforcement and our other agencies also coming out. So we do continue to keep everyone up to date with the latest by sticking with these different pictures coming in here to Live Now from Fox. Want to also just go back to the page that we have up here of the map of exactly where we are in Florida, because a lot of people have heard the name Northport a lot. They've heard the name Carlton Reserve. Well, that's because we have this picture now showing us a little bit more clearance on exactly where this is. So if you know where Venice Beach is in Florida, maybe you've gone there on vacation with your family before. Northport, just inland a little bit more. On the mainland there of Florida. So you can see that the Carlton Reserve, as we've talked about, and this environmental park do stretch just north of this area. It's a very huge area as well. So we've talked about that many times with a lot of our experts, especially back when we knew that we had Brian Laundrie missing, especially when many people thought, well, he's equipped to do some hiking. He's been a big avid camper. Maybe he's trying to be out in this area, trying to evade authorities by hiding out in the park. But now we know that his skills definitely would have been put really to the test, even in those first few days that Brian Laundrie had been reported missing, because we dealt with a lot of rainfall in those first few days. So it caused some of those swampy areas to be even more flooded. We also talked about how much wildlife is out in that area. So we think about all the different wildlife that's out there. Carlton Reserve, home to 13-foot alligators. There's panthers, there's black bears, wild boars, and even lethal snakes that are all reported to be in that area. So you think about all of those elements. Those aren't the only factors that he would have had to deal with out there. But that, again, would have been something that would have played a huge part in his trying to be in this area. So we talked with some of these different survivalists saying that's all on top of not even only trying to survive, but trying to stay hidden as well. You would have had to try to do a lot of moving at night. So a lot of questions still surround when he went out to this park. What was that purpose? Why did he head out here in the first place? What would he have been trying to accomplish by being out there at the park? Brian Laundrie, again, his photos been spread across the news ever since he was named a person of interest in this case. And we've continued to stay on top of all those little details, those little crumbs that have continued to feed this story and give us these new updates. I want to go back to some of the information that we do know when it comes to Gabby Petito. So again, her remains were found out in Wyoming. She was there for about 3 to 4 weeks before her body was found. And again, a lot of people have been questioning surrounding her death. So she died from strangulation. We heard the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, telling us that news during a briefing, saying it was the FBI who also held back some of that key information that we were trying to get. But again, they were saying that the matter of Gabby's death was homicide. So Petito's fiance, again, we've said this quite a few times, he's the only person of interest in connection to this case. He hasn't been seen since September 13th, and now also has been subject of federal warrant for alleged bank card fraud. So again, her remains out in the Wyoming wilderness for those few weeks, and that played a huge part in the investigation. There was also rumors that Gabby Petito had been pregnant at the time of her death. Those were ruled out. That was one of the questions that was asked that we actually got a response to, because a lot of the questions that we had asked weren't able to be responded to because this is such an active investigation. Now, I just want to remind all of our folks, FBI's Denver field office is leading the investigation in Petito's death. And so a lot of some of the greater details into what led them to strangulation, well, that wasn't able to be shared. We've also had some of our different examiners, experts, longtime Miami-Dade homicide detective Pat Diaz said the examiner likely reached that conclusion due to either some broken bones, or said that you could see through an x-ray, even through a state of decomposition. So strangulation, again, would have been the cause of death, but they weren't able to share what exactly had led them to that key piece of information. Now, we've also been showing you some live pictures outside of the Laundrie family home here. Once again, you can see a lot of those signs up in the front yard. Again, so many people have come out to pay tribute to Gabby Petito and to voice their concerns with the Laundrie family outside of their home here. You're seeing a live picture of, again, some of these different news media outlets that continue to give us these live pictures of their home. So the Laundrie family definitely has been in the public eye ever since this case happened. And again, Brian Laundrie, only person of interest, as he was the last one to have seen Gabby Petito. We've talked so many times also about how social media has played a key part into this case, and even some people drawing parallels between Gabby Petito's case and the murder of Kristen Smart 25 years ago. So again, her officials announcing that her death was strangulation, and since that time, there's been so many people who have been speaking out on behalf of the Petito-Schmidt family, but the Petito-Schmidt family themselves even being very vocal during this time, saying that, again, they hadn't gotten to speak with their daughter since the end of August, and now they'll never get to again. They have held memorials in her name. They've also held for the first time over this weekend, a foundation that they have started in Gabby's memory. So that foundation fundraiser kicked off this Sunday afternoon in her hometown of Long Island. An estimated 200 people actually stopped by to pay their respects just within the first hour. Now, this was a 6-hour event, so you can only imagine how many people came through those doors to help show support for the Petito family, the Schmidt family. And her story has touched so many hearts of people across the country, many referring to her as America's daughter. The fundraiser for a charity in her honor is all aiming towards aiding families and other missing persons, and it drew supporters ranging all the way from local business owners to civil servants and other citizens on Sunday. So Blue Point Fire Department was there, where her stepfather is currently an active ex-chief, and he was out in force helping with everything from food to security and handling at the door. One of the assistant chiefs saying, "We're firefighters, we're volunteers, so we're volunteering to help out a good cause." He also described Petito as one of our family members. He said the department would help out in any way they can. We also had another person who attended the fundraiser with 2 of her employees, and her sons had attended high school with Gabby Petito. Now, in addition to the $20 donation for entry, she dropped off also a sum for a metal bracelet inscribed with "Justice for Gabby." And that's a statement we've heard ringing out here in front of the Petito home. Want to show you, we still do have those live pictures at the reserve. Yes, our chopper who was giving us those up above pictures has since left. They had to go refuel because we've been up there ever since we've had this breaking news happen. They had to go refuel. Hopefully they'll be able to relaunch here soon. And these pictures down on the ground coming in a little glitchy. So that's because obviously when you're coming into areas like this, there might not be as great a cell phone signal. So again, if we do see any more action here outside of the park, that will be something we can always bring in and out of right here for you on Live Now from Fox. But again, this exclusive video is what kicked off this morning's breaking news as the Laundrie parents, Chris and Roberta, were seen out here
And again, we've heard from Gabby Petito's family calling out his parents a few times, saying obviously they're upset with the lack of communication they had, especially in the beginning of this case after they found out Brian had returned back to their home. The Petito Schmidts had actually tried to reach out not only to Brian himself, and they didn't hear from Brian, they didn't hear from Gabby, so they tried to reach out to Chris and Roberta, and they said that it definitely speaks volumes that they did not talk with them. So this was being said during an interview on 60 Minutes Australia. The Schmidt-Petito family saying, I believe they know, if not everything, they know most information. I would love to just face-to-face ask, why are you doing this? Just tell me the truth. So Petito's parents, again, had last spoken with their daughter back in late August before reporting her missing on September 11th as she was on that cross-country road trip with Brian Laundrie. At the time, they were traveling in a Ford Transit van that they had converted into a camper, and then Brian returning home from Wyoming to Northport, Florida on September 1st in Gabby's van without her. And we heard from Joe Petito many times while Gabby was still missing, and just recently saying, you'd think there'd be some conversations. If Brian was staying at my house and Gabby returned to my house without him in his vehicle, I'd be on the phone with his parents saying, listen, we've got an issue. We've got some stuff to talk about like now. So they've definitely talked about this situation, saying that it's been torturous and cruel. Now, the Laundries, again, who reported their son missing 6 days later, September 17th, through their attorney, later said the last time they'd spoken with him was on September 13th. Then just short few days after, FBI did discover Gabby's remains. That happened on September 19th. And Joe Schmidt described Brian in an earlier interview as polite. Nicole Schmidt said he seemed like a nice guy whom she had trusted to take care of her daughter when she had left home with him for their road trip. She had said he'd draw them pictures and stuff. He'd read books to my little one at night before bed. So again, Brian Laundrie, although he's been a person of interest, had not been named specifically as the person who may have killed Gabby Petito, but obviously his family and the Petito Schmidt family all would have liked to have talked to Brian, get more information on what unfolded on that road trip, what unfolded those days after they hadn't heard from Gabby, and of course what may have led to her demise. So we will continue to obviously give you the latest happening out here on LiveNOW from Fox. Keeping you covered is exactly what we do here. We bring you all of these videos, these pictures in full so that you don't miss moments. Again, our chopper was over the Carlton Reserve, this environmental park earlier here today. We saw a number of tools still continuing to be brought in here to this area as the park has now once again been put on lockdown after new evidence has been found.
So once again, want to say thank you to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. This is just some video footage of that entrance earlier here today where they were once again blocking off the public from entering here, this park. Remember, this nature reserve had been closed to the public since September 23rd. They finally reopened it to the public just yesterday, and then they once again had to close it down this morning. So we do know at this time that new evidence has been found in relation to that missing person, Brian Laundrie. There's been a huge massive manhunt for him ever since, again, his name has been tied to Gabby Petito, and we know that he was last seen from his family back in the beginning of September, middle of September. So he has been missing for over a month. Now here today, seeing the Laundrie family not only stepping out of their Northport home, but into that reserve area. Again, it's now been clear that there's been some evidence of Brian Laundrie that has been found. So the couple leaving their home just before 7:15 a.m. arrived at the park. They had two men in hiking gear that met them there, including at least one who had later identified himself as a law enforcement officer. And they began trailing behind the Laundrie parents. And one of the men appeared to discuss with them a discovery before the parents left the park, which has since this time been closed to the media. So again, we've been showing that exclusive video, and it's because no one else was in these moments in this time when the Laundrie parents were talking with these, again, these law enforcement personnels. So they were huddling, speaking as the officer appears to show the couple an unknown discovery, and the officer does appear to tell the parents, I think we may have found something. So the family's attorney did later issue a statement confirming something had been found, saying Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the environmental park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and NPPD, that's North Police Department, were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. So FBI Tampa tweeting out that items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. An FBI evidence response team is processing the same scene. The reserve is closed to the public. No further details at this time. And then they also tagged in their tweet FBI Denver. Now, again, Denver FBI team is in charge of this Gabby Petito case. So again, we've been following this ever since it came into our Live Now from Fox desk. We've also had it confirmed that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office was dispatched to the park, though they would not give any more details as to why. Also, we've seen some teams of canines also being brought out to this park. So Laundrie's, according to Fox News, had discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles on the edge of the brush at a clearing. They could be seen putting the object into a bag and handing it over to a law enforcement officer. So a lot of questions still continue to be left unanswered, but hopefully we will be getting some more details later today. There is said to be a press conference that will be conducted by the FBI later today. Hopefully we'll be able to get that here very soon. So we will continue to keep you covered. Any new pieces of information, you can count on us to be on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. So thank you again to all of our viewers who are out here with us. Let's go back to some of those aerials that were coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk just earlier here today. Again, FBI confirming they've found some evidence. They do have an evidence response team processing the scene, and this is all in relation to the Gabby Petito case and the manhunt for Brian Laundrie. You can see a tent had been set up here, a lot of trees and forestry here in this area. And again, we've been speaking with some different professionals along the way ever since we've been talking about this case, different details into the case. And one of them was a medical examiner expert who was talking about how important it is for coroners to be able to come out to a scene, be able to fully assess, write up a detailed report as to when a body is found. So again, a coroner has been called out here to this area, and we watched that white van roll in. We also have been watching some of those canines still continuing to be brought in here to this area as well. And one thing we know is that those canines, while they were letting them off of their leashes, that they'll definitely alert the owners. They're highly trained. They'll alert when they do find any little pieces of evidence that they believe that then the trainers and followers need to follow up on. So that would either be a bark response, or maybe they lay down in a specific spot, or do some sort of cue that would let people know. But they have also been brought here into this park area. So again, FBI has issued a warrant for the arrest of Brian Laundrie. This is on charges related to his alleged unauthorized use of her bank card, and it had been days and weeks of searching. Things had finally quieted down here at the preserve. The park even had reopened to the public. Now here, though, on Wednesday morning, officers once again closing things off after the Laundries were out there. We did have Fox News report the couple had left their Northport home at 7:15 a.m., arriving at the park, where then they had met with some law enforcement officers. They appeared to have maybe found some evidence. We did get it confirmed that there was some articles belonging to Brian that were found. And now it's just a matter of time before we get to hear once again from our officials, as they are supposed to be giving an update later here this afternoon. So what time does that mean? Well, they just say later today. That could mean later this afternoon. It could mean in 20 minutes, a half hour. It could mean in 5 hours from now. But we are expecting to hear from someone here later today. So once again, this is just some video footage showing you some of that Skyfox aerials that we had captured earlier here this morning. Again, our chopper since this time has left to go refuel, but we can report possible human remains have been found. So Fox News correspondent David Spunt, per senior law enforcement sources, we're talking with Fox News saying what appear to be human remains were found at the site where a cadaver dog is now in Florida. This is all also in relation to items that may belong to Brian Laundrie. They were also found. So again, a lot of people have been keeping a close eye on this case, just as we have big support has always been spoken out to Gabby Petito, especially when we've seen so many people re-following her journey that she had put out on social media. Social media then helping play a key part in the timeline of Gabby's disappearance, all the way to when her body had been found. That included some travel bloggers who came across a video evidence that showed the Petito van in the location where Gabby's body had been found. Also, around the same time as to when Gabby's death may have happened. So there's been so many people following this case, just as we have here closely for you on Live Now from Fox. You can always count on getting the latest news stories and updates right here with us Don't go anywhere. We will continue to keep you covered on the latest here in this Gabby Petito case on Live Now from Fox, keeping you in Florida, giving you all these different pictures, whether it be some of our aerial pictures that happened earlier here today or that exclusive video, again, of the Laundrie family from earlier this morning. We have it all for you. Don't go anywhere. Some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break. Then you'll be right back here in this full coverage as we continue to try to keep you informed on this latest update on the search for Brian Laundrie. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to give you the most up-to-date and latest information here when it comes to the developments in the manhunt for Brian Laundrie. We do now know from our news correspondent, David Spunt, per senior law enforcement source to Fox News, that what appears to be human remains were found at the site where cadaver dogs are now here in Florida. They also have confirmed that items that may belong to Brian Laundrie have also been found. Some articles belonging to Brian Laundrie, again, have been found. So a lot of big media attention here on this park, as it has once again been closed to the public. A lot of law agents now been brought out here, as we do have many of our different departments, including both local and federal, out here continuing to work through this nature reserve with these newest pieces of information. And again, Brian Laundrie has been missing for over a month. His parents this morning went out to this nature reserve area, and that's when they were seen. Let's go back to that video that we saw from earlier today, this exclusive video from our Fox News digital team. They were seen talking with law enforcement when they were told we may have found something. Later in these moments when the family was out at the park, that's when also for a short period of time, Chris and Roberta Laundrie separated. So Chris had went somewhere for 12 minutes with law enforcement. He came back alone, and then they were later re-huddled together with law enforcement as well. So just so many new developments continue to come in. We're also hearing that we should be getting an update with FBI later today. Now, what does an update mean? Does it mean an actual press conference? We don't have that confirmed. It could just mean another tweet coming out, but we have already had a tweet come out from the FBI Tampa team here today. They did say that items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. An FBI evidence response team is processing the scene. The reserve is closed to the public and no further details are available at this time. So this continues to be a site where we're going to be keeping our eyes and monitoring all the latest new developments. And going back out to this video, you can see this portion of that environmental park looks to be a very wooded area, whereas before, when we've seen teams combing through searching for Brian, they've also had to deal with swampy areas. They've had to deal with some really thick, brushy areas, and that still can be the case out here, again, where they do have now a new area set up for law enforcement to be focused on. So going to be bringing in also my co-host, Mike Page, who is here with us on Live Now from Fox. Mike, we've been watching this all unfold before us here today. A chopper arriving on scene, watching all these new vehicles enter this park. It almost looks like those first days of that search for Brian Laundrie.
Yeah, it really does. And so many different times in this investigation and story that we've been able to bring to you has all played out right in front of us. And that's what we've been doing here on Live Now from Fox, showing you these different visuals that continue to come in right now. And, you know, a lot of people want to know, they feel invested in the story. They've been reading up on it. They've been watching our content. You know, every time it seemed like we've been posting news updates. It could have been of the littlest things, but it was an update and people were gravitating towards it, Christy. And I know, no doubt, during this day, obviously, there is a lot of attention on this because they think that maybe this could come as some sort of conclusion to this whole story. We don't know where this is going to go up, where this is going to wind up, but we continue to follow it here and just show you these different visuals that we've been getting throughout the day there. And it seems like we're getting closer to an end right now. We don't have anything really solid confirmed there, but it just feels like it.
You know, it just seems like more pieces are slowly falling together. That's something that we've heard the Petito Schmidt family talking and referencing to before, is saying that they really do just have a lot of these unanswered questions, and the person who holds the answer to all of them is Brian Laundrie. Now, they've had many opportunities as they've been out in front of the camera crews, they've been out in front of news media, speaking out on this incident that has happened involving their family, the death of their daughter, and they've said, you know, we really just want him to come forward to tell us the truth and to just help lead us into a direction where we can finally come to even more closure, because we all know that this definitely has drummed up so many emotions for people across the country. We've seen memorials being held for Gabby Petito, not only in New York, but down in Northport. Even though she wasn't from Northport, she still lived with the Laundrie family there, and that's been something, Mike, that has really been pointed out. Gabby lived with this family for over a year, and when their son came back without Gabby Petito, there's been a lot of people who've been judging Brian's parents for their response, because right away they hired an attorney.
Yeah, and the whole way of going about it was strange for some to think like that. And then also you got to think also to the fact of people were thinking, okay, why did this all happen like this? And, you know, the way that the family would go just to go to the grocery store or go to a store, and they wanted to see some sort of an update, and just really pounding the family, saying, where is Brian? Where is Brian? What did she do? What did he do to Gabby? You know, that was what the family has been dealing with this last couple of weeks.
And of course, we've been keeping a close eye on all these little details that have come from this case. So again, after Gabby was reported missing on September 11th, it was just 8 days later that a body matching Gabby's description had been found out in Wyoming. And since that time, of course, we know that it had been confirmed as the missing 22-year-old. And then we also had those coroners say that her matter of death not only was ruled homicide, but her death was death by strangulation. So we heard that from the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue. He talked about it during a news briefing that we brought to you in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox. And this was weeks after the FBI had found the 22-year-old's remains there at the Bridger Teton National Forest. This is just north of the Jackson Hole, Wyoming area. And again, there's so many people who know Brian Laundrie had only been named as a person of interest in this case, but he still had been wanted, subject of a federal warrant for alleged bank card fraud. So Petito's remains were out in the Wyoming wilderness for 3 to 4 weeks. And Brent said, without going into detail, that the impact that this may have had on the autopsy. She was seen alive in public on August 27th, then 3 weeks and 2 days before the discovery of her body. So we've been giving you the most latest up-to-date information each time there's been new development, bringing it to our viewers here. And I think, Mike, when we talk about Live Now from Fox, that's something that people really need to know about, is we're always staying on top of these stories. Every time there's new developments, we're out there in full, not just giving you one tiny little glimpse, we're bringing it to you in full detail.
About us that we're able to just really maybe sit on stories for a little bit longer, sit on shots for a little bit longer as we wait to get more information in. And that is one of the great components here of Live Now from Fox, being able to bring things to you in real time. You saw when we had the chopper earlier, it was going, and we were just pushing that out in real time to you, giving you the information that you needed to know, and then also what you wanted to know as well.
And just want to say thank you again to all of our viewers who have continued to stay up to date on the latest throughout this case. As you can see, too, there was that coroner's van that had arrived here on scene. And just a reminder, they were specifically requested to come out here to this nature reserve. We do also know, per law enforcement sources, talking with Fox News correspondent David Spunt, that what appears to be human remains were found at the site. What we're going to do is continue to keep everyone up to date. Not only do we have another live update that's going to be coming here in just about 5 more minutes, we're also going to replay an interview that we just did in the last hour, because we talked with a medical examiner expert. And of course, many people wondering, how much do they play a part? How much of a part does the coroner's office play in an investigation like this? When they come out to these scenes, what's their job? What are they going to be looking for? So all of those details are going to be answered again in that interview that we're going to replay here for you on Live Now from Fox. But seeing so many different law enforcement agencies continuing to come into this park. This morning we saw a lot more activity than what we've seen in the past weeks out here, as again they do now know that they have found some evidence of Brian Laundrie, some items belonging to Brian out here in this specific area. And it must be a nice breath of relief, Mike, when you think about these search crews that have been out there. You know, it had been weeks. They had been out combing through these areas, never found a piece of evidence until this morning.
Yeah, that has been something to think about too. As a search crew and as an investigative crew, everyone is human, and you got to think that when there's been these weeks where there hasn't been these big breaks, it's hard on an investigator and a search team, because you want to try to come to a conclusion, some sort of conclusion. And this looks like to be the biggest break of this case that we have seen for quite some time. And it looks like things could be wrapping up this evening here, but we just don't know yet.
And as we mentioned, this, of course, continues to give us some new developments here today. Earlier, when we first arrived on scene, we heard that there may have been something involving this case that was found out here. Now hearing even more details that possible human remains have been found out here. So we're going to continue to keep all of our viewers updated. What we'll do is step away for a break. When we come back, we're going to be bringing in Fox's Laura Engel, giving us some more details on what we know at this time, as she, again, is also going to be giving us some more details on what she's seeing and is coming from this new breaking news. So stick around, more to come here in just moments. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to keep you up to date on the latest in the Gabby Petito case as the manhunt for Brian Laundrie does continue. Of course, the newest information coming out of Florida. Now just hearing that FBI is going to be holding a press conference at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, and we will be bringing that to all of our viewers. But we want to continue to give you some more of these updates on what's been unfolding here today. So we're bringing in Fox's Laura Engel. And Laura, you're in Blue Point, New York. Let's just talk a little bit about what has been happening here on this Wednesday. It's been very busy down in Florida, but also busy for you there in New York.
That's right. You know, fast-moving developments today. We are in Blue Point, New York. This is Gabby Petito's hometown. This is where her mother and stepfather live and their children and her siblings. And then, of course, we have Joe Petito down in Florida, her father and stepmother Tara. Everybody, of course, waiting for news and waiting for the latest developments. The family is not giving a statement yet as to what we have been learning over these last several hours. And I know, as you have been reporting, of course, what appears to be human remains, that coming from a senior law enforcement official talking to Fox News about this area within the Carlton Reserve found earlier today. And Fox News, we had a team there earlier today which spotted Chris and Roberta Laundrie, the parents of Brian Laundrie, going towards this area where there had been search activity. There was a law enforcement official who came out, or maybe a search team member, who was showing them something, possibly on a phone, a picture on a phone, and we could see Chris and Roberta Laundrie kind of conferring with each other, talking with each other. At one point, Roberta Laundrie wiping away a tear. So obviously something is going on. We've also heard that there's the possibility of a backpack that could belong to Brian Laundrie found in this area. One other important note here is that our producer there in the Florida search scene says that the water levels have significantly gone down over the last day or so. So that could be a reason why we're seeing the change now with what's happening with these search efforts. As you mentioned, the FBI holding a press conference at 4:30 Eastern right in that area, so we should learn more. But of course, this is not the news that the Laundries wanted to hear if it's Brian Laundrie, and it's certainly not the news that the Petito Schmidt family wants to hear, because they have been hoping that he would be found alive. They have a lot of questions. What happened in Wyoming? What happened on that cross-country trip? They want answers, and if Brian Laundrie was the one responsible for their daughter's death, they want him held accountable and brought to justice. So we've got a long road ahead of us, but hopefully we'll get some answers here today.
Yeah, and Laura, I'm glad you pointed out the Petito Schmidt family, because you've actually gotten to sit down and talk directly with Gabby's parents. So have you been able to reach out and talk to them today? I know that they have been very vocal during this entire time.
Yeah, they have. They've given a couple of interviews, and I was one of them. And it was actually 2 weeks ago today that our camera crews came here to Blue Point, and we had a long sit down with all four parents at a local park. And we talked about Gabby's life, and you can see the memorial here behind me. She was obviously beloved by not only her family members, but the community as well. Lots of friends and family here. But when we talked 2 weeks ago, they had said that they believe that Brian Laundrie is key. What they have to say today, they just can't comment. I have reached out to them. But they are not going to be saying anything until they get word from the FBI. You know, when we were in Wyoming, I had traveled to Jackson, Wyoming, when the search for Gabby Petito was going on. I interviewed Jim Schmidt, the stepfather, while we were there, and while we were talking about the search for Gabby back in Wyoming, we had made mention that there were a lot of people missing at the Grand Teton National Park. There were 4 people missing at that time, so everybody has to be really careful. Now, sure, there are possible human remains found with something that's possibly belonging to Brian Laundrie, so all indications look like there could be a big development here, but we just don't know. And so for that reason, the family isn't going to say anything until they've been informed once and for all.
Right, you can't just make assumptions. You have to wait for that confirmation. We do appreciate you helping kind of break it all down, keeping us up to date on this latest piece of information that's been coming in here this morning. Again, Fox's Laura Engel joining us here on Live Now from Fox, all the way from Blue Point, New York. We appreciate your time here with us today.
Thank you.
And it's a case that we'll be staying on top of, as you heard us mention and Laura pointed out as well. The FBI is going to be holding a press conference at 4:30 Eastern time. That is something that you can expect to see right here with us. So for all the folks on the East Coast, 4:30 p.m., all of the folks on the Pacific side, 1:30 p.m. So you can count on us to give that to you in full. We also did just hear, and we've been showing you some of those chopper aerials. I'd mentioned that our chopper was headed back to refuel before possibly going back up in this area. Well, now they've made it a no-fly zone. So our chopper not going to be able to go back up, showing us more live pictures. But thankfully, we were out there this morning, got some of this video footage from earlier here today. Again, we saw a number of new people coming into this area as the park went back onto lockdown, keeping the public, keeping the media out of it. So we have also had not only the coroner that has showed up here on site, but we've also had those cadaver dogs that have showed up on site too. Again, possible human remains have been found out here. New pieces linking evidence to Brian Laundrie found out here today. And hopefully we will get some clearer details with that press conference that will be taking place now in less than an hour. So don't go anywhere. You're going to want to keep us on your phone, keep us on your computer, keep us on your TVs at home as we stay in full coverage here on Live Now Fox for you. We are going to be just going for a quick break. When we come back, though, we're going to replay a great interview done with Live Now from Fox's Mike Page. He was talking about what we know at this time when it comes to bringing coroners out to scenes like this. How do medical examiners deal with bodies that may have been left out in the elements like Florida for multiple weeks at a time? So we'll be giving you some more of these special details, giving you more updates on some of these special interviews up until the time that we do hear from that FBI team, all here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look just inside of one of our hubs where we continue to keep you up to date on the latest news and information happening all across the country, especially when it comes to breaking news. You can count on us to stay on top of all the developments. Right now, we've been talking about the Gabby Petito case because earlier here this morning, Fox did have some exclusive video. Going to be pulling that up here for you. Again, this was just earlier here today when we did have the Brian Laundrie parents out at this Northport Preserve, and their attorneys saying some articles belonging to Brian were found. Since that time, we've had the coroner and cadaver dogs that have been called out here to the scene. So again, Brian, last seen September 13th. Law enforcement has spent multiple weeks searching through this swampy park, this forest area in the neighboring 25,000 acre preserve. So far, it had reported no signs of Brian until today when there was new evidence found. We also can say that there were some possible human remains that were found out here as well. So Sky Fox had been up in the air giving us some live pictures this morning, especially as we were able to show you just some of those sites of our law enforcement teams, our federal teams that were out there. They had set up some new spots. Tents also had been propped up in this area. And we do also know FBI in Florida, the Tampa FBI has said that they do have an evidence response team out here processing this scene. So I do want to let all of our viewers know we are waiting on a update to come from our FBI Tampa team. They said they'd be making a statement to media concerning all of today's developments in the search for Brian Laundrie at the environmental park at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. So that's 1:30 on the Pacific side. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to change the channel. You're not going to want to click off of the link that you're watching us on, because we are going to be bringing that to you in full as soon as it does become available to us. But I want to go back and show us all an interview that is an important one at that, where we were discussing these remains that have been found, possibly found. What condition could this body be in? What could possibly be happening out here from this case? So let's go back into those moments where we had this interview being conducted by our very own Mike Page.
Okay, now let's get some additional context and really information here in this search, as now we know that the coroner is on site, everybody. Let's bring in our guest right here, new to this hour. This is Joseph Scott Morgan, a distinguished scholar of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University in Jacksonville, Alabama. We appreciate you joining us here, sir, during this very busy news day.
My pleasure. Glad to be here.
All right, so if you could help us set up here when we're taking live images right now of this investigation. So the coroner is on scene right now. They're just setting up shop. Can you give our viewers some information of what they are doing as they get to the site here?
Yeah, I certainly can. And it is a daunting task, to say the very least, relative to working a case like this in what we would consider to be a wetland or a swampland. For some further context, I was the senior investigator with the medical examiner in Atlanta before I became an academic. And prior to that, I was with the coroner's office just outside of New Orleans. So I'm very familiar with this kind of terrain and body recovery. What you're seeing, if the ME is out there, the ME, just so that folks understand, they do not show up uninvited. So when the ME is called, that means that they have found something of value that actually pertains specifically to their job. And what's the job of the ME or the medical legal community? That's to, first off, determine identification, then to determine manner and cause of death. And you'll see all of this played out. And they're a big part of what goes on relative to recovery. That's why, if it is the ME setting up that tent, my suspicion is either they are setting up directly over the remains, or they're providing an area where they can coordinate from, where they will go out. They have to, just imagine they're going out and kind of plotting evidence with flags, documenting it in place, taking photographs, doing measurements and everything, actually before they bring it back to that central location where they'll further examine this. And so that's one of the things that you're looking at right now.
That's great new information. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Can you also, Joseph, give us a little bit of information here as we're seeing the canine dogs as well. If they don't, does that, because they're out there, does that lead you to believe that maybe they don't have a solid remains right now, but maybe that they're still looking for that?
Yeah, I'm going to break this down for you, and please forgive me. I'm not going to be too graphic, but just so folks at home understand, I mean, we're adults here. Let's talk about this. If, in fact, you have an individual, I'm not saying this is Brian Laundrie, I have no way of knowing that, but if, in fact, you have an individual that goes into a similar environment that would, let's just say that person's timeline would line up with how long Brian Laundrie has been missing. If they have been down for that entire amount of time, let's face it, the body is not going to be intact, particularly in the harsh environment of a swamp or a wetland area. If folks will just think about this, when you go into a swamp, it is essentially an area where decomposition of organic material is constantly happening. It's churning. Everything from plant life to microscopic life to things that we can see, all the flora and fauna out there. Humans are no different. If you go into this environment and you are deceased, your body will begin to break down very quickly. And some things that we look for in medical legal death investigation and in forensics is body changes and post-mortem interval. That is, we're trying to determine how long an individual has been dead. And there are certain things that we look for, but I can tell you this, one of the things that speeds the process of decomposition up is actually heat and humidity. And boy, do you have a lot of that down there in that area. So it would be essentially accelerated. So what that means for us is that once the body begins to break down, I'm just not saying it's Brian Laundrie, I'm just saying a body under similar circumstances. Once a body begins to break down, then you have all manner of animal life that shows up. And this is something that's referred to as scattering of remains. You can have everything from possums, to raccoons, to even larger animals, but any small animal like that that can drag remains off, even dogs, and they'll begin to do whatever they choose to do with the remains, whether it's just kind of fiddle around with them, play with them. I've actually seen that happen with human skulls before, or they're actually feasting on remains, and they become scattered, even the smallest bones. That's why it's so very difficult for us to recover a lot of things. People talk about like hyoid bones and the bones of the fingers, of the hands and the feet. Sometimes those things are gone forever and ever, and they're really hard to recover. So these people out there today, they have to be very, very careful in every step that they take.
Absolutely. And also, when we were first breaking this story, it turned out to be that some sort of personal item or items of Brian Laundrie were recovered here. And that's what really started off our breaking news. And then moments later, we're learning about 20 minutes after that fact that medical examiner was heading there with, so because that there was just some items there, wouldn't there have to be a little bit more than just maybe like a backpack or something else for them to be triggered, that type of response?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And, because, if you just, let's take the backpack, for instance. If you just simply find a backpack, is that a reason to call the medical examiner? Well, no, that's a reason to call the crime scene investigators and the detectives. And they'll look through the backpack, they'll examine it, they'll try to determine if it has any kind of evidentiary value. At the end of the day, all of this is about specific identification. And that's what we work on in forensics, where we have specific tiebacks to items of evidence, items of identification like driver's licenses, or whether it's marks on bodies. You begin to think about injuries to bodies, dental work, all these sorts of things that are tied back to a specific person. So that's one of the things that they're looking at here. If we have like a bit of clothing, for instance, a pair of trousers, a pair of underwear, a belt, a pair of shoes, that's going to be significant. But we have to ask ourselves this question: what's contained within those items of clothing? Because sometimes you can actually have skeletal remains or partially skeletonized remains that are still contained within clothing that are actually drug away. The idea here is that you get one shot at this, you get one chance at it. You can't unring the bell once you first, egress onto that scene. So you have to be very, very careful and work everything like your life depended on it.
And Joseph, Christy here joining you guys on Live Now from Fox. I did want to just continue with this conversation and maybe pick your brain as to what these coroners are going to do. Kind of walk us through the examination that they're going to be doing if there was a body found out here, and what part they really do play with helping assist law enforcement in this case.
All right, Joseph, maybe you couldn't hear my colleague there, but we were just wondering just a little bit more if you could dive into what happens now if there are remains that have been recovered. What is going to be the next investigation mode there for the investigators?
Well, I'm going to mention somebody that I'm sure that that our audience is very familiar with, not just a medical examiner, but I can promise you that there will be called out to the scene a forensic anthropologist. And you've seen them in media, you've heard about them in news, the famous body farm of the University of Tennessee. These are individuals that actually go out and study skeletal remains. And the skill set that they actually bring that crime scene investigators don't have is that they have the ability, they're actually quite amazing, they have an ability out at a scene to recognize, remember the small bones that I was talking about? They can be looking at a patch of ground that you or I could look at, and we might just see like a piece of stone or a piece of wood in our estimation. They look at it and they can actually determine if that is human remain. Because let's keep in mind, it'll be weathered. Many times animals have gotten to it, so the tips of the bones will be what's referred to as denuded, kind of chewed away. And so, but they can still appreciate it because their training is so very specific. They also have a great ability to actually process the scene from an excavation standpoint. Like if anything is beneath the earth, sometimes if animals are involved, for instance, and they dig a hole, they'll burrow down and bury remains. So they'll look for that in that manner. They have to have a very specific way in which that's recovered. Now, if this is a remain that is actually in a clandestine grave, remember, we don't know that this is Brian Laundrie yet, okay? If this is a body that's in a clandestine grave, then they come out and excavate this just like, I don't know, say for instance, an archaeologist would, being very, very careful, taking off those layers of dirt, making note of everything as they move layer down layer down layer until they actually get to the body proper.
And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are being joined by Joseph Scott Morgan, a distinguished scholar of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University in Jacksonville, Alabama, giving us some great insight of this active investigation that has been played out in real time right now. And we did a chopper there earlier. They will be refueling and we'll be getting some more aerials of that. But the next steps here, can we just talk about once again, is say, because you were talking about the weather components as well, the heat, humidity, we know Florida is famous for that. If this is in fact Brian Laundrie, and we've been now talking about this now weeks in the making here, this disappearance in active search, what are we looking at as far as what the body would look like? I mean, are we just looking at skeleton right now? Is that how fast that it could decompose?
That completely depends upon whether or not the body, a body in a similar circumstance, would have been directly exposed to the elements, or if they were covered. Let's say, for instance, I've had people that have gone into hollowed out trees before and have committed suicide. Those bodies are going to be impacted different than, say, a body that is found just lying on bare earth. And then you throw this element, this dynamic element of this wetland area in there. You know, you begin to think about it. The water itself in a swamp has something in it called tannic acid. And it, as it sounds, it promotes, as you can imagine, any kind of changes at a molecular level as the body begins to break down. So that's one of the things that you might be looking at here. So if a body is exposed to a lot of these elements, they will be greatly compromised in a very short period of time. Some of the other factor, or one major factor that we look at, that our friends in Florida go through every single day. All of us have maybe been to the beach down in Florida. What happens every afternoon at about 2 or 3? It heats up, and guess what happens? You get a huge downpour. Rain is one of the biggest enemies in any kind of forensic investigation. And just imagine, if you will, these folks out on the ground, they're trying to be very, very careful. They're flagging evidence, they're documenting evidence, and all of a sudden, you have one of these huge rainstorms that comes in and begins to beat down on all these pieces of evidence that you recovered. And you can't just quickly go out and, have a little tent that you put over every single piece of evidence, because it could be strewn. Right now we have this tent that's going up. I don't know, maybe everything is contained under the umbrella of that tent, if you will, but we don't know that. My suspicion is that you might be dealing with scattered remains and certainly scattered evidence. Remember, what initially brought your team out there and brought the rest of the media there and the police was that they found items. Now what those items are, I don't know, because items can be defined in a very, very broad way.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to know what those items were, and we also want to know, okay, what made today so much different in this investigation, and why at this moment, when the parents came out this time, why out of we just saw aerials of just how vast this park is and just how much ground there is to cover. How was it where they're able to go on a trail and then boom, we're able to see some sort of stuff from Brian?
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, one of the interesting things about human remains when they're discovered, from my experience of working at medical examiner's offices and coroner's offices, is this. The coroner just doesn't magically show up. Okay, this is what commonly happens. One of two things. Either you have a family member or an intimate that will know a specific location where they will say, you need to go to this spot. This is where this individual liked to frequent. It's where they went out just to clear their head or to think about things or whatever. And it's at that point that the authorities will go out and they'll find something. Maybe they don't know if they're going to find a dead body. Maybe they'll find somebody just, thinking about their life sitting under a tree. Many times they actually do find somebody that's deceased, and sometimes they've been deceased a long time. Now, the other scenario, in my experience, is one of two things. Either you will have some citizen that is walking through this area. In this case, it could be a police officer or an investigator that was walking out there, and they happen to see something that they clued in on, and they noticed, hey, this is something that looks out of sorts. We need to bring the team out there. And all of a sudden, they find some kind of revealing bit of evidence that says, hey, we need to bring full force to bear here, get our evidence response people out here, and also get our medical examiner and get the anthropologist out here to cover. One kind of aside here is that every now and then, and I think that folks at home would be amazed to realize this, how often a local dog will drag a human remain up into a yard. It could just be, a small bone. It could be a leg bone. I've had times where human skulls have actually been brought up into the backs of homes, and people have just noticed this, and they're trying to think about that. And that brings us to a real key point here. I think that we have reports that they saw the dogs back out there, and that's significant. Because the dogs, if they're hitting on a scent, and I'm referring to cadaver dogs at this time, remember, I think it was Pasco County that had access to a cadaver dog in their kennel. They have one, which I was really thrilled to hear. If they have a cadaver dog out there and you've got scattered remain, those remain have
here outside of the Laundrie family home to let you know if there's any reaction, if you see anyone or outside live in Norfolk camp Is it on?
It's on the easement. It's on my problem.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll turn this off. Actually, will you turn it off? I really go get the mic cable.
That's actually much louder than the Honda. The Honda is the most quiet generator and they're reliable. That little 2021 or 21. Yeah.
Some of these different pictures in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. We did want to let all of our viewers know Sky Fox did go up in the air, although there is a specific area that we weren't allowed to fly into. We were able to maneuver around that area. And you can see here we do have a huge presence, not only of media personnel, but also of law enforcement out here in this area. So once again, do want to thank all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox as we continue to keep you up to date moment by moment here on the latest developments that are taking place in this case, especially as we have possible human remains that were discovered inside Florida's environmental park here on Wednesday, the same day Chris and Roberta Laundrie, the parents of fugitive Brian Laundrie, were inside the park when some articles belonging to Brian were found. So a senior law enforcement source told our Fox News' David Spunt what appeared to be human remains were found at a site being searched by a cadaver dog within the park. The FBI is expected to provide an update regarding their investigation on this later here today. That is expected to come in here in less than a half hour. It's supposed to be happening at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. That is 1:30 p.m. for those of you with us on the Pacific Coast. Taking again a look at just some of this most recent video coming in as Sky Fox had given us one more look here. We did also have the lawyer who represents the Laundrie family, Stephen Bordolino, confirmed to Fox News Digital that the Laundries had informed law enforcement Tuesday night, so just last night, of their intentions to search the park and meet officers there and he confirmed that while searching areas that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. So officers now conducting more thorough search of the area. A spokesperson for Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office did confirm that the office was called to this area here on Wednesday. The county Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Russell Vega, told Fox News Digital in an email that his office responded to the area at a request of law enforcement. He could not confirm the details of possible human remains, though. So this park has been remained closed to the public, having reopened only just yesterday following weeks-long search for Brian Laundrie. Now, again, he has been named a person of interest in the disappearance, subsequent homicide of his fiancée, Gabby Petito. FBI has issued a warrant out for his arrest on charges related to his unauthorized use of her bank card. So we will continue to keep you up to date on the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Going to continue to give you some more of these images and pieces involving this case right here. Going to be stepping away for a quick 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox when we all return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to give you full coverage of the search for Brian Laundrie, especially as the FBI has confirmed it has found some evidence pertaining to Brian, and they do have an evidence response team out at this site. So this is some exclusive video we have been showing to you right here on Live Now from Fox. This is coming from our Fox Digital team, as the Laundries, who have claimed their son left on September 13th. That's the last day he was seen. He left their Northport home to go hiking here. Well, the Laundrie family left their home this morning at 7:15 a.m. local time for the environmental park, where 2 men in hiking gear, including at least one who later identified himself as a law enforcement officer, began trailing behind them. Now, the Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which was closed then at that time to media and the public. So it's been a worldwide exclusive video that we obtained. Again, our Fox News digital team giving this exclusive to all of our viewers watching at home, at work, wherever you may be. This video shows law enforcement huddling with the Laundrie parents, speaking and apparently telling the parents, I think we might have found something. During the couple's time inside of the park, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of the brush. After a short while, he and Roberta Laundrie did separate. Chris went with 2 men moving into the brush along the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. Now, Chris returned without law enforcement, and the couple continued on. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They could then be seen putting the object into a bag and handing it over to law enforcement shortly thereafter, who then took it for them. So on their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call. They also received a call. They also were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie on the shoulder as he huddled with the couple. So they then left the park at 8:45. So again, that's just an hour and a half after they left their home, and they returned to their house shortly thereafter. They did appear to be emotional, though, when confronted by protesters who have been out there day in and day out. So meanwhile, there's been a dozen ununiformed law enforcement officers, some people in plain clothes that could be seen entering the park, several police, unmarked vehicles, and even gators seen entering the park. We also had the Northport Mobile Command Center arrive at the park shortly after 10:30 a.m. local time. And of course, we all know that we did also have the coroner called out to this area. I want to go back to just the most recent video that we had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Again, right now, our chopper, while we were up in the air, we had to go back to refuel. Well, during that time when we were refueling our Skyfox chopper, that's when they'd put a no-fly zone over this area. So our chopper pilot doing some great work to keep out of that area that had been restricted, and still getting us some of these visuals and these looks outside of the park. You're seeing there down on the ground, obviously, a lot of media vans that have responded out here. Also, some of those vehicles could also belong to law enforcement, but of course law enforcement had been let into this area. Multiple different people we've seen bringing their agents inside. So Chris and Roberta Laundrie did say Brian, who's 23 years old, had left his family's home on September 13th to go hiking. And this is located in the environmental park near the Carlton Memorial Reserve. Laundrie's attorney had initially identified the date of Brian's disappearance as being September 14th before changing the timeline weeks later. Now, since his disappearance, we've had state, we've had local, we've had county, and even federal law enforcement extensively searching the reserve where Laundrie had said to have parked his car at the time. Now, his family did not announce until September 17th, again, that's 4 days after he allegedly left, that he had not returned. So Laundrie and 22-year-old Petito had left back in mid-June with a plan to visit national parks in her white converted Ford Transit. The couple meeting years earlier on Long Island, New York, where they grew up and later moved into the Northport home with his Brian's parents, Chris and Roberta. Brian returning, as we all know, back in Northport on September 1st in the van, but without Gabby Petito. Now, Gabby's mother, Nicole Schmidt, had reported her missing on September 11th. Search teams then found Gabby's body near Wyoming's Grand Teton National Park just 8 days later on September 19th, and announced shortly thereafter that she had been the victim of a homicide. Authorities later said that she had been found to have died of strangulation. And we have been giving you these looks, these different details, always piecing together this story for you as each development has come here to Live Now from Fox. Again, this is just some of the freshest video that we've had available here to us, as we had our Skyfox showing us now crime scene up in this area where, again, they do say human remains have been found. So we can always be bringing you these latest pictures, but do want to let everyone know that when it comes to breaking news, no matter what's happening, you can stick with Live Now from Fox to get the latest. Going to be going out to a 2-minute commercial break, giving you more details as we continue to wait for this press conference to take place in Florida. Again, FBI expected to give a press conference in about 10 minutes. We'll be on top of that here for you on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, this is just some of that latest video footage that we have coming in here to our desk, showing us just some of those sites surrounding the newest development in the Petito case as the search for Brian Laundrie had continued. Now today, FBI confirming that they have found some evidence that could lead us to more details on where is Brian Laundrie. And again, they have also confirmed that there's possible human remains that have been found inside of this park. So we continue to stay on top of all the latest here for you on Live Now from Fox ever since Nicole Schmidt, Gabby Petito's mother, had reported Gabby missing on September 11th. We've been showing you and giving you each and every single moving piece of detail as it's become available. So you can always stick with us here on Live Now from Fox to get the latest news and information. Just want to remind everyone too, you can always stay up to date on the latest with our social media platforms, where we continue to keep everyone up to date on all these stories happening across the country. So once again, the parents of Brian Laundrie were out at the reserve earlier here this morning at the time when all of this breaking news had come out. So the attorney had said that the parents had made it known that yesterday they had planned to come out to this park to search for Brian on Wednesday, and that's when evidence had then also been found. So we have our Skyfox showing you just some of these different pictures of this area. You can see it has a lot of a forest area. We also have some swampy areas, and then finally zooming in on where this crime scene has now been set up. Crime scene tape in this area here. You can also see a lot of tracks where we may have had some ATVs and other vehicles driving through time and time again. And again, this is a big reserve area where we have been trying to keep our eyes on over the last few weeks as Brian had been missing. So he again had been last seen in the middle of September. His family saying he went hiking, and now here today, team finding some evidence and sending out, FBI sending out an evidence response team here to this scene. Also, coroner's office has been sent out here to this nature reserve as well, as possible human remains were found. So once again, want to remind our viewers, you can stick with us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to give you some of these news stories and newest developments. We've been on top of this story ever since it broke earlier here this morning. We had that exclusive video brought to us by our Fox Digital team. So once again, want to show you some of that video footage. So this was from earlier here today. Again, Brian's parents coming out to this park where they then helped assist in the search. Now, it's been made clear that his parents had left their house around 7:15 local time, headed to the environmental park where two men in hiking gear, including at least one who later identified himself as law enforcement officer, began trailing behind them. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which was then closed to media and the public. So again, getting more details. This exclusive video is showing the Laundries huddling with a law enforcement officer, speaking, and appears to be talking with the couple, even saying to the parents, I think we may have found something. And then during this time inside, Chris Laundrie could be seen continuing to move in and out of the area of brush. After a short while, he and Roberta Laundrie separated, with Chris and the two men moving into brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. Now, Chris returned without law enforcement and the couple continued on. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. And then they could be seen putting the object into a bag, handing it over to law enforcement officers shortly thereafter, who took it from them. So on the way out of the park, the couple made a phone call. They also received a phone call. They were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who was seen patting Chris Laundrie on the shoulder as he huddled with the couple. And then again, the couple left the park at 8:45 a.m. They did appear to be emotional when they were confronted by protesters there. Now, we say protesters because protesters have been not only at their house in Northport, but also outside of this park area. We've seen them holding up signs. We've seen them even protesting with megaphones before. And there's been even a couple times when the Laundrie family attorney has spoken out saying that they've been tormented by these protesters. So we've been staying on top of always the latest here for you. Do want to let all of our viewers know we do continue to keep our eye out for that press conference. As soon as we do see it started, we'll of course be bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to just at least give you a quick peek and show you that, again, we're waiting for that press conference to take place. As soon as it does become available, as soon as it does start, we will be bringing it to you right here live, run, unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. So thank you again to everyone who's been here with us since the beginning of this Gabby Petito case. Our team here at Live Now from Fox has worked hard to not only bring you these live news pieces, these different pictures, but also special content, talking with a number of different experts who've been here helping kind of describe exactly what we've been seeing time and time again. So thank you to all of our viewers. We will be staying on top of this here for you on Live Now from Fox, waiting for the FBI press conference to get started. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are still anticipating a news conference to come from FBI here very shortly. We've been taking this look also at this latest video we've had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Again, our Sky Fox, although there was an area where you weren't allowed to fly, we were around that restricted area, giving you these different visuals because, as you know, we always work hard to try to give you the latest, the most up-to-date information happening all across the country. So thank you again to all of our viewers here with us as we are giving you these details. Let's go ahead and show you that double box. You can see a thumbs up from one of our personnel there down on the ground.
Good afternoon, Josh Taylor with the Northport Police Department. Thank you for your continued diligence on this story and thanks for your patience. As you know, the Northport Police Department has worked collaboratively with the FBI throughout this investigation. Special Agent Michael McPherson is going to make a prepared statement. There's not going to be any questions today, but hopefully it answers some of them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McPherson. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI Tampa Division. As you're aware, the FBI and the Northport Police Department and our state and local law enforcement partners have been searching the area of the Carlton Reserve for Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the murder of Gabby Petito. Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. These items were found in an area that up until recently had been underwater. Our evidence response team is on scene using all available forensic resources to process the area. It's likely the team will be on scene for several days. I know you have a lot of questions, but we don't have all the answers yet. We are working diligently to get those answers for you. We are grateful for the dedication and professionalism of the Northport Police Department, along with our partners from the state and local agencies. Complex investigations such as this cannot be accomplished by one agency alone, but there are just too many agencies to name them all here today. Portions of Creek Environment Park and Carlton Reserve will remain closed to the public until further notice. This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask the public to maintain distance from any law enforcement personnel, equipment, vehicles, and other related activity for the safety of the public and to protect the integrity of our work. We have no additional comment related to today's activities. Our FBI Denver office is the lead investigative agency, and all future inquiries should be directed to them. We appreciate the tremendous support from the public and continue to ask for your assistance in bringing this investigation to close. Thank you.
Was the backpack found near the body? Justice for Gabby! Justice for Gabby! Justice for Gabby! Justice for Gabby! Justice for Gabby!
All right, so once again, that latest update coming to us from FBI, giving us this latest information saying that they have confirmed that it was a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. That was the evidence that they had found. And as they mentioned, this area had previously been underwater. We know that when Brian Laundrie first went missing, there was a lot of rainfall that was happening in that area. As again, we do know that they had been searching through different swampy areas and also some rough terrain. So this video showing us just some of that area where they did find, again, some human remains and some personal items that belonged to Brian Laundrie. What we want to do is continue to evolve this story, continue to give you some of our experts' opinions and information that they can share with us here. So we're going to be giving you some more pieces. We're going to be talking with a former FBI agent. We have Ken Gray, who is standing by. And again, we were just in that press conference live. Ken, I'm not sure if you're able to hear me, but are you with us here on Live Now from Fox? Looks like we're having just a little bit of trouble getting Ken, as again, we're going to be getting an interview here with him as we're talking more about this, but a big media presence out here we know that, again, the search for Brian Laundrie has now showed up with at least a few pieces of evidence here. So again, a backpack and a notebook had been found. Again, we know that Brian Laundrie's parents were the ones who had also come out here to this area, seeing some moments when a coroner's van had been brought out here on scene, and then again some of those big media personnel items that were still out here as we had that fresh new update. So do want to show all of our viewers that we do also still have pictures outside of the Laundrie family home. This is a live picture in Northport, as again we do have again Brian's parents who were out at that reserve earlier here today in the moments when the remains had said to have been located out here when we had the items that were found. So again, the two items that the FBI just talked about was the backpack and the notebook. But as we mentioned, this is, again, the newest, latest developments. You can see here a lot of people set up outside of the Laundrie family home, although the only pieces of information that we've heard through the parents has been through their attorney. Again, their attorney saying earlier here today that they did have the parents out there assisting in this search at the time when some of these pieces of evidence were found. So again, we also heard FBI saying that they're going to be out here on scene for several days. Again, that press conference, a very brief one at that, but they are going to be trying to keep a lot of those key pieces of information with them involving this case until they're able to release some of those details. So they did say at this time that they are going to be expected to be out here on scene for several days. We saw a number of those crews coming out here earlier today. They were all being let into the reserve. That was some of our law enforcement agents. We also had some of our police equipment vehicles also arrive here on scene, and a coroner's van, because we do know and have had it confirmed that FBI does know at this time that there are human remains that have been found here in the park. So we are continuing to keep you up to date here with the latest on Live Now from Fox, as we always have been showing you the latest details here in the developments of this case. And they did also mention this park going to stay closed until further notice, because obviously this is going to be an active crime scene area. So do want to thank all of our viewers who have been staying with us here on top of the latest as we continue to give you full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. So FBI once again giving very brief few comments, but we want to continue to give you some of those updates. So what we're going to do is continue this conversation, bring in one of our former FBI agents, Ken Gray, who we've talked to a few different times here throughout this case. So Ken, want to say thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Of course, not very many new details coming out here, but FBI confirming they have found some human remains out here. A lot of people want to jump to conclusions. Why do you think, though, that they only wanted to give a very few details out here this afternoon?
Well, you normally in any investigation only give a few details in the first place. But more than that, this is still very early on. The parents took law enforcement to an area where they had found some items that belonged to Brian Laundrie, a backpack and a notebook, in an area that had been underwater. So, and then human remains were found in the area. Again, the entire area had been underwater before. So some of the ability to even read that notebook may be somewhat difficult because of it being underwater. There's going to be a lot of different steps that will be involved in handling this crime scene. They're going to have to map the crime scene. The ME is going to take possession of the human remains. They will presumably do DNA testing of those remains to try to identify the individual that the remains come back to. If they have enough DNA, it takes about 90 minutes to do rapid DNA. If there's not enough DNA to do rapid DNA, it's going to be days before you'll be able to do an identification. So there are a lot of moving parts in this for this potential crime scene where human remains have been found in the area where Brian Laundrie's notebook and possible backpack have been found.
And I want to just touch on something you pointed out. You know, they had alluded to that the reason why they hadn't come across these items before was because it was recently underwater. Of course, we know they'd brought dive teams in at one point to conduct and help them in these searches before. But how big of a part does weather conditions have when it comes to these types of investigations, when you're trying to search through a massive terrain area? I mean, thousands of acres that they've had to comb through. And you think about how small a backpack and a notebook can be versus how many acres that they've had to try to make their way through.
So the backpack, the notebook, and the human remains were found at the Mayahatchee Park, which is 15 miles away from the Carlton Reserve. Law enforcement had been focusing all of their efforts towards the Carlton Reserve, where Brian Laundrie had said that he was going to go camping at. And so that's a 24,000 acre park, but it's some distance away from where the backpack, the notebook, and the human remains was found today. This is the stuff that was found today was actually in the area where Chris Laundrie, Brian Laundrie's father, took law enforcement to a week ago and walked them through the area. But that area may have since had water, standing water, even at that time, diminish to where they were able to find the stuff today that they may not have seen a week ago.
And I just want to get your expertise, Ken, on this investigation. When they do find something like these pieces of evidence, a backpack, a notebook that belonged to this person of interest, in this case, it's Brian Laundrie, what are the next steps that are going to happen? Because obviously it might have been local law enforcement who first stumbled upon these pieces of evidence. And obviously with the FBI being involved, they're going to have to alert them right away.
So the FBI is the lead agency on this investigation right now. So the FBI is the one that will be mapping out the crime scene, taking possession of the evidence. They are on the scene now. They have been there on the scene. This was run out of the Tampa division, but I'm sure that they have teams up there in Sarasota working this on a daily basis. So it's not a matter of having to call the FBI in and have them to take it. During the press conference that was just held by the special agent in charge of the Tampa division, he was there giving this press conference. So that shows the high profile of this case, the fact that that they've got a lot of manpower there in the Sarasota area working this case. So the FBI will be the one taking possession of the evidence while working this, but in conjunction with the Northport, Florida Police Department and with all the other partners that have been working on this. One has to keep in mind that the murder investigation may in actuality have been out of Wyoming, but since the subject of the victim in the murder case is dead, and now if Brian Laundrie is the only person of interest in this investigation and he is dead, this investigation, once everybody is fully identified and potential leads run down, this case may be over.
Yeah, you know, that was something, I'm glad you pointed that out, I was going to ask you about, because a lot of people obviously know her death and autopsy report has been ruled a homicide, and that death has been by strangulation. Of course, Brian Laundrie did not get named as the possible person who committed that crime, but a person of interest in this case. So how are they going to have to work to be able to close down the Gabby Petito case if these remains that were just found is that of Brian Laundrie?
So, you know, cases occur all the time where you have a victim of a crime, and then for whatever reason, the subject of the investigation is dead or has left the country. Those cases are put into an inactive file, or they may be closed. If that notebook that they recovered today has details of the crime, if it has a statement by Brian Laundrie saying that he's sorry, he's regrets what happened, that gives details of the crime itself, then in actuality, this case will more or less be over in a very short time, because if there's no person to prosecute, then there is no reason to continue an investigation. There is a lot of interest in this case, but this case may be rapidly coming to a close. I say that without us, one, knowing for sure that this is Brian Laundrie. We won't know that until the DNA comes back on this case, and until we see what is in that notebook, if it is even readable.
Right, because obviously, as they mentioned, that was found in an area where it had previously been underwater. They also found a backpack. They might be then searching through that backpack to see what other items he may have took with him at that time. But let's go to the Laundrie parents, because they were out there at the park this morning when some of this new evidence had been found. So this was actually something their attorney said they had planned on going out to the park last night and alerted authorities. Hey, on Wednesday, the Laundrie parents are going to go out to the park. What kind of part does that play in this investigation as well?
So they knew the area from previous camping trips, either taking Brian there or going with Brian there. They knew the area. They knew where he had camped at before. They knew his area of operation when he was inside that particular park. So the fact that they were able to go into that park and they were able to go to the area that he had camped at before and were able to come out with the backpack or to show where the backpack and notebook was, that shows just the absolute value of having inside information like that, because as you pointed out, that the 24,000 acre Carlton Reserve is some distance away, and that's where law enforcement was focusing their efforts based upon the statement that that's where he had gone camping. The fact that the parents were able to go to the area that he had been at before and immediately find this evidence, that to me shows the value of having inside information. The fact that they were able to go immediately where law enforcement had looked at before, but perhaps the water had not receded enough for the law enforcement to see those items. The effort so far to date has been at the Carlton Reserve, which is some distance away. On the map here, you can see it, that the Carlton Reserve is that area to the right. That is the wooded area. Down below the highway, the area of this park, the Maiahatchee Park, Maiahatchee Creek Park, is over to the left and above the highway, and so that is some distance away. And if law enforcement is looking in the wrong place, it doesn't matter how many people they put in there and how much they look, because the place where Brian may have been is some distance away.
Yeah, and we saw just how many different tools and pieces of equipment they used to try with these search efforts when it came to looking for Brian. And as you mentioned, you know, it is very interesting to see. His parents came out here, then they were able to find these new pieces of evidence, and also, again, confirming that they'd also found human remains. Let's just go back to, I want, Ken, you to just kind of reiterate for all of our viewers watching just how long it does take to get those autopsy reports. We talked earlier with a medical examiner, and especially when it comes to cases like this, where possibly this body that they found has been out in the elements for weeks. You're thinking about the dry or the muggy, hot heat. And so that could play a part too in how long it might be until they get those results, and then also release them to the public of who they found out here today.
Well, more than that, if his body was submerged, if it was underwater, that's going to affect his tissue. It's going to affect the remains that was there. However, if there is enough DNA that is retrievable from these remains, they will be able to do rapid DNA. Rapid DNA is a process that takes the number that is in textbooks is 90 minutes. Is that once you have it inside the lab, and have the equipment all set up, you should be able to get the results back in 90 minutes. If they don't have enough DNA to be able to do rapid DNA, the process then means that you take a small amount of tissue or a small amount of bone marrow or whatever you're using as your source. You have to use what's called a polymerase chain reaction to increase the amount of DNA. It replicates it, making a larger amount of DNA, and then you process that. that takes days. And so depending upon whether there's enough good tissue sample there to get rapid DNA, you may have the results back tonight. If you don't, it may take a couple of days to get results. But here's the thing is that law enforcement does not operate at the same speed that social media or news agencies operate at. It's not as important for law enforcement to rush to the results and get it out right away. It may take a little bit more time than that. So I think we will know if this is Brian Laundrie or not by tomorrow, if there's enough tissue, or 4 days from now if there's not.
And I just want to also then touch on, Ken, with you, if you could. They did say that they're going to keep this reserve area closed for several days, so we'll see a lot of their personnel out there as they're waiting for that DNA to come back. What are they also going to be doing to continue this investigation, moving it forward?
So they will be doing a mapping of the area. They will be making drawings of where everything is, where all the pieces of evidence are. They will be combing through the area for other things that may have belonged to Brian at the time. So they will be just doing a thorough search of the area now that they have a definite focus to go and put resources on and look for everything that might have been associated with Brian to that area. We don't know at this point whether he went out there and committed suicide, or if he went out there and died from exposure to the elements, or if maybe he was attacked by an alligator or something. We don't know any of that at this point. So this is very early on. We know we have remains, we have a notebook, we have a backpack, and that's all that we have learned from law enforcement at this point. We just are going to have to wait to see what's inside the notebook, what's inside the backpack, if they find any other pieces of evidence there, and what they find from the DNA tests.
Finally, Ken, I just want to ask, anything you feel of note that you're going to be keeping an eye out for in these next days to come in the investigation? Anything that you're hoping to hear from officials or hoping to see when they are out here at this scene?
So it'll be very interesting to see what they release as far as what is inside the notebook, if it's readable. It may not be readable at this point because if it was underwater, notebooks like that, the information that's on there will be very hard to get. So they may very well have to go through a drying process before they even tried to open that notebook up. But that notebook may very well give us the details we would really like to know about this case. If this is indeed Brian Laundrie, that notebook may tell us what was going through Laundrie's mind, why he committed the murder, if it is indeed Laundrie.
Right. Still a lot of unanswered questions as we continue to get more details involving this Gabby Petito case, this Brian Laundrie case. Do want to just say thank you, Ken, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate your expertise helping break things down for us, especially when it comes to big investigations like this. So, Ken Gray, thanks again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
And this is exactly what we do. We continue to give you these different live looks and new pieces of information as they become available. We had been out here in Florida ever since this news broke this morning that we possibly had some new evidence pertaining to Brian Laundrie. It's now been confirmed by the FBI. We just had that press conference take place. And just again, to reiterate what we do know, they'd found some items related to Brian. That was a backpack and notebook. They still don't have all the answers yet. They're also asking the public to remain at a distance, especially as they are going to be out here at this scene for a few more days to come. And again, they did not have any more comments related to today's activities, and still reiterated that the lead in this investigation when it comes to these scenes is going to be the Denver FBI field office. So again, we did have our FBI special agent in charge, Michael McPherson, who had given us all these details. We brought it to you live here on Live Now from Fox, just as we continue to show you also these different live pictures, not only out here where these remains were found, where the Laundrie family had come out to earlier here today, but also outside of their house, where earlier this afternoon we had protesters chanting out as they continue to show support for Gabby Petito. So once again, we are going to continue our coverage of this right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in less than 10 minutes, going to be speaking with a reporter down on the grounds in Florida, again, as we have had some major new developments when it comes to Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. So don't go anywhere. We're going to step away for a break, be bringing you even more of these different news pieces. As we mentioned, live interviews, updates from reporters there in Florida coming up here in less than 10 minutes. So going to go into a break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of our viewers who are here with us as we continue to keep you up to date with the latest information coming out of Florida. As again, we do know now FBI has confirmed there is remains that have been found here in this environmental park. We also have it confirmed that the FBI said a backpack and a notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie were also some of the items that were found here today. So as we continue to keep you up to date with the latest, we do know that, again, we have our reporter down there who is watching this press conference live, watching all the action happen outside of the park here. We're going to be speaking with him in about 5 more minutes. So we'll be getting another live update here very shortly. But again, a coroner van did leave the Florida park shortly after this afternoon, after, again, there was some human remains that were discovered here. And this is all surrounding the manhunt for Brian Laundrie. So FBI Tampa giving this briefing here, reiterating that the items obviously were Brian Laundrie's. They had it confirmed that it was a backpack and a notebook of his, but they don't have all the answers yet to this case. So the public, again, asked to be at a distance during this time. We've seen the public coming out not only to the Laundrie family home, but out here to the nature reserve, out here to the environmental park as well, especially as, again, they've been very vocal speaking up for the 22-year-old who no longer can speak for herself. So we've been, again, they had asked the public to maintain a distance. FBI Special Agent also reiterating that they are going to be not only staying out here at the scene, but they said that they're going to be keeping this park closed until further notice. So just want to mention that this area again had been shut down from September 23rd until just yesterday. They had just reopened it back up to the public, and then that's when this morning we had the Laundrie family come out here to this nature reserve. Again, Chris Laundrie has been playing a little bit of a role here when it came to the search for his son Brian. He was familiar with some of the different trails that Brian used to take, and so he had come out, went out with searchers earlier, trying to show them some of the different trails that his son possibly could have been on, and now here once again taking some time to come out this morning. That's when they did come across some more evidence. As the FBI also pointed out, this evidence now coming because this area had been previously underwater. We know that Florida had a very rainy few days, especially around those first few days when Brian Laundrie had said to have been missing. Dive teams had been brought in at one point, but again, they do know that they finally have found some evidence pertaining to Brian Laundrie. So thank you again to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, the FBI special agent just gave an update. If you're just joining us here, that press conference coming in nearly a half hour ago where they were saying that the key items they did find were a backpack and a notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie, saying that this area previously had been underwater. Now that they have had some drying up in this area, some of this land, they did come across these two pieces of evidence. They've also found some human remains. They have not yet confirmed who that remains belong to. And as we just heard from our former FBI agent, Ken Gray, he was pointing out that it could take only a few hours up to several days to get those results back in. That, of course, depends on the body's conditions. Of course, if the items that were found were underwater, that means this body and the remains that were found could have possibly been previously underwater. That would have played a key part in the decomposition of that body, as they again now have to send it to the coroner's office, conduct these samples to officially confirm who it was that they found here today. But we do know again at this time that the Denver FBI field office is still going to be in charge of this case, and they did not have any more comments in relation to today's activities. This live look is showing you some of that police activity that's still out here outside of this park area, where they are going to continue to keep this area locked down. So no public, no media going to be allowed to enter this, especially as this investigation is going to continue. They're going to still have some search personnel and dogs out here looking for other little pieces that they may have missed, especially in this area where they did find the remains and where they did find that backpack and notebook. So we've been on top of this news for you ever since this morning. It's been over 6 hours now, about 6 hours, that we've been in full coverage here, giving you all these details with the latest news and information pertaining to this case. Again, we're going to be being joined here very shortly, getting another live report. But I just want to go back to some pictures of the Laundrie family home. You're seeing some protesters who have stepped outside here, outside of the house. Let's just listen and see if we can't hear a little bit of what might be being said outside of their house in Northport, Florida.
This all could have been prevented, Roberto. Weeks ago. Shame. Weeks ago. And shame on your attorney, Bertolino, saying you're being tortured. You're not being tortured. Gabby, Gabby's being tortured. From your actions. From your actions. Gabby's being tortured. Hands around Gabby's neck. That's torture. Justice for Gabby and her family. Your son was a loser, and you knew it.
Protesters just up there shouting at the Laundrie home. It tells us that the Laundrie
sticking up in that loser son of yours. Your son is in hell right now. going next. And you're going next. Justice for Gabby and her family.
Roberta, in there pulling all the strings. She was. She's pulling all the strings.
Shame on you, Laundrie family.
Why are you talking to Cassie?
You are a shame.
Back over this way.
A stain
There
to
is
the
still
Laundrie
this
family
makeshift
name.
memorial on the front lawn here for Gabby Petito with signs saying justice for Gabby.
What
But
if
again,
Gabby came
we're told
home
the parents
in
were back
her
inside the home
van
here when the
without
special
your
agent.
son?
So once again, these protesters have been very vocal, very present outside of the Laundrie family home ever since Gabby Petito had been reported missing. It's been something we've been on top of here for you on Live Now from Fox, but we do want to continue to give you some of these latest updates. What we're going to do is go back out to that park area where we had the FBI just give an update. We're joined with Fox 13's Josh Cassio. And Josh, let's just go over again what we do know is happening, unfolding there at the environmental park you're right at in Florida.
Yeah, just minutes ago, the FBI confirmed that they have found human remains and personal items belonging to Brian Laundrie. Those personal items include a backpack and a notepad as well. Now, many people are probably wondering, they know the investigators have been out here for weeks searching this preserve. Why didn't they find this stuff sooner? Well, the FBI now says this stuff and these personal items and these remains were found in an area that was previously underwater. So presumably it's dried up a bit out there, and now those items and those remains were visible to investigators. So that's why it's taken so long for them to find these things, because they had previously been underwater. Here's more from the FBI just minutes ago.
Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items, such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. These items were found in an area that up until recently have been underwater.
Now, this all started to unfold earlier today. In fact, the Laundrie parents were actually out here as well, assisting in this investigation. In fact, a Fox digital reporter overheard police telling them, quote, "We may have found something." So, the FBI, they also didn't take any questions today. So we don't know how long the remains had been there, what condition they may have been in, and certainly we have no idea related to any sort of cause of death at this point. They also didn't make any reference to the Laundrie parents either. But bottom line, we're still in the middle of a very active investigation, but no doubt about it, this is a major break in this case that has really captured the attention of folks here in Florida, across the U.S., across the globe as well. Now, I can tell you the park and the reserve, they will stay closed to the public for the foreseeable future for at least the next several days. We know forensic teams will be out there continuing their work for at least the next few days as well. Obviously, they have a lot of stuff to continue to go over, but the big news here, the big breaking news, is that human remains and personal items belonging to Brian Laundrie have been found in the reserve here after, again, weeks and weeks of searching. And again, it turns out, according to the FBI, those items had been there all along. They had just been underwater. Back to you.
Yeah, it was definitely a sight to see this morning when we saw all of those emergency personnel and agencies coming out there to the scene. So we do appreciate you helping give us the latest update, especially after that FBI briefing. Again, Fox 13's Josh Cassio joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for that update. And we will continue to stay on top of this story here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. Do you want to take us back out to those live pictures coming in here in Northport, Florida, where we're seeing some people very vocal and upset outside of the Laundrie family home. As we've mentioned, they've had protesters that they've had to deal with day in, day out, especially when it comes to placing some memorabilia for Gabby Petito in their yard. We've seen them also placing items like laundry baskets in their yard, lots of flowers and posters in Gabby Petito's name, a lot of them saying justice for Gabby on those posters. But you can see some very vocal protesters out here today, very active in stating some of their own opinions when it comes to the Gabby Petito case. Let's listen in for a quick moment.
Blood, evil blood. Go back to New York. We don't want you in Florida. Evil. Go back.
All right, so obviously some very vocal people there saying that they don't want them living there in Florida. Again, the Laundrie family did move a few years ago from New York to here in Florida. So just wanted to show you that they're still dealing with quite a few people outside of their home, even after this news of, again, some human remains being found in this area where they had been searching for their son. Although he has had a warrant out for his arrest, again, that one was only in relation to the unauthorized use of a credit card that belonged of a card that belonged to Gabby Petito. But now also not only did they find personal items of Brian's, but they also found human remains here today. Again, as we just heard from the FBI, they are going to be out here for a few days. They're going to be keeping this park closed until further notice, and so you can expect to see this continuing to be an active scene with those police cars that are going to keep blocking off the entrance as they do continue to bring in a few more tools in and out of here as the search for more evidence here does continue. So we've been keeping you up to date ever since this broke right here on Live Now from Fox, and I do appreciate all of our viewers staying tuned with us with always the latest. You can also keep up to date on our social media platforms where we always have you covered when it comes to all of the latest breaking news and information that happens all across the country. We always put it out there on our social media platforms, helping give you a look into those top stories you need to know about. We will step away for just a brief break and come back here as we continue to give you more news stories across the country. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, taking a live look in the area where we just heard from FBI as they were giving an update to all the action we've been seeing here today. So once again, they have confirmed that remains were found here, and also that we have evidence response teams processing the scene where they also found some personal items that belonged to Brian Laundrie. Those items included a backpack. It also included a notebook, What was inside of that notebook? Will we ever be able to find out? Because this area had previously been underwater, now is an area where it's been dried up. So they finally were able to see this evidence. So that's a big question that a lot of people will have. Will it help then if they're able to read the notebook, give details into what may have happened between Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito back in the end of August when she had last been seen alive? So a lot of still big questions coming out of this case and coming out of Florida, as again, we're getting some major developments on the latest with this case. So once more, do you want to say thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Not only do we have this picture, I know it's a little bit glitchy. That's because cell phone service might not always be the best. Also, there's a lot of heavy media presence out there. But we do also have a live picture coming to us in Northport outside of the family home. So just to give us once more a reference as to where things are happening, you can see here on the screen, Northport inland there of Venice and South Venice. So you can see also the Carlton Reserve up there, as well as the environmental park. So a lot of search efforts had been focused a little bit more west of the park, where now these human remains and backpack and items of Brian Laundrie's had been found. But again, we do know that some of those items, just among the evidence that was found today, was a backpack and notebook. So search crews still going to be out there in the next few days. We heard the FBI confirm that. Again, FBI Special Agent in charge, Michael McPherson, had said they're going to spend several more days out here as they continue to look for any more pieces and clues that could help them put together this storyline. As we talked also with just some of our own experts, former FBI agent Ken Gray did share that it could take not only sometimes just several hours, but it could also take several days, depending on the condition of those remains when they were found, how long it might take to get those DNA samples processed and returned and confirmed who it was that they had found there in the park. So we do continue to keep you up to date with the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, you can always follow our social media platforms as we are giving you these live pictures. I do want to show you just some of that search video that came in here just moments ago. This was just earlier here this afternoon, our chopper giving us some of these views of not only the media personnel who've responded out here to the scene, but also all of those law enforcement agents and also all the different personnel who are out there assisting with this search. The coroner had also come on scene, helped set up a tented area. And again, we finally got a look. I'm going to skip forward just a little bit, a look at this specific spot where they have crime scene tape up. Again, this is going to be that area that, again, some of that evidence or the remains were found. Obviously, crime scene tape means an area where they want to keep it preserved. They want to have all of the correct documentation done ahead of reopening this area. So as we heard from FBI agents ahead of time before, they're going to continue to keep this park closed until further notice. So once again, this was just some video from earlier here today. Wanted to show that to you just so you could get an idea of this space and this area where we've had these search crews conducting, again, this investigation. Going back out to these live pictures, just wanted to show you once more, still a very active scene. Even some police personnel helping contain all the activities surrounding the Laundrie family home in Northport. And you are staying up to date, getting these live pictures right here on Live Now from Fox.
right, this is Andrew Kraft here with Live Now from Fox as we are continuing to cover the search for Brian Laundrie, the biggest breaking news we've had in this case in about a week's time, ever since the coroner in Teton County, Wyoming, issued the final cause of death for Gabby Petito as done by strangulation, homicide by strangulation. That was a week ago today. It's been kind of a lull since then in this investigation and search, at least public facing, until today, where we got this news from the FBI as they searched the Carlton Reserve and human remains found along with a backpack and a notebook. We're being joined in the newsroom right now by Daytona Everett. Daytona, what are your first impressions of this news today?
Yeah, Andrew, this, like you said, has been something that we've been waiting for anxiously as the search for Brian Laundrie has been going on for months now. We have the Carlton Reserve that has been the main center point of this search. We know the FBI went ahead and took the lead on it. We have Northport Police that is also assisting in this. We heard in a press conference today, a very short press conference, but definitely informational, that those human remains would be found along with a backpack and a notebook. Going a little further into that though, Andrew, I think the main question is, what was the notebook all about? What was in the backpack, and is that in fact the body of Brian Laundrie? Just to emphasize, it's human remains at this point, Andrew. It's not Brian Laundrie. It could be anyone. There's been so many aspects of this search, and the search for Gabby Petito had everyone anxious as well.
That's right, Daytona, and it's so kind of prudent to remind our viewers that during the duration of these searches, not only in the Carlton Reserve, but also, remember, there's kind of a focal point in the Appalachian Trail, that human remains have been found along the way during this investigation. Obviously, they have not been Brian Laundrie. They've been other people, but that's just something to note as well. I just want to give the viewers a sense of what we are seeing on the screen right now. In the upper left-hand corner, that is right outside the Carlton Reserve, where the FBI and law enforcement officials just gave that update. A very, very brief update, not much information. They did confirm what we already knew of what was found today. In the lower right hand of your screen there, that is the exteriors outside the Laundrie family home in Northport, Florida. There's a media frenzy out there right now, Daytona. But also, as we've seen in the last several weeks, really just, random people who feel so strongly about this story that they have come out and appeared in front of the Laundrie home, shouting things, shouting justice for Gabby, holding up signs, trying to get a glimpse of the parents, because really this has captivated the nation ever since we first reported it about 2 months ago.
Yeah, Chris and Roberta Laundrie have been a focal point in this investigation as well. That is the mother and father of Brian, who live inside of that Northport home right there. Andrew, let's go into some of the timeline of this case, because I think it's important to provide context when it comes to the investigation, specifically the timeline of Laundrie's whereabouts since he returned to Florida in Gabby Petito's van on September 1st. Well, it continued to evolve through all of this. The family's lawyer confirmed new details not long ago about the day that he disappeared from that Northport home that you're seeing in the right-hand corner. A statement released by Stephen Bertolino, which, remember, Andrew, we've only received statements up to this point from the family attorney lawyer. Well, he said that Chris and Roberta Laundrie, they last saw him on September 14th. They previously had told him they saw him on September 13th, not Tuesday, September 14th, as they had previously told the FBI. So the timeline of this had kind of gone back and forth a little bit as to when they exactly saw him. Going further, they've remained quiet. They haven't said much. And then Chris Laundrie actually assisted in the search there. After not speaking with investigators for days, though, on Friday, September 17th, the Laundrie family actually called law enforcement officers to their home and said that they had not seen Brian for most of the week, and they were concerned about his well-being. So again, that is September 17th. They told investigators that Brian had left earlier a few days earlier with a backpack. They did tell investigators that and said that he had headed for the Carlton Reserve. At the time, the family lawyer said that Brian's parents went to the preserve to look for him, and that would have been on September 15th. They said that they found his car, but they left it so that he could drive home. Then they said they returned home the next day, or they returned back the next day to retrieve that car themselves because the car was still there. Brian had not gone back in the car back to that Northport home.
And of course, that car you're referring to, Daytona, it's in the it's in the driveway right now of the Laundrie family home, that silver Mustang convertible. It's also important to note that, the Laundries have been going about their daily life as well. They've come out, they've made visits to the grocery store, other errands and the like. They've done yard work. We've seen the father of Brian Laundrie mow the lawn. And so they've had to contend with all of this as the country really is putting them to the test, questioning them on what they know. Do they know where their son, Brian Laundrie, is? And that leads us to what happened earlier today, where we got these initial reports that human remains had been found in an area of the Carlton Reserve that we heard from the FBI was previously, they believe, underwater. Remember, it's a very swampy expanse of natural land in Florida. It's about 25,000 acres. And investigators have been combing through it intermittently throughout the past several weeks. It just ramped up yet again a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and to go a little bit further into this search itself, and today, as we keep wanting to reiterate for those of you who are joining us right now, we know so many of you have been on the edge of your seat trying to get any new details out of this case. Well, as we said, the FBI confirming in a short press conference that a backpack and notebook were found along with human remains. As far as how close those were to each other, the timeline of all of that, we don't know all of those details. Reporters were not able to ask questions to officials today. Hopefully we'll get more answers throughout the rest of the week, as they say that they are going to remain on the scene for several days here. But the Laundrie family attorney did confirm that Chris and Roberta Laundrie were actually present when the remains and items were found. So you would assume that they probably know a little bit more than we do, Andrew.
That's right. And of course, FBI investigators no doubt probably have much more information than we do at this time, especially about what transpired today. But back to your point, let's not forget to bring up Gabby Petito in all of this. We've been really focusing on the search for Brian Laundrie, but you'll remember that we've heard this heart-wrenching and emotional testimony and press conferences from members of her family, from her parents, from her step-parents, from her friends, and people who knew her. That she was a young life that had her whole life ahead of her cut short. And of course, we know that her father went out to the coroner's office after the final autopsy report was released with her remains to bring them back for a proper burial to where she was from in New York. But to your point, Daytona, we have not heard on camera from the Laundrie parents or Stephen Bertolino, their attorney. We've heard from statements from them, piecemeal text messages, things like that, with updates. And you'll remember they did kind of publicize that they would be having a press conference. And of course, hours before that was supposed to take place, they canceled it. And so we have really not heard much from them other than through their attorney and through what the FBI has told us.
Right, Andrew, and I told you before that it was confirmed they were there when the remains were found. Well, I want to read that full statement to you that was released from Stephen Bertolino, again, the family attorney, which has been the point person as far as communication goes with the Laundrie family here. It says, Chris and Roberta Laundrie were at the reserve earlier today when human remains and some of Brian's possessions were located in an area where they had initially advised law enforcement that Brian may be. Chris and Roberta will wait for the forensic identification of the human remains before making any additional comments, which, as we know, because we kind of went through the same thing with the Gabby Petito case, it could take a long time to get these results back, the full identification with Gabby Petito, and then there's going to be an autopsy. So we're going to go through all of the same issues and all of the procedures that were taking place with Gabby Petito as well, with the possibility of whatever and whoever these human remains are that were found on the Myakkahatchee Creek.
Yeah, that's right. And I just want to update our viewers now. We're at the bottom of the hour here, 2:30 on the West Coast, 5:30 on the East Coast on this Wednesday afternoon. And we are following all the latest updates in the search for Brian Laundrie. You can see in the upper left hand of your screen there, the outside of the Carlton Reserve blocked off by law enforcement vehicles. In the press conference from the FBI just moments ago, they are telling the public, please stay away, maintain your distance from the park itself. In the lower right-hand corner of your screen there, a shot that you have seen many, many times, and that is the exteriors of the Laundrie family home, where media have gathered, no doubt today, in light of this most recent news, along with protesters who have taken it upon themselves, they feel so strongly and are vested so emotionally in this story, that they want answers personally, individually too. They're shouting justice for Gabby, and the like. So we're going to be bringing on multiple people to discuss and analyze what has happened today from the legal side of this, from the forensic side of this, and from the criminal side of this. Remember, Daytona, Brian Laundrie has a warrant out for his arrest for fraud charges stemming from those debit cards that he used that were not his.
Yeah, that's right. So he is wanted on a federal warrant. He's charged with intent to defraud for one or more unauthorized uses of Gabby Petito's bank card between August 30th and September 1st. He took more than $1,000 when using the card. Officials haven't called him a suspect, though, in Gabby's homicide. He still is only a person of interest. We even heard that in the press conference earlier today. A Wyoming coroner, though, said that Petito did die of strangulation. That was the big development that came out last week, and said that her body was likely outside for up to 4 weeks. But no suspects have been named in her death. Brian Laundrie, the only person of interest. Again, for those of you who are maybe familiar with this case or maybe haven't followed it the entire time, Gabby disappeared during a cross-country trip with Brian, her fiance. This sparked a nationwide search for the 22-year-old that ended with authorities finally finding her remains in a Wyoming national park. So bringing you back here to this live picture, for weeks, Florida authorities have been scouring Carlton Reserve and neighboring Myakkahatchee Creek Park, searching for any sign of Brian before scaling back those efforts nearly a week later, which we all found pretty interesting, Andrew, the fact that it was scaled back and now to come these new developments that human remains were actually found in the creek there that was always and always has been the main point of interest as far as search parties go.
That's right, Daytona, and we want to take the opportunity now, yet again, in case you might have missed it when it happened live, we want to show you the press conference from FBI law enforcement officials right outside the Carlton Reserve. They gave a very, very brief update, but they confirmed what we had been reporting earlier today. Let's play that out for you right now.
Good afternoon, Josh Taylor with the Northport Police Department. Thank you for your continued diligence on this story, and thanks for your patience. As you know, the Northport Police Department has worked collaboratively with the FBI throughout this investigation. Special Agent Michael McPherson is going to make a prepared statement. There's not going to be any questions today, but hopefully it answers some of them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McPherson. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI Tampa Division. As you're aware, the FBI and the Northport Police Department and our state and local law enforcement partners have been searching the area of the Carlton Reserve for Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the murder of Gabby Petito. Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. These items were found in an area that up until recently have been underwater. Our evidence response team is on scene using all available forensic resources to process the area. it's likely the team will be on scene for several days. I know you have a lot of questions, but we don't have all the answers yet. We are working diligently to get those answers for you. We are grateful for the dedication and professionalism of the Northport Police Department, along with our partners from the state and local agencies. Complex investigations such as this cannot be accomplished by one agency alone, but there are just too many agencies to name them all here today. Portions of the Myakkahatchee Creek Environment Park and Carlton Reserve will remain closed to the public until further notice. This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask the public to maintain distance from any law enforcement personnel, equipment, vehicles, and other related activity for the safety of the public and to protect the integrity of our work. We have no additional comment related to today's activities. Our FBI Denver office is the lead investigative agency, and all future inquiries should be directed to them. We appreciate the tremendous support from the public and continue to ask for your assistance in bringing this investigation to close. Thank you.
Was the backpack found near the body? Justice for Gabby! Justice for...
All right, and you heard from FBI special agent in charge there in Sarasota, Florida, what they know. They said, we obviously have a lot more answers than we did before, but questions still remain. It was a very brief statement, but they confirmed what we knew already. I want to bring in right now, we've been getting reaction in so many different circles on this, and let's go to the legal aspect of this. You know, if these remains are in fact Brian Laundrie, what happens? What happens with this case and this investigation into Gabby Petito's case? I'm being joined by criminal defense attorney Will Bruzzo. Will, good to see you. What were your first impressions today when you heard this with the case going forward? What do you think is the next step?
Well, obviously, they have to identify the remains, and that's either going to be done through DNA or dental records. And then they can make a determination. It would appear that Mr. Laundrie is the only suspect in the murder of the homicide of Ms. Petito. So I imagine that if they are his remains, that they will probably close the case, and that would be the end of it.
So Daytona Everett here. I have a couple questions for you as far as the investigation goes. I mean, it has to continue, even if it is confirmed that it is Brian Laundrie and he is identified as that person. You know, what does happen with the case of Gabby Petito? Do they continue to search for possible suspects in this? As you said, he's the only person of interest at this time. He's not even labeled a suspect.
That's true. That's because they don't have anything linking him to the crime except for a lot of circumstantial evidence, which is, possibly enough. As you may recall, there was a domestic violence incident that happened in Wyoming when the two were on vacation there, and a witness actually saw Brian hitting Gabby. So now, does that mean he killed her? No, not necessarily. But of course, he refused to answer questions about her whereabouts or what he knew of what happened to her. So obviously, very, very suspicious conduct, but not enough to establish that he is actually the culprit. But at the same time, I think we can all use some common sense here. There's a reason why he didn't speak with the police. And, we put two and two together and established that he probably was the person, and that's why he ran from law enforcement. I mean, there's a lot of evidence, circumstantial nature perhaps, which points the finger at him.
And Will, we just showed you and our viewers the press conference from the FBI. It was very, very brief. They didn't really offer much. They confirmed what we already knew from reports today. What did you make of the FBI's statement? Do you think they have more information that they are not telling us yet because they are waiting to kind of tease out more of these investigatory strands?
I think they really need to ID the remains. I think that's the biggest thing, is they need to find out who this person is, whose remains they are, before they can say anything conclusive. I would expect if they could tie those remains, if they are, Mr. Laundrie's remains, that that will effectively close the case. I think that they will say he is the only suspect, and we believe that there's no other potential suspects. But I think they were probably telling as much as they knew. It does take time to do a DNA test. It does take time to check dental records. If they just found the remains recently, that's going to take some time for them to figure that out. And of course, they want to be sure. They want to be absolutely sure. With the national exposure this case has had, and the FBI is a very thorough, deliberative body, they're going to do what they need to do to make sure that they're 100% certain on the ID of the remains.
And Roberta and Chris Laundrie, the mother and father of Brian, have been a huge part of this case. The timeline has gone back and forth as to when they said that they saw him last, and they've been even a part of the search. We saw Chris Laundrie go out there and help out with authorities. What role are they going to be playing as far as this investigation goes, whether these are his remains or not?
Well, obviously the parents of someone who's suspected of murder, officially or not, they're in a very, very difficult situation. Not as bad as the victims' parents, of course, but they're in a very difficult situation. I don't think that they have much of a role at all to play. I guess they could ID the remains to confirm that it's him, or ID clothing, or what other personal items are there. But I really don't think that they have much of a role here, and that they're just kind of innocent folks caught in the middle of all this. I realize that there's some arguments about them being more forthcoming and during the investigation, but the reality is I don't think that there's much that they could offer here. Who knows what Brian told them, if anything, but they probably know about as much as the rest of us do.
That's interesting, Will, you say that, because a lot of speculation, and I know it's just speculation, people do not think that. They think the parents know much more than they're leading on. If that is the case, and I know it's hypothetical, would that mean that some of the parents themselves might be criminally implicated in this if they are harboring information, or if they have been in the past, if FBI investigators indeed find that out?
There is the crime of obstructing justice and obstructing an investigation. That is a crime. I guess it's possible that they did something, but this individual is an adult. It doesn't appear that they spirited him away or hid him away somewhere. It seems like he took off on his own accord. So I guess it's possible that they could be implicated in obstructing an investigation or harboring a fugitive or something like that. I haven't seen any evidence of that thus far. And I don't know how useful it's going to be to pursue that route. This is a horrible tragedy that's happened. This beautiful young woman killed in the prime of her life. I think probably the thing to draw from this whole thing is just the dangers of domestic violence, how so many women die. 50% of female homicides occur at the hands of spouses or other intimate partners. I think that this case really is a testament to just how horrible the domestic violence situation is in this country.
All right, and Will Brutso, criminal defense attorney, will leave it at that. We thank you for your time. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, what we want to do now is just take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be following all the latest on this breaking news today in the search for Brian Laundrie. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, where we are following all the latest and the most recent breaking news in the search for Brian Laundrie. Those human remains, along with a backpack and a notebook, found in the Carlton Reserve today. The FBI confirming that. What we want to do right now is show you yet again the FBI press conference from earlier. It was quite brief, but they did confirm what we already know. And then my colleague, Christy Larson, spoke with an FBI agent, a former one, about what this means for the investigation going.
Good afternoon, Josh Taylor with the Northport Police Department. Thank you for your continued diligence on this story, and thanks for your patience. As you know, the Northport Police Department has worked collaboratively with the FBI throughout this investigation. Special Agent Michael McPherson is going to make a prepared statement. There's not going to be any questions today, but hopefully it answers some of them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McPherson. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI Tampa Division. As you're aware, the FBI and the Northport Police Department and our state and local law enforcement partners have been searching the area of the Carlton Reserve for Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the murder of Gabby Petito. Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. These items were found in an area that up until recently have been underwater. Our evidence response team is on scene using all available forensic resources to process the area. It's likely the team will be on scene for several days. I know you have a lot of questions, but we don't have all the answers yet. We are working diligently to get those answers for you. We are grateful for the dedication and professionalism of the Northport Police Department, along with our partners from the state and local agencies. Complex investigations such as this cannot be accomplished by one agency alone, but there's just too many agencies to name them all here today. Portions of Creek Environment Park and Carlton Reserve will remain closed to the public until further notice. This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask the public to maintain distance from any law enforcement personnel, equipment, vehicles, and other related activity for the safety of the public and to protect the integrity of our work. We have no additional comment related to today's activities. Our FBI Denver office is the lead investigative agency, and all future inquiries should be directed to them. We appreciate the tremendous support from the public and continue to ask for your assistance in bringing this investigation to close. Thank you.
Was the backpack found near the body? Justice for Gabby!
Good afternoon, Josh Taylor with the Northport Police Department. Thank you for your continued diligence on this story, and thanks for your patience. As you know, the Northport Police Department has worked collaboratively with the FBI throughout this investigation. Special Agent Michael McPherson is going to make a prepared statement. There's not going to be any questions today.
Once again, giving very brief few comments, but we want to continue to give you some of those updates. So what we're going to do is continue this conversation, bring in one of our former FBI agents, Ken Gray, who we've talked to a few different times here throughout this case. So Ken, want to say thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Of course, not very many new details coming out here, but FBI confirming they have found some human remains out here. A lot of people want to jump to conclusions. Why do you think, though, that they only wanted to give a very few details out here this afternoon?
Well, you normally in any investigation only give a few details in the first place. But more than that, this is still very early on. The parents took law enforcement to an area where they had found some items that belonged to Brian Laundrie, a backpack and a notebook in an area that had been underwater. So, and then human remains were found in the area. Again, the entire area had been underwater before. So some of the ability to even read that notebook may be somewhat difficult because of it being underwater. there's going to be a lot of different steps that will be involved in handling this crime scene. They're going to have to map the crime scene. The ME is going to take possession of the human remains. They will presumably do DNA testing of those remains to try to identify the individual that the remains come back to. If they have enough DNA, it takes about 90 minutes to do rapid DNA. If there's not enough DNA to do rapid DNA, it's going to be days before you'll be able to do an identification. So there are a lot of moving parts in this for this potential crime scene where human remains have been found in the area where Brian Laundrie's notebook and possible backpack have been found.
And I want to just touch on something you pointed out. You know, they had alluded to that the reason why they hadn't come across these items before was because it was recently underwater. Of course, we know they had brought dive teams in at one point to conduct and help them in these searches before. But how big of a part does weather conditions have when it comes to these types of investigations, when you're trying to search through a massive terrain area? I mean, thousands of acres that they've had to comb through. And you think about how small a backpack and a notebook can be versus how many acres that they've had to try to make their way through.
So the backpack, the notebook, and the human remains were found at the Mayahatchee Park, which is 15 miles away from the Carlton Reserve. Law enforcement had been focusing all of their efforts towards the Carlton Reserve, where Brian Laundrie had said that he was going to go camping at. And so that's a 24,000 acre park, but it's some distance away from where the backpack, the notebook, and the human remains was found today. This is the stuff that was found today was actually in the area where Chris Laundrie, Brian Laundrie's father, took law enforcement to a week ago and walked them through the area. But that area may have since had water, standing water, even at that time, diminish to where they were able to find the stuff today that they may not have seen a week ago.
And I just want to get your expertise, Ken, on this investigation. When they do find something like these pieces of evidence, a backpack, a notebook that belonged to this person of interest, in this case, it's Brian Laundrie, what are the next steps that are going to happen? Because obviously it might have been local law enforcement who first stumbled upon these pieces of evidence. And obviously with the FBI being involved, they're going to have to alert them right away.
So the FBI is the lead agency on this investigation right now. So the FBI is the one that will be mapping out the crime scene, taking possession of the evidence. They are on the scene now. They have been there on the scene. This was run out of the Tampa division, but I'm sure that they have teams up there in Sarasota working this on a daily basis. So it's not a matter of having to call the FBI in and have them to take it. During the press conference that was just held by the special agent in charge of the Tampa division, he was there giving this press conference. So that shows the high profile of this case, the fact that that they've got a lot of manpower there in the Sarasota area working this case. So the FBI will be the one taking possession of the evidence while working this, but in conjunction with the Northport, Florida Police Department and with all the other partners that have been working on this. One has to keep in mind that the murder investigation may in actuality have been out of Wyoming, but since the subject of the victim in the murder case is dead, and now if Brian Laundrie is the only person of interest in this investigation and he is dead, this investigation, once everybody is fully identified and potential leads run down, this case may be over.
Yeah, you know, that was something, I'm glad you pointed that out, I was going to ask you about, because a lot of people obviously know her death. An autopsy report has been ruled a homicide, and that death has been by strangulation. Of course, Brian Laundrie did not get named as the possible person who committed that crime, but a person of interest in this case. So how are they going to have to work to be able to close down the Gabby Petito case if these remains that were just found is that of Brian Laundrie?
So, cases occur all the time where you have a victim of a crime, and then for whatever reason, the subject of the investigation is dead or has left the country. Those cases are put into an inactive file, or they may be closed. If that notebook that they recovered today has details of the crime, if it has a statement by Brian Laundrie saying that he's sorry, he's regrets what happened, that gives details of the crime itself, then in actuality, this case will more or less be over in a very short time. Because if there's no person to prosecute,